Chapter 1554. In the mystic realm, the lords of light and darkness were fighting to the death. It was a disastrous battle that almost destroyed the human world. After 1,000 years of cultivation, the Taiyuan sword moved and the celestial light surged. It broke through the limit and reached the end of the way of sword. The 14th sword appeared. The limitless sword will, the limitless sword will, the limitless sword will. In the sky above the mystic realm, Ning Chen moved his sword. Countless stars in the human world shook. The flowers and trees were affected by the sword pressure and swayed silently. The limitless sword will, the limitless sword will, the most powerful sword move. Before the sword move arrived, the world had already changed. Separated by endless time and space, the human world and the heaven realm, humans, ghosts, demons, deities and demons, all living beings felt the extreme pressure of the sword and their minds shook violently. Somewhere, a man in a green robe and carrying a sword on his back felt something and looked at the human world. The sword of entering Tao. The legend of the Xia dynasty, who had left the human world for almost 1,000 years, felt the change in the human world. He didn't stay for long. He turned into a green sword light and rushed toward the human world. However, the legend of the sword in the human world was too far away from the human world. In the human world, in the mystic realm, knowing destiny entered Tao. The celestial light around him was dazzling like a divine sun, illuminating the world. In Ning Chen's hand, the Taiyuan ancient sword kept humming. The sword will spread and turn the world into a world of swords. In the battle that would decide the fate of the human world, Ning Chen gave his all and his combat power rose to the extreme. In the battle, Ning Chen gradually lost his 5 senses: touch, smell, sight, hearing, and taste. He gave up everything and turned it into the sword will. The sword of entering Tao was reaching the peak. The human world was shocked and a shocking scene appeared. With the Ziwei galaxy as the center, the entire human world turned into a world of sword. Large stars collapsed and turned into swords of stars, floating in the human world. The power that surpassed the monarch realm could move mountains and seas and destroy the world. There was no end in sight. In the heaven realm and the human world, the violent sword will suppressed all the deities and demons in the world. Those with weaker cultivations couldn't help but tremble. On the Buddha mountain in the western world of Buddhism, the demon lord and commander Evil Wind watched the battle in the human world with serious expressions. The power of these two people had far surpassed the limit of the monarchs of antiquity. In the human world, in the sky above the mystic realm, the sword of entering Tao. Stars condensed into swords, and streaks of sword light pierced through the air, slashing toward the dark world lord. Under the extreme speed, the long river of time appeared, and the human world began to revert to the past. In the starry sky, the sword of stars cut open the darkness and drew a dazzling sword mark in the human world. All the heavens were watching. In the mortal world, starry swords slashed down. The majestic sword force was comparable to the power of the Big Bang. Outside the boundless space, on the last 3 heavens, black feathers gathered and the Nether King appeared. His cold and holy eyes looked at the world. At this moment, a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. This extraordinary swordsman reminded him of the sword of desolation from 1,000 years ago. Another swordsman who had entered the Tao had appeared in the human world. At this moment, a demonic energy whirlpool appeared behind the Nether King, and a black-clothed figure floated within, unconscious. To the side, Madame Luofei opened her eyes in a daze. When she saw the master of the 7 extinction heavenly realms in front of her, she was shocked. "Luofei, we meet again," the Nether King said indifferently without turning around. "Nether King," Luofei said in a low voice. "Aren't you going to kneel when you see your master?" The Nether King said indifferently. "I am no longer the daughter of the eternal night cult, and you are no longer my master," Madame Luofei said coldly. "You are the same as your father, stupid enough to make the gods angry." The Nether King raised his hand, and a heavy divine pressure pressed down. Suddenly, the atmosphere of the entire world became heavy. In the demonic energy whirlpool, Madame Luafei felt her body sink, and her knees unconsciously bent. Madame Luafei clenched her teeth and straightened her body again. Despite the divine pressure, she refused to bend her knees. The number one martial god of the heavenly realm is actually a villain who uses force to make others submit. Madame Luafei endured the endless divine pressure, and blood dripped from the corners of her mouth. The weak always have various reasons to justify themselves. Madame Luafei, the gods gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. The mortal world will eventually be destroyed. The Nether King said calmly. The mortal world will not be destroyed. Humans will eventually triumph over the heavens. Madame Luafei clenched her fists, struggling to hold on. The Nether King sneered and didn't say anything more. He retracted his divine pressure and looked at the war in the mortal world, waiting for the final result. In the demonic energy whirlpool, the divine pressure dissipated. Madame Luafei staggered, barely managing to support herself. In front of her, the curtain of the heavens rose and fell, reflecting the battle in the mortal world. The masters of the mortal world and the world of darkness had already raised their combat strength to the limit. Around the two of them, one shined with immortal light and the other surged with black energy. They collided again and again, again and again. The swords of stars slashed down, collapsing one after another under the power of darkness. However, the aura of darkness also violently shook, consuming a great deal of energy. In a flash, the tens of thousands of swords of stars were destroyed. White sword light flashed. With the body as a sword, the sword intent shook the heavens. As the sword intent attacked, the Lord of Darkness focused. Endless black thunder surged, forcefully blocking the swords of the mortal world. With a loud bang, the dark thunder collided with the swords of the mortal world. A terrifying impact force spread out, causing gods to cry and ghosts to howl. Ugh! There was a stuffy cough and blood splashed out. The Lord of Darkness took half a step back, the corners of his mouth red. Close at hand, Ningchen stopped. His body shined with dazzling, immortal light. The ancient Taiyuan sword in his hand rapidly turned to ash in the dark thunder. The moment the sword was destroyed, knowing destiny formed a sword with his fingers and directly pierced through the Lord of Darkness' chest. Since the Great War began, the Lord of Darkness saw red for the first time. An invincible existence that surpassed the sovereign level had finally been wounded by the swords of the mortal world. With just 1,000 years of cultivation, you can achieve such a degree. You really are him. With injuries added to his body, the Lord of Darkness' expression turned cold. He counterattacked with a palm, causing tens of thousands of thunder to surge. With a rumbling palm, the power to destroy the heavens and earth. The terrifying sovereign gathered all his strength and forcefully counterattacked. A palm pierced through his body. Blood fell like rain. Ning Chen spat out blood and flew out 1,000 miles, destroying half of the immortal realm. Injury for injury, a life or death struggle. 1,000 miles away, Ning Chen stopped. He raised his palms and brought his swords together. In an instant, everything within 100,000 miles surged like clouds and mist. Swords of laws manifested. Phoenix fire spread out, refining the swords of laws. In the next moment, in the starry skies, a holy sword fell from the heavens. Tens of thousands of laws lingered around it, its light dazzling. Borrowing the sword from the heavens to kill the darkness. In front, when the Lord of Darkness saw this, he raised his left and right palms to the heavens. Suddenly, a black gale appeared, surging mightily. The gale was like a violent wave that swept across the 9 heavens, destroying the heavens and destroying the Tao. The unprecedented battle destroyed the starry skies. Everywhere one looked, the mortal world was full of devastation. Countless living beings disappeared in this battle. The holy sword of the heavens and earth appeared. The sword that symbolized the pinnacle of human will shook the heavens. The mortal world, the 6 heavens, and even the last 3rd heavens were affected by the holy sword of the heavens and earth. The power of laws surged, and the wind and clouds were in chaos. Giving up everything, Ning Chen lost all feeling. Half of his body also turned illusory. There was only one sword in his hand. This sword represented the glory of his life. Chapter 1555. In the celestial realm, wind and thunder surged. The clouds roared and the sky was shocked. The unprecedented battle was white-hot. Taiyuan broke. In the dark world, shocking sword intent roared. Phoenix fire rose in the sky. Knowing destiny borrowed the sword from the heavens. The worldly saint's sword suddenly appeared. The worldly saint's sword appeared. Thousands of rays of light shone. Endless power of laws spread. The heavens were shocked. In the starry sky, Ning Chen's body turned illusory. He lost his 5 senses. His body also started to dissipate. Only sword intent was left. Boundless sword intent. He gave up everything and turned it into sword intent. This sword was earth-shattering. Gods and Buddhas were shocked. In the last 3 heavens, the Nether King and the gods were also moved by this sword. The way they looked at the human world finally changed. In the distance, a green sword light sped past. In the green light, ancient swords hummed as if they were mourning for the sword in the human world. Prince Yen sensed it. His speed became even more shocking. The green sword light broke through the restrictions of time and space and swept towards the human world. Ning Chen, don't die. Ha! In the human world, Ning Chen, who had lost his 5 senses, let out a shocking roar. His body shone brightly, illuminating the stars in the sky. The cycle of time, the reflection of the ancient era. The master of the human world burned everything for the human world to stop the darkness. On the road from the human world to the divine world, Man woke up from her coma. She looked at the human world in a daze. Tears fell from her eyes unconsciously. In the starry sky, on the many life planets, the peach blossoms on the peach blossom trees bloomed. The cold wind blew and the peach blossoms danced in the sky. The scene in the human world was so beautiful that it made people reluctant to leave. Calamity, stars everywhere. Heaven and earth shook. Life planets were swallowed by the calamity. Billions of lives lost their precious lives. The heavens cried. Heavy rain poured down, drowning the scorched earth of the human world. In the sky above the celestial realm, sword intent surged. The sword intent dispersed the darkness and the haze that pressed down on the human world. Below the dark aura, the Lord of Darkness looked at the master of the human world who had entered the Tao in front of him. His expression was completely serious. He knew that at this moment, the master of the human world in front of him truly had the power to be on equal footing with him. Even, the Lord of Darkness looked up at the dark aura in the sky that was dispersed by the sword intent. He didn't dare to wait any longer. He flipped his right palm. A power that could destroy heaven and earth pressed down on the immortal domain, devouring layer after layer of sword intent. It was impossible to resist. Strong to the point of shocking the world and surpassing fiend gods. The energy of darkness was something that even this large world that had existed for countless years was unable to endure. Under the world-exterminating vitality, Ning Chen's body quickly dissipated. In just a few breaths of time, it had completely dissipated. However, along the way, his physical body dissipated and he could no longer stop the will of the knowing destiny state. His divine soul floated in the immortal light. Without the restraint of his physical body, his sword will become even stronger. Not bad. In the 7 extinction celestial realm, the holy figure watching the mortal world said faintly. It was a simple word, but it represented the greatest praise of the gods. The holy and proud gods had once again recognized the human race. In the human world, the sword, which could even move the gods, combined with the glory of a lifetime of knowing destiny, slashed at the dominator of the dark world. The worldly saint's sword was filled with boundless light. The will of a person was so firm that even the darkness in the sky could not cover it. The will of a person that could move the heavens and earth. Wherever the sword went, there was nothing it could not destroy. In the sky above the mystic realm, the sword light broke through the darkness. The pure white sword light pierced through the body of the Lord of Darkness. 100 feet away, the sword light dissipated and a white-haired figure appeared. The gradually dissipating sword light took away the glory of a lifetime of knowing destiny state. The sword that had entered Tao gradually returned to the world. Lord of the human world, is this your sword? Behind knowing destiny state, the Lord of Darkness said calmly. In the starry sky, Ning Chen looked at the human world. Before he turned into Tao, his 5 senses gradually recovered. The scene in the human world was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. Knowing destiny state had no regret. Lord of Darkness, the human world will not perish and the light will not disappear. You will eventually fail. As he spoke, Ning Chen's divine soul dissipated faster and faster. Everything that belonged to knowing destiny state returned to the world. In the heart of the Lord of Darkness, a black pearl shattered and was completely destroyed by the sword that had entered Tao. With the source of life destroyed, the Lord of Darkness staggered and his aura shook violently. Lord! Outside the battle, the gods of plagues and evil gods hurried over. Seeing the Lord of Darkness whose source pearl had been destroyed, they were shocked. I'm fine. The Lord of Darkness forcibly stabilized his aura and glanced at the Lord of the human world who was about to turn into Tao. He didn't stay any longer and said, "Let's go." With that, the sky was filled with black aura. The Lord of Darkness and the 3 dark heavenly kings disappeared and left the battlefield. In the starry sky, Ning Chen looked at the human world and smiled. He had tried his best. He left the rest to them. The dissipating celestial light in the sky returned to the world with the last will of knowing destiny state. His colorful life was not in vain. At this moment, at the end of the starry sky, a green sword light broke through the sky and swept over the mystic region. The legendary swordsman who had disappeared for 1,000 years reappeared. He looked at knowing destiny state in front of him and his body shook. Senior, farewell. In the dissipating celestial light, Ning Chen smiled and said, "Sorry, the real battle has just begun. I have no strength left." At the end of the darkness, in the depths of the endless dark abyss, the Lord of Darkness appeared. The dark aura that had been suppressed for a long time shook violently again and was difficult to suppress. With the source of life destroyed, the Lord of the Dark World also lost his immortal body. It was difficult for him to quickly recover from his injuries. Master of the human world, you live up to your name. In the surging black aura, the Lord of Darkness's body flickered. He endured his injuries and said in a deep voice. However, he still survived. From now on, no one in the human world could stop his footstep. As long as he swallowed the source of the human world, he would be able to rebuild his source of life again and even go one step further. On the road between the human world and the heaven world, Man suddenly fainted. The signs on his body quickly dissipated. The two of them were connected. As knowing destiny state transformed, Man's life aura also dissipated. He could not hold on for long. Man, seeing this, Qing Ning immediately went forward. Her pure divine Buddha energy turned into Man's body. Not far away, the Chongling female supreme with the highest cultivation looked back at the human world. Her beautiful eyes dimmed slightly. Knowing destiny state died in battle. The Chongling female supreme said with a heavy expression. On the floating island, the human experts all trembled. Endless sorrow rose in their hearts. A great calamity of the world. Darkness descended. The human experts died one after another. Now, even the strongest knowing destiny state died in battle. The human world could not see any hope. At the same time, at the border of the human world and the heaven world, the white-haired woman walking in the void trembled and looked at the human world. Why was her heart throbbing? Mu Qingxue looked at the human world. Tears fell from his eyes. Even though the Grand Supreme was emotionless, it could not change the throbbing in the depths of his soul. The Grand Supreme was emotionless. His white hair was 3,000 feet long. It was so dazzling. Boom. At this moment, affected by the change in the human world, the second pillar at the border of the human world and the heaven world collapsed. The three realms shook. The end of the world had arrived. Chapter 1556. In the east of the God realm, floating islands appeared out of thin air and landed in the eastern region. On the floating islands, the experts of the human realm stood silently with unresolvable sorrow in their eyes. The master of the human realm had died in battle. There was no hope in the masterless human realm. On the floating island at the front, Qing Ning's beautiful eyes lost color. There was no greater sorrow than a dead heart. As knowing destiny's presence disappeared, the last shackle in her heart was cut off. At the side, Yin-Er's tears fell, but she did not dare to disturb the woman in front of her. Not far away, the experts from the realm all looked at Qing Ning with heavy expressions. In terms of feelings, no one had a deeper relationship with knowing destiny than Miss Qing Ning. They had known each other in their youth and accompanied each other for thousands of years. Their feelings could not be described with words. 10 steps away, the Chongling female supreme looked at the human realm with undisguised murderousness. Master of darkness. No one dared to say a word in the silent scene. Knowing destiny's death was a great blow to everyone. After a long time, a ripple appeared in Qing Ning's eyes. She looked back at the female and said, "Female supreme, I will leave this to you." Hearing this, the Chongling female supreme's expression turned serious and she said, "What are you going to do?" "Accompany him," Qing Ning said in a soft voice before walking away. Seeing this, Yin-Er's expression changed and she wanted to chase. "Let her go." The Chongling female supreme reached out and stopped Yin-Er. She sighed softly and said, "You do not understand the feelings between Qing Ning and your master. Now that your master has died in battle, she has lost her reason to live. She cannot be kept." Yin-Er's body shook. She looked forward and tears fell from her eyes again. In the southern region of the God realm, Qing Ning walked over with a dead heart. In front of Sunrise Divine Palace, the moon goddess looked at the newcomer and her expression dimmed slightly. "Thank you, moon goddess, for taking care of the human realm in the past 1,000 years." Qing Ning walked in front of the moon goddess and bowed. "Are you really leaving?" the moon goddess said softly. Qing Ning nodded. She looked at the human realm and said with a smile, "I am used to his company. Now that he has left, I will also leave." The moon goddess' eyes dimmed and she did not try to persuade her further. An hour later, Qing Ning left. She followed the path she had walked for her entire life, bidding farewell to her past. 6 heavenly realms, one layer after another. As Qing Ning walked through them, her aura continued to rise. Clear one's mind, forget oneself, and break through the realm. Time was merciless. Endless lifespan was stripped from Qing Ning's body. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Black and white hair, aging people overnight. Tao obliteration. In the God realm, the celestial venerables from the mortal world were shocked when they sensed the powerful aura from the 6th heaven. How can it be so fast? Mu Qianshang and Luo Xingchen were shocked and puzzled. At this moment, everyone in the 6th heaven looked at the sky, unable to hide the waves in their hearts. Idiot! In the inner realm, in the West Buddha Mountain, the West Jade Lord, who was already at the end of her life, looked at the 6th layer of heaven and sighed. "Master!" Outside the 7 Buddha Heavenly Pass, several powerful women bowed respectfully. "Master's time is up. I'm going to see your senior sister one last time." As soon as she finished speaking, outside the 7 Buddha Heavenly Pass, a shocking Buddha energy shot up into the sky, breaking through the restrictions of time and space, rushing towards the 6th heaven. In the extreme north, in the Heavenly Music Pavilion, the Heavenly Music Pavilion Master waved her hand. The stagnant music track vibrated, and the great Tao energy filled the air, sending off the West Jade Master. In the sixth heaven, the Buddha light shone brightly. The West Jade Master walked out, looking at the woman in front of her, and said softly, "Idiot! Master." In the sky, the white-haired woman bowed and said, "Do you have an unfulfilled wish?" The West Jade Master asked. "To finish what he left unfinished," Qing Ning said calmly with a head full of dazzling, snow-white hair. "What do you want to do?" The West Jade Master frowned and said, "Your strength is far from comparable to that Darkness Master. I need 6 hours when I can really fight with all my strength," Qing Ning replied. "Forget it." The West Jade Master understood what her disciple meant. She sighed softly and said, "Master will help you on your last journey." After saying that, the West Jade Master's soul quickly dissipated. In the sky, the sound of the great Tao rang softly, and the laws filled the air. The Buddha light shone brightly. Endless Buddha energy merged with the laws of heaven and earth into Qing Ning's body. The sound of the Tao resonated, shaking the sky and earth. "Disciple thanks Master." Qing Ning bowed and sent the West Jade Master off. In the mortal world, at the end of the dark abyss, a black aura filled the air. The Darkness Master was in seclusion to heal his injuries. The power of darkness fluctuated, causing the entire mortal world to tremble. 1,000 days later, in the mortal world, the lotus light shone brightly. A woman in a green dress with white hair walked over, her aura shocking the world. At the same time, the Darkness Master came out of seclusion. He walked out of the dark abyss and looked at the mortal world. Without saying a word, he directly struck out with his palm. The palm that could destroy heaven and earth directly destroyed half of the mortal world. Countless star regions were destroyed by the power of darkness, turning into nothingness. The mortal world finally welcomed destruction. The Master of Darkness personally destroyed the mortal world. The starry sky disappeared from the mortal world, replaced by endless darkness. The power of darkness spread rapidly. Just as the power of darkness was about to destroy the celestial region and the inner realm, the dazzling light of the lotus flower blocked the corrosion of the power of darkness. Roar! At this moment, in the pervasive black airflow, the wild beast of darkness roared and opened its huge mouth to devour the celestial region. "Back off!" In the light of the lotus flower, a beautiful figure with white hair walked out. With a shocking palm, she directly blasted the wild beast of darkness out of the Ziwei star zone. Feeling intense pain, the wild beast of darkness roared and its body trembled violently. "There is such a strong cultivator in the mortal world." As he spoke, the Darkness Master walked out. He looked at the woman in front of him and narrowed his eyes. When the mortal world was about to be destroyed, Qing Ning faced off against the Darkness Master. In order to protect the mortal world, she fulfilled Knowing Destiny's unfinished wish. In the inner realm, in the Heavenly Music Pavilion, the Master of the Heavenly Music Pavilion waved his hand and a zither appeared. The sound of the great path from the inner realm was so ear-piercing. The Darkness Master frowned and flipped his palm, his might shocking the heavens. A palm that could shake the heavens and earth was unleashed. Although its might was incomparably terrifying, it was many times weaker than the previous one. In the battle with Knowing Destiny, the origin of the Darkness Master was destroyed. Not only did he lose his immortal body, but his power was also weakened a lot. Knowing Destiny had risked his life to leave an opportunity for the mortal world. The Darkness Master was no longer perfect and invincible. In front of the celestial realm, Qing Ning formed a spell with both hands. Below her, a green lotus bloomed and blocked the Darkness Master's palm. The sound of the way, the lotus of the way, the heart of the way. Around Qing Ning, flames of the way burned. The green flames rose like a green lotus that grew in the chaos and slowly bloomed. In the inner realm, the sound of the zither was deafening like thunder. The Master of the Heavenly Music Pavilion used all his strength to activate the sound of the way. The sound track that had been stagnant for hundreds of years rumbled again. The soundtrack was pushed forward. Suddenly, the sound of the great path between heaven and earth became louder and louder. It kept dispelling the dark aura that permeated the world. In the battle, the burning green flames illuminated the mortal world that was swallowed by darkness. Qing Ning burned everything to fulfill knowing destiny's last wish. Facing the human whose cultivation was constantly rising, the darkness master didn't dare to be careless. He saw through her madness of perishing together with him, and focused on her. "You want to kill me in the last 6 hours? Just like him, you are destined to fail." Chapter 1557. In the mortal world, darkness covered the light. The entire world collapsed and emptiness filled the eyes. In the destroyed mortal world, countless creatures completely disappeared, vanishing into thin air. In the Ziwei star zone, the last light of the mortal world, darkness descended, wanting to destroy the last hope of the mortal world. When the celestial realm and the inner realm were about to be destroyed, a green lotus descended from the sky and blocked the ruler of darkness. Qing Ning, whose appearance had changed, had a head of white hair fluttering in the wind. She had passed away, and her lifespan had dissipated. She only had 6 hours left. In the 6 hours she borrowed from the heavens, the god of death was hard to find. Qing Ning's body continued to rise, surpassing the path obliteration realm and approaching the monarch realm. She surpassed the limit. The green lotus sacred flame rose to the extreme, illuminating the last pure land of the mortal world. In the face of darkness, the human powerhouses chose to sacrifice themselves one after another. They didn't do it to save the world, but to leave behind the last hope for the people they cherished. Knowing destiny turned into Tao and used the sword of the mortal world to cut off the god of darkness's immortal body. The perfect god of darkness was no longer invincible. In the darkness, the green lotus bloomed. It was so beautiful and dazzling. The god of darkness didn't dare to be careless. He raised his hand and activated the power of darkness. Raging waves surged out and attacked the woman in front of him. The god of darkness, who had gathered all his power, was still stronger than the monarch realm even though his origin pearl was destroyed. He was shockingly powerful. In front of the celestial realm, a green divine spear appeared in Qing Ning's hand. It was extremely sharp and broke through the power of darkness. A pool of blood splashed out, dyeing the divine spear red. Blood sprinkled down like rain, extremely dazzling. The gap in cultivation couldn't be closed. She was injured in one move, and more than half of the green lotus was destroyed. 10 steps away, Qing Ning steadied herself and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Her expression was indifferent. Green flames burned, and the green lotus gradually recovered. Qing Ning, who had abandoned everything, borrowed 6 hours from the heavens and became a person that even the god of death couldn't find. Her power rose rapidly and became more and more shocking. A trace of silver appeared in the green flames visible to the naked eye. Qing Ning's aura also became stronger. The god realm. Seeing this, the god of darkness's expression froze. This human woman had entered the god realm. Selfless, fearless. She forgot the fear of death and focused on killing the darkness. The silver light around Qing Ning became more and more dazzling. She entered the god realm, surpassing the limits of her physical body. In the blink of an eye, the green lotus dissipated, and when it reappeared, it was already in front of the master of darkness. The green divine spear pierced through the air, its sharpness boundless. The Lord of Darkness focused and crossed his arms to block the incoming attack. Rumbling sounds reverberated throughout the Ziwei galaxy. The azure divine spear's sharpness was overwhelming. It broke through layer after layer of obstacles and headed straight for the Lord of Darkness. The Master of Darkness took half a step back, and his right arm was dyed red. "How dare you!" Seeing blood for the first time, the darkness was furious. With a deep roar, it counterattacked with a heavy palm. The darkness counterattacked. The green lotus trembled. Blood splashed out, dyeing his hair red. Qing Ning stopped and formed a seal with her hands. The green lotus split. 1 gave birth to 2, 2 gave birth to 3, and 3 gave birth to 10,000 things. 10,000 lotuses bloomed, covering the entire starry sky. Green lotuses resonated with each other, purifying the world with green flames. Amidst the green flames that filled the sky, the Master of Darkness frowned and waved his hand to disperse the green lotuses. The green flames dissipated. At the end of his vision, the beautiful figure in the green dress disappeared. Before he could react, the green divine's spear pierced through the air and arrived. With a rumble, the green lotus sacred flame attacked the dark airflow. The clear saint's power of light confronted the power of darkness head-on. Terrifying vibrations spread rapidly, destroying one star after another. In an intense battle, the shadows of darkness and light kept intertwining. The Master of Darkness, who had lost his origin pearl, was no longer at his peak. This gave the light a chance to counterattack. The green lotus sacred flame burned the sky and boiled the sea. Thousands of lotuses bloomed in the starry sky. The green flames spread and sealed the battle. In the distant inner realm, the heavenly music pavilion master used the sound of a guqin to activate the music track. The sound of the great path reverberated, suppressing the power of darkness. The strong cultivators of the human world joined forces, and the battle became white-hot. Even someone as strong as the Master of Darkness was dyed red. The astonishing human willpower surpassed the limits of the physical body. Even though he was injured, it could not stop his determination to kill the darkness. Cracks appeared on Qing Ning's body. Her body, which had been severely injured by the darkness, was on the verge of collapse. However, for the revenge of knowing destiny, her fighting spirit burned even more fiercely. She was fighting with her life. How could she care less about life and death? Her green dress was dyed red, and her hair was dyed a dazzling red by blood. On the other hand, the Master of Darkness's origin pearl had been destroyed, and his injuries could not be healed quickly. As the battle progressed, the injuries on the Master of Darkness's body became more and more serious. The 6 hours that Qing Ning borrowed from the heavens had almost become the Master of Darkness's death sentence. Within 6 hours, even ghosts and gods could not stop her. "Fool, I can only help you for 6 hours. I hope you can make good use of the time." The West Jade Master's words were still vivid in her mind. At the cost of her path assimilation, the West Jade Master had sealed the law of life for Qing Ning and helped her disciple borrow the last 6 hours from the heavens. Qing Ning was severely injured, but it was as if she did not know. Her green spear was like a dragon breaking through a city, attacking without defending. Sensing the abnormality in Qing Ning's body, the Master of Darkness was even more shocked. For the first time, he felt the threat of death. With such injuries, this woman should have died long ago. Why? Ha! With a long shout, Qing Ning's body broke through another realm. Her blood-dyed hair danced wildly in the wind. Her figure shot out like lightning. Her divine spear broke through the obstruction of the darkness and broke through the Master of Darkness's body. The spear that pierced through the Master of Darkness's chest brought out a dazzling vermilion light. The Master of Darkness groaned and retreated several steps. Light appeared. Qing Ning gathered green flames around her body and struck out with a palm, wanting to kill the Master of Darkness before her. The majestic palm had the power to destroy the heavens. Suddenly, Qing Ning's body staggered. Her vital energy trembled, and her attack weakened. The sudden change caused the Master of Darkness's expression to turn serious. He endured his injuries and counterattacked. A shocking palm strike blasted out. The green lotuses around Qing Ning collapsed, and blood splattered across the starry sky. By the time Qing Ning borrowed from the heavens, 6 hours had already passed. Qing Ning's body was on the verge of collapse. "Your time is up," the Master of Darkness said coldly. However, he did not show any mercy. Both his palms were filled with lightning, wanting to finish off the woman before him in one fell swoop. Crepe Myrtle Lotus. As the killing move closed in, Qing Ning used her life-saving move. The lotus closed and blocked the Master of Darkness's lightning. The Master of Darkness snorted coldly. He arrived in front of the green lotus and struck out again, breaking the closed green lotus. The green lotus collapsed, and violent tremors spread out rapidly. The aftershock broke the green spear in Qing Ning's hand. The spear fell out of her hand and fell into the celestial domain. Injuries on top of injuries, Qing Ning's body was about to collapse. Her body began to show signs of collapse. At this moment, what ability do you have to kill me? The Master of Darkness looked at the former's body that was gradually collapsing and mocked. It's enough. The time was about to come. The final moment had arrived. Qing Ning shouted, and his will merged into the void. He gathered all his power and used his final move. Lotus Heart final move, 12 Bodhi Buddhas guarding one. Green light overflowed and the 12 Buddhas appeared. Qing Ning sat cross-legged, and the Saint Lotus manifested. The legendary move of Buddhism appeared in the world for the first time. 12 Bodhi Buddhas, Lotus Heart illuminating the mortal world. In the starry sky, the figures of the 12 Buddhas gradually dissipated. Buddha energy gathered and merged into one. Buddha energy returned to the body, and the 12 Buddhas guarded one. Qing Ning's body was surrounded by Buddha light, showing the ability of a world sovereign for the first time. Chapter 1558. In the Ziwei Galaxy, the last place of light in the human world, the green lotus bloomed to the extreme, and the 12 Buddhas appeared, turning into statues of the Venerable of the World, killing the darkness. The Venerable of the World descended, and the green lotus bloomed. The final move was earth-shattering. In the starry sky, the green lotus was dyed red. On the green lotus, the gray-haired woman sat cross-legged, and her Buddhist cultivation reached an unprecedented level. The Supreme Buddha energy was like a huge wave hitting the sky, and the dark aura was affected and rapidly dissipated. At the same time, in the inner realm, the Heavenly Music Pavilion Master also activated the last of her vital essence. On the sound track, the sound of the Great Path reverberated, calming the chaos. When the sound of the Great Path hit her, the Lord of Darkness felt a sharp pain in her ears, and the dark aura around her trembled violently. An opportunity appeared. On the green lotus, the gray-haired woman was surrounded by Buddhist light. Behind her, the huge Venerable of the World slammed down with a palm, and the terrifying pressure directly collapsed the void, destroying all obstacles. The terrifying palm was extremely shocking. The Lord of Darkness endured her injuries and activated the power of darkness in her palms to counterattack. In an instant, in the starry sky, a huge evil spirit statue appeared. It roared and crashed into the Venerable of the World statue. Boom! In the final confrontation between light and darkness, the Venerable of the World's palm shattered the barrier of darkness and directly shattered half of the Lord of Darkness's body. On the other side, the evil spirit statue also crashed into the Venerable of the World statue. The terrifying aftershock shook and shattered the green lotus. In a move that perished together, both darkness and light were injured, and no one had the upper hand. With a muffled groan, the Lord of Darkness's face contorted. The intense pain made the ruler of darkness feel endless humiliation. The detestable ruler of the human world, if not for the destruction of his origin pearl in the previous battle, he would not be in such a sorry state now. Ugh! The time had passed, and the sky was filled with red. Vital essence overflowed. In front of the collapsed Venerable of the World statue, the gray-haired woman's body flickered, and she finally reached the end of her destiny. In the end, the light could not defeat the darkness in the tragic battle. Her last wish did not come true. The darkness won a Pyrrhic victory. The Lord of Darkness looked at the woman's disappearing figure in front of her, and the hatred in her eyes could not be concealed. To be able to injure me to this extent, your trip was not in vain. Now, it's time for me to see your incompetent face. The Master of Darkness forced his heavily injured body to step forward. His hatred was at its peak. He had to personally witness the helplessness of the woman before him. 3 steps away, Qing Ning's aura rapidly dispersed. Her divine soul was on the verge of dispersing, and her physical body was rapidly collapsing. Let's enter seamless together. Suddenly, a blood-red light flashed across Qing Ning's eyes. Her dying gaze was like the river of forgetfulness. Ugh! The Master of Darkness staggered as he felt a sharp pain in his consciousness. The corners of his mouth turned red. The sudden change shocked the Darkness Master. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He immediately retreated and left the battlefield. In the distance, the shocked 3 dark heavenly kings also left and disappeared from the battlefield. In the starry sky, Qing Ning, whose vitality and soul were about to dissipate, looked in the direction the Darkness Lord had left in. A trace of powerlessness and regret flashed through her dim eyes. In the end, he still couldn't avenge him. In the dark abyss, the heavily injured Darkness King hurriedly rushed back. At this moment, in front of the dark abyss, an extremely fast sword light pierced through the air. The cold air on the sword was bone-chilling. The Darkness King was shocked. He turned his palm to block the sword light. With a loud boom, the void devoured the remaining energy. In the blink of an eye, a white light flashed from afar. The blurry figure was unbelievably fast. The sword light of oblivion was fast. The Darkness King blocked 2 swords and was hit once. His injuries worsened. Grand Supreme, it's you. Sensing the aura of the newcomer, the Darkness King's expression turned grave. He raised his dark aura again and blocked the sword. We have always minded our own business. Are you trying to start a war with me? The Darkness King turned his palm to block the sword again. The injuries in his body backfired, and the corners of his mouth turned red again. With a whoosh, the sword light pierced through his black armor. The Darkness King's physical body was injured again. Mu Qingxue, who had transformed into a Grand Supreme, didn't say a word. He was hit by the divine sword at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, a black sword light flashed from behind. The heavenly kings had intervened to help the Darkness King. 2 divine swords, one black and one white, clashed. The terrifying aftershock caused the 2 to retreat a few steps. My lord, heal your injuries first. Leave this person to me. The heavenly kings spoke and blocked the ancient sovereign with their swords. You overestimate yourself. Murderous intent flashed in Mu Qingxue's eyes. He stepped out and disappeared instantly. In front of the darkness abyss, the Darkness King didn't hesitate. He stepped into the abyss and left the battle. Whoosh! The moment the Darkness King stepped into the abyss, the white sword light flashed and brought out another stream of blood. The Darkness King, who was injured again, didn't stop. He flashed out of the darkness abyss and disappeared. Behind him, the heavenly kings arrived and stopped the Grand Supreme. Back off! Mu Qingxue shouted coldly. He waved his sword and forced the Darkness King to retreat. After a moment of hesitation, Mu Qingxue stepped into the darkness abyss. Just as the Grand Supreme was chasing after the severely injured Darkness King, Qing Ning, who was at the end of her life in the Ziwei Star Zone, looked at the mortal world. She turned into starlight and returned to heaven and earth. Even though she felt regretful, she didn't have any strength left at this moment. The experts of the inner world died one after another in the great calamity, but it left the survivors with a glimmer of hope. Is it worth it? At this moment, a soft sigh sounded in the void. It was so soft that it was almost inaudible. In the next moment, a beautiful woman in a light blue dress strode out from the starry sky. Her slightly pale face carried a trace of sickly frailty. In the starry sky, the aftermath of the battle hadn't dissipated. The airflow shook, and the woman covered her mouth and coughed a few times. Her sickly body seemed abnormally weak. The woman was too young. She looked like she was only 20 years old. Unlike cultivators who could retain their youthful looks, there were almost no signs of age on her body. However, this was the most terrifying part. The woman's aura was too strong. Vaguely, she had the aura of an overlord. A 20-year-old overlord. Not to mention this Dharma-ending age, even in the primordial age when gods and demons were everywhere, such a miracle had never happened. Someone as strong as the knowing destiny state had 10 tomes of arcane and cultivated for nearly 2,000 years before he stepped into the sovereign realm. This was already the limit of human cultivation speed. Even in the entire human era, it was definitely an outstanding achievement. However, everything, talent, effort, and opportunities, seemed so pale in front of the woman in front of him. A 20-year-old overlord was unbelievably terrifying. Cough, cough. In the starry sky, the aftermath of the battle shook. The woman covered her mouth and coughed a few more times. Her face turned paler. A smear of blood appeared and seeped out from the gaps between her fingers. The woman couldn't hide the exhaustion in her eyes. She looked at the starry sky and raised her hand. Suddenly, a shocking scene happened. In the starry sky, time flowed backward, and heaven and earth went against the flow. Chapter 1559. In the east of the God realm, the situation changed rapidly. Floating islands floated in the void. The celestial venerables in the human world focused on cultivating, not daring to waste a single second. After the calamity in the human world, everyone knew that they didn't have much time left. The human world had been destroyed. Next, the God realm and the other 5 levels of heaven would be affected. If they couldn't stop it, there would be no place for them in the entire 3 realms. Hua Zhongye, Ji Ming, and Qing Ning died in battle one after another. It was a painful blow to the celestial venerables in the human world, especially those from the inner realm. While they were sad, they had to suppress their emotions and focus on cultivating. The celestial venerables in the 5 divine lands also felt the drastic change in the human world. They were terrified. No one knew that the power of darkness would spread to the God realm. The fluctuations from the successive battles in the human world made the gods and demons realize how powerful the power of darkness was. The darkness was at its peak, and the light was completely suppressed. In the age of chaos, the light had no way to compete with the darkness. In the west of the God realm, on Buddha Mountain, the demon lord protected the west day after day, not allowing the calamity to affect the western Buddhist realm. The demon lord loved this land deeply and cherished the hard-won peace more than anyone else. He would protect the peace of the west even if he had to sacrifice his life. Similarly, in the south of the God realm, the rising sun dragon god also protected the land of the south with all his strength. Compared to the western Buddhist realm and the south, the heaven realm and the great northern emperor no longer had a ruler to protect them. The impact of the calamity had spread across the world. The earth was cracked, and the floods and tsunamis were getting more and more serious. The people of the 2 realms were in deep trouble. Even if the celestial venerables wanted to help, they couldn't do anything at this moment. In the human world, the collapsed heaven and earth had no trace of life. All the planets with life had been completely destroyed by the darkness. In the boundless void, there were only dried-up dead planets floating. In the eternal silence, the world seemed to have returned to the time before the creation of the world, but it was not the same. In the boundless void, the Ziwei galaxy was isolated. Ji Ming and Qing Ning risked their lives to protect it, becoming the last light in the human world. In the center of the galaxy, the celestial realm rose and fell. After a series of battles, the celestial realm was almost destroyed. Meanwhile, at the end of the star domain, a great life star floated up and down, independent from the world. Among the many great life stars, it was so different. The Pure Land created by the Nether King had been separated from the human world for too long. The laws of the world inside were different from the outside world. Even though the Nether King's barrier had been destroyed for thousands of years, the laws of the inner and outer realms hadn't completely assimilated. Perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. The great calamity of sky beyond heaven did not affect the inner realm much. Aside from a few extremely powerful rulers, no one realized that the world outside had changed. In the extreme north of the inner realm, the heavenly music pavilion's master, had gone through a great battle. The front of the heavenly music pavilion's clothes were stained with blood and 4 strings of the 7-stringed zither were broken. The heavenly music pavilion master was severely injured from the backlash of the dark force. If not for the protection of the sound of the great path, she would have died in the previous battle. The darkness was too strong, so strong that it was beyond the reach of human experts. In a world of ice and snow, a beautiful but slightly pale woman in a light blue dress walked alone. She walked through thousands of mountains and rivers, through wind and rain. In front of a peach tree that was about to be crushed by the snow, the woman stopped and gently brushed away the snow on the peach tree. Her expression was calm without a trace of killing intent. The snow fell to the ground and the peach tree swayed gently as if it was thanking the woman. The woman covered her mouth and coughed a few times. The exhaustion in her eyes became stronger. Time passed and flowers bloomed and withered. The woman continued to walk in the human world. Even though her cultivation continued to improve, the woman's body deteriorated day by day. The gap of 30 years old seemed impossible to cross. After reincarnation, the result still couldn't be changed. At 29 years old, the woman's cultivation had reached the peak of the monarch realm. She was invincible in the human world. Even the powerhouses of the god realm couldn't sense her aura. At the end of this year, the woman left the extreme north and came to the god realm. Somehow, as if fate was pulling her, the woman walked across the land of the great Xia. Looking at the beautiful scenery that stretched for thousands of miles, her spirit seemed to have improved. As time passed, the rulers of the great Xia changed generation after generation. However, the spirit of the Marquis continued. He was like a guardian, protecting the glory of the great Xia. Fallen Moon City, an ancient city that had become a legend. The woman walked over. When she arrived, her body was already very weak. She had to rest after taking a few steps. Cough, cough. Violent coughing sounded. Blood dripped from the corner of the woman's mouth and dyed the ancient city red. "Miss, are you okay?" At this moment, a young man in red appeared beside the woman. He looked calm and asked, "I'm fine." The woman shook her head and replied. The young man in red looked at the woman's struggling figure and pondered. Why did he feel that the woman was familiar? "Miss, have we met before?" The young man in red took 2 steps forward and asked. "Why do you ask?" The woman stopped walking and smiled tiredly. "I feel that you look very familiar, but I can't remember where I've seen you before," the young man in red said truthfully. The woman raised her head and looked at the young man beside her. After a moment, she shook her head and said, "No." After saying that, the woman did not stay any longer and walked forward step by step. The young man in red looked at the woman's back and became more and more confused. He really felt that he had seen this woman before. In a dilapidated ancient temple in Fallen Moon City, the woman stopped and looked at the fireworks in the sky. Her tired eyes flashed with nostalgia. What beautiful fireworks! Today, she seemed to have seen that young man before. However, she could not remember. Cough, cough. The woman leaned against the pillar of the ancient temple. She covered her mouth and coughed violently. Blood flowed from the gaps between her fingers and dyed her clothes red. It also dyed the stone slabs of the ancient temple red. At the end of one's lifespan, fate had arrived. Even a monarch could not change the cruelty of fate. In Fallen Moon City, the woman gradually closed her eyes. At the end of the night, before the dawn arrived, the young man in red walked in front of the ancient temple. Seeing the woman lying powerlessly in the temple, he was shocked. "Mississippi," the young man in red stepped forward and reached out to check the woman's pulse. However, he could not feel any tremors. Boom! Right at this moment, thunder rumbled in the sky. The sky that had been clear a moment ago was immediately covered by dark clouds. The woman who was not accepted by heaven and earth had reached the end of her lifespan. Furious thunder descended from the sky and lit the entire temple on fire. The blazing thunder and fire lit up the night as bright as day. The thunder and fire burned away all traces in the temple, including the bodies of the man and woman. It was said that this night, someone seemed to have heard the cry of a phoenix from the direction of the temple. It was so loud. Chapter 1560. In Divine Land, the phoenix's brief appearance shocked the world. When the masters of the inner realm arrived at the ruined temple in Moonfall City, the entire temple had been burned to ashes by the thunder fire. Everything inside had disappeared. The miracle of the phoenix had become untraceable. Those who saw it insisted that they had seen it, but more people thought that it was just a lie made up by these people. At the end of the dark abyss, Grand Supreme, who had entered the dark abyss alone, chased after the Lord of Darkness for several years. He had fought several times, but every time he was about to kill the Lord of Darkness, he was stopped by the three dark heavenly kings. The injuries on the Lord of Darkness's body were getting worse and worse. Since the Origin Pearl was destroyed, his immortal body was broken, and his injuries were difficult to recover quickly. With one battle after another, his body was rapidly consumed, and he was no longer at his peak. Grand Supreme's pursuit was endless. The Lord of Darkness had no time to heal his injuries, let alone devour the origin of the human world. In order to fight against the darkness, the masters of the human world kept sacrificing themselves, but they also dealt a heavy blow to the darkness. 10 years, Grand Supreme had chased after the Lord of Darkness for 10 years and fought countless battles. In the last battle, Grand Supreme's sword even pierced the Lord of Darkness's chest. It was just a hair's breadth away from killing the master of the dark world. However, this fatal sword was blocked by Evil God, one of the three dark heavenly kings. Grand Supreme's sword missed by an inch and failed to deliver a fatal blow to the Lord of Darkness. Evil God burned his life and turned the dark abyss into a cage, trapping Grand Supreme's steps. The Lord of Darkness finally got a chance to breathe and escaped from the dark abyss. In the human world, the Lord of Darkness appeared again with the ability to devour the heavens. In an instant, the dark aura kept spreading and devouring the origin of heaven and earth in the human world. In the dark abyss, Grand Supreme, who was restrained by the dark abyss, gathered all his power and kept attacking the cage of heaven and earth. The rumbling shook the world. The cage of heaven and earth was attacked and became more and more unstable. In the battle of time, the winner lived and the loser died. In the human world, the Ziwei galaxy was affected by the dark power in the distance. The entire Ziwei galaxy began to change. Many planets with life began to wither, and the people were in a terrible situation. The last light in the human world was about to disappear. At this moment, a huge fire phoenix appeared between heaven and earth and collided with the dark aura. At the end of reincarnation, the figure of the fire phoenix was faintly discernible, trying its best to stop the dark aura's corrosion. After an unknown period of time, in the sky above the Ziwei star zone, a huge reincarnation vortex appeared again and swallowed up the fire phoenix. Without the hindrance of the fire phoenix, the dark power quickly spread to every corner of the Ziwei star zone, devouring the last bit of light in the human world. Above the inner realm, a dark aura pressed down. The inner realm was about to be destroyed, and billions of creatures were terrified. Ji Ming died in battle, the demonic butterfly turned into the Tao, and AI Ran passed away. There were no more protectors in the inner realm. At this time, in the distance, a blood-soaked woman with gray hair appeared, using her body to block the darkness. Qing Ning, who was saved by the law of time reversal, once again stood in front of the darkness, her green dress stained with blood. "You didn't die." In the void extremely far away, the Lord of Darkness sensed something. He opened his eyes and spoke in a deep voice. Above the inner realm, Qing Ning's white hair danced in the wind. She didn't say a word and released her full cultivation. The blooming green lotuses formed a 10,000 lotus barrier in front of them, not allowing the darkness to take even half a step into the barrier. Knowing how crazy the humans were when they fought with their lives on the line, the Lord of Darkness, who hadn't recovered from his serious injuries, didn't want to take the risk. He didn't rush to attack and instead chose to continue devouring the world's source energy to repair his serious injuries. Just as the darkness and light clashed again, in the God realm, a baby girl was abandoned in a world of ice and snow. She cried endlessly under the heavy snow. Not far away, in the only village in a remote place, an old woman heard the baby girl's cry and quickly went to pick her up. The baby girl was very delicate. She seemed to have caught a cold in the snow, and her little face was a bit pale. The old woman took the baby girl home and took good care of her. Almost at the same time, in Feng City, 100,000 miles away from the village, the wife of the city lord gave birth to a baby boy. The city lord of Feng City was one of the few powerful cultivators within 100,000 miles. His cultivation had reached the heavenly Tao realm. Within 100,000 miles, many sects rose and fell. The appearance of the baby boy could be said to be doted on by everyone. The city lord of Feng City prepared all the best medicine, waiting for the baby boy to step on the path of martial arts to cleanse his marrow. In the blink of an eye, 5 years passed. The baby boy displayed astonishing talent in martial art. At the age of 5, he automatically received the heavenly awakening. On the day of the heavenly awakening, a huge fire phoenix phantom appeared in the world, shocking everyone. And 100,000 miles away, the baby girl began to slowly grow up. The baby girl's body was very weak, and she often fell sick. Sometimes, she would be bedridden for several months. The old woman was very old, and her body was also very weak. She didn't have much time left. However, the old woman was worried about the little girl she picked up, so she endured through the winter. This year, winter passed, and spring arrived. The old woman finally couldn't hold on any longer and passed away. The little girl cried very sadly. At such a young age, she had already experienced the pain of being separated by life and death. The little girl, who wasn't even 6 years old, cried until she fainted. When she fainted, there were still tears in the corners of her eyes. When the little girl fainted, the surrounding world's spiritual energy automatically flowed into the little girl's body. Something unheard of actually happened. In Fengqing, the little boy, who wasn't even 6 years old, experienced the heavenly awakening. Coupled with the rich resources of Fengqing, his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. Compared to the majority of people, the little boy had the best starting point in martial arts. Whether it was talent, resources, or comprehension, he was the best choice. Time passed so quickly. In the blink of an eye, another 7 years had passed. The 13-year-old young master Fengqing was tall and handsome. In 7 years, he reached the treading immortal realm. The youth who could be called a miracle shook the entire northern realm of the god. Even in the history of the divine realm, no one had ever seen or heard of such a shocking display of cultivation. The Scion of Light. Everyone in Fengqing thought that young Master Fengqing was the Scion of Light who was favored by the heavens. And 100,000 miles away, in a village that no one knew about, the little girl had also grown up. At the age of 13, she was slim and elegant. The little girl didn't understand martial arts, nor did she cultivate any techniques. She was just like a girl from an ordinary family. However, in the girl's Dantian Chi Sea, after 7 years, it had already formed a huge ocean. It was so wide that one couldn't see the end of it. Even a treading immortal realm warrior would pale in comparison. Around the girl, heaven and earth spiritual energy constantly flowed into her body. As the girl's Dantian Chi Sea opened up, the spiritual energy flowed faster and faster. Young Master Fengqing will definitely become the youngest heavenly Tao realm warrior in the history of the gods. In Fengqing, the consecrators of Fengqing witnessed the miraculous cultivation progress of young Master Fengqing. All of them sighed. Boom! At this moment, in the distant north, the sky changed color as the wind and clouds surged. Heavenly Tao tribulation. In Fengqing, a consecrator sensed the changes in the north and exclaimed, Which senior has stepped into the heavenly Tao realm? In the north, in a village with only a few families, a girl stopped what she was doing and looked at the horizon with a frown. The next moment, lightning bolts descended from the sky. Chapter 1561. In the northern region of the divine world, in a village 100,000 miles north of Phoenix City, lightning was surging as the sky changed color. The heavenly Tao's calamity was earth-shattering. Under the lightning, a young girl looked at the sky with puzzlement. The lightning descended, but before it could land on the girl, it quickly dissipated, unable to harm her at all. It was a shocking scene. On the girl's body, a bluish-white brilliance faintly appeared, impervious to all attacks. Why? The girl was puzzled, unable to understand why the lightning struck her. In the village, the villagers looked at the girl as though she was a monster. Their faces were filled with horror. Under the lightning, the girl looked back and saw the villagers' horrified gazes. Her expression dimmed slightly. Although she did not know why the lightning in the sky struck her, she knew that she was an anomaly in the eyes of the villagers. A day later, when the lightning dissipated, the girl left the village. In Phoenix City, the youth practiced martial arts and his cultivation rose day by day. He was the focus of the entire northern region's attention. A 13-year-old treading immortal was unprecedented. The Lord of Phoenix City gathered the best swordsmiths in the northern region. Then, he searched the entire northern region for rare divine materials to forge an unparalleled sharp divine sword. When the youth was 15, he reached the peak of the treading immortal realm, just a step away from the heavenly Tao realm. And at that moment the divine sword was finally forged. On the day the divine sword was forged, the clouds in the 9 heavens changed as lightning descended. The youth used his blood as the tip of the divine sword. In an instant, the sword beam soared into the sky, splitting apart the tribulation clouds. The youth obtained the divine sword and broke through the heavenly Tao realm's barrier, officially stepping into the heavenly Tao realm. A 15-year-old heavenly Tao realm expert was terrifying. No one had ever heard of such a feat. The Lord of Phoenix City was overjoyed and invited all the heroes in the world to celebrate. Ever since Empress Shui Yun's disappearance, the northern region no longer had a ruler. The heavenly Tao realm experts had their own camps, and no one was willing to bow their heads to others. However, the appearance of a peerless genius in Phoenix City allowed the city to suppress many factions. Perhaps it would not be long before Phoenix City truly stood above all the other factions. Not far from Phoenix City, in the Full Moon Dynasty, a young girl entered the dynasty's borders. In 2 years, she read all the books in the world. Although she was a girl, her talent was unparalleled. When the emperor of the Full Moon Dynasty heard of such a remarkable girl among the people, he specially issued a decree to summon her. The young girl entered the hall. In the hall, the 4 great scholars were ordered to wait. During the debate in the imperial court, the young girl used her astonishing talent to defeat 4 world-renowned scholars, shocking the world. That year, the young girl was conferred the title of Kingdom Knight and became the youngest Kingdom Knight in the history of Yueluan Kingdom. The beauty of the young girl, coupled with the sharpness of young Master Feng Qing, made the 2 of them the Northern Territory's civil and martial prowess. Their radiance was incomparable. The young girl and the young man both knew of each other's existence, but neither of them had seen each other before. Finally, when the youth was 17 years old, he achieved great success in the Tao of the Sword. He hacked apart the heavens with a single strike, shocking the world once again. He had entered the clear Tao at a young age, but his combat strength was already close to the Tao extermination realm. It was terrifying. This year, the young man defeated the Lord of Phoenix City and became the #1 expert in Phoenix City. Phoenix City Sword God. He was a name that shook the world, a 17-year-old expert of the path of reasoning. He was only half a step away from becoming the ruler of a region. The youth left the city and began to challenge the world. In a year, the youth challenged the 33 large sects of the Northern Territory. He won 33 consecutive battles without a single defeat. At 18 years old, the youth was half a step into the path of destruction. After defeating the immortal lords of the 33 large sects, his status in the Northern Territory was no different from Empress Shui Yun's. In the Western Buddhist world and the Southern Divine world, the demon supremacy and the rising sun flood god witnessed the youth's astonishing growth with their own eyes. No one interfered. The Northern Territory needed a ruler, and this youth was the best candidate. After the youth defeated the immortal lords of the 33 large sects, he headed for Yueluan Kingdom. The imperial tutor of Yueluan Kingdom was a peak path reasoning grand cultivator. He had extraordinary strength and could be said to be the strongest person in Yueluan Kingdom. For many years, the Yueluan Kingdom had prospered because of the imperial tutor's existence. From the east, the youth wielded his sword and fought his way to Yueluan Kingdom's capital. The stunning Phoenix City sword god was unstoppable. Experts of the heavenly Tao realm could not even withstand a single strike from the youth. The youth's overbearing edge forced the Yueluan Kingdom's imperial tutor to take action. This battle could be said to be the most intense battle since the youth challenged the world. The Yueluan Kingdom's imperial tutor was abnormally powerful. He was not much weaker than the Empress of the past. The youth fought very hard and was stained red several times during the battle. However, the youth still won. The youth's divine sword sliced through the Yueluan Kingdom's imperial tutor's staff, severely injuring the guardian of Yueluan Kingdom. Boom! Just as the two's battle came to an end, in the southwest corner of Yueluan Kingdom's capital, an astonishing aura exploded in an inconspicuous residence. It caused the world to change color as lightning struck. "There's another expert." The youth sensed an extremely powerful spiritual energy fluctuation in the distance as his expression turned solemn. Without any hesitation, the youth took a step forward and rushed towards the southwest corner of the capital. All around the capital, the nobles of Yueluan Kingdom looked towards the location where the lightning tribulation was descending. All of them were shocked. That direction was the residence of the female Kingdom Knight. In the Kingdom Knight's residence, the girl's body was surrounded by a white luster that formed a barrier that blocked the sea of lightning. Compared to 3 years ago, the girl had grown a lot. Not only was she astonishingly talented, but she had also officially stepped onto the path of martial arts. Lightning struck from the sky and blocked the white luster, making it difficult for it to pass through. The heavenly tribulation was endless, but the girl looked fearless. Her slender hand was surrounded by the white luster, and an ordinary sword flew over. It directly cut through tens of thousands of thunderbolts. At the same time, in the east, the youth rushed over. Seeing the girl's astonishing sword, a strong desire to fight burst out from his eyes. The youth came out to challenge the girl, wanting to compete with her. After seeing the youth, the girl guessed his identity. After all, in the northern region, the only person who had such a powerful sword will was the Phoenix City sword god. In the capital, experts were constantly rushing over from all directions because the fluctuations of the heavenly tribulation just now were too shocking. The girl stood quietly in the residence, looking at the youth in front of her who was challenging her with a sword. She frowned again. "Please enlighten me," the youth said with a calm expression. Outside the Kingdom Knight's residence, even the consecrators of Yueluan Kingdom had rushed over. The Phoenix City sword god was too powerful, so they had to be careful of his whereabouts. The situation outside the residence was changing, but the atmosphere in the Kingdom Knight's residence was relatively quiet. The girl looked at the youth in front of her without saying a word. For a few seconds, the youth waited for the girl to make a move. However, the girl didn't move at all. Her eyes were calm, without any ripples. After 10 seconds, the youth drew his sword. As soon as the sword was drawn, the wind and clouds were in chaos. In an instant, the two geniuses of the northern region officially confronted each other. The divine sword was extremely sharp. It cut through the void and rushed in front of the girl. Then, a shocking scene happened. The moment the divine sword in the youth's hand was about to touch the girl, the brilliance on the divine sword dissipated. The white luster of the moon appeared around the girl and dissipated the sharpness of the divine sword. At the same time, the ordinary sword was drawn out of the sheath and defeated the enemy with one strike. Chapter 1562. In the north, the Ueluan kingdom, the twin walls of civil and martial arts had officially clashed. In just one move, the young sword god of Phoenix City had suffered a crushing defeat. The result shocked the world. The sword god of Phoenix City, who had defeated the 33 lords of the Immortal Mountains in the north, had suffered a crushing defeat in one move. It was beyond everyone's expectations. In an instant, the female kingdom knight of the Ueluan kingdom had attracted the attention of the world. The realm of the gods valued martial prowess. Even though the girl and the young sword god of Phoenix City were known as the twin walls of civil and martial arts of the north, the young sword god of Phoenix City had received far more attention than the girl. Now, the kingdom knight of the Ueluan kingdom had shocked the entire realm of the gods. To defeat the sword god of Phoenix City in one move, even a Tao annihilation expert would find it difficult to do so. Could it be that the kingdom knight of the Ueluan kingdom has surpassed the Tao annihilation realm? In the realm of the gods, the heavenly Tao realm experts looked at the north in shock. Two peerless geniuses have appeared in the same era. I wonder if it's lucky or unlucky. The young sword god of Phoenix City had a high chance of becoming the strongest person in the realm of the gods. Now that he has suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the kingdom knight, it will be difficult for him to improve in the future. What a pity! Who would have thought that the Ueluan kingdom would have such a powerful kingdom knight? The sword god of Phoenix City is already a peerless expert comparable to the Tao annihilation realm. In any other era, it would be impossible for someone of the same generation to suppress her. It can only be said that the sword god of Phoenix City was born in the wrong era. In the realm of the gods, the celestial venerables who had witnessed the battle sighed. Perhaps it was their honor to witness the birth of two peerless geniuses in this era. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the two of them grew into peerless experts who could shock the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Heroes emerge in troubled times. A new era has come. In the southern region of the realm of the gods, the rising sun flood god and the demon supremacy looked at the north with solemn expressions. The talent of these two is truly astonishing. In front of the rising sun temple, the moon goddess said, "Brother, do you remember when such monstrous geniuses appeared?" No. The rising sun flood god shook his head. Even the lord of the east immortal world, whose name once shook the 9 majors and 10 lands, had to cultivate for 1,000 years to reach his current level. An 18-year-old Tao extinguisher realm expert is almost unimaginable. The path of martial arts was divided into the Hotian, Xiantian, Immortal Treading, and Heavenly Tao realms. It seemed like there were only 4 major realms, but the difference between each major realm was like the difference between heaven and earth. Even a peerless genius of an era would need 100 years or even 1,000 years to cross a major realm. But in front of these two people, the chasm between realms didn't seem to exist. In the north, the young god of swords of Phoenix City was defeated and returned to Phoenix City. Returning to Phoenix City after a year, everything had changed. The glory he had before his departure was no longer there. His undefeated legend had been shattered. In front of the city, the Lord of Feng City was silently waiting. When he saw his son return, his expression dimmed. "Father," the youth bowed and said, "don't be discouraged." Like all fathers in the world, the first thing Feng Qing did was to comfort his child. The young man smiled and said, "Father, don't worry, I'm fine." On the streets of the city, father and son had a heart-to-heart talk before returning to the city lord's residence. In the next 3 years, the youth did not leave Phoenix City. He focused on his swordsmanship. Starting from the most basic slash and stab, the god of swords of Phoenix City relearned his swordsmanship in order to reach a higher level of sword Tao. When the sword reached the extreme, it returned to its original state. At the beginning of the sword, there was only a slash and a stab. The Lord of Feng City witnessed the changes in the youth with his own eyes. From the initial sharpness to the current state of returning to its original state, he did not know whether to feel gratified or emotional. He knew that his child had grown up. Failure might not be a bad thing at times. At the same time, in the Yueluan kingdom, the young girl's residence was bustling with visitors for the past year. High officials and powerful cultivators came to visit, but they were all politely rejected by the young girl. Even though she had defeated the young god of swords of Phoenix City and become famous, the young girl's daily routine did not change. Apart from reading and writing, she would trim the flowers and plants in the courtyard. The young girl rarely cultivated. However, reading and writing, trimming the flowers and plants was the best cultivation for the young girl. Day after day, the young girl's cultivation continued to rise rapidly. Her every movement contained the principles of heaven and earth, a realm that ordinary people could not understand. To some extent, the young girl was already the #1 person in the realm of the god. In terms of realm, even the demon lord of Buddha Mountain and the sea god of the southern region were slightly inferior to her. In the east of the realm of the gods, the experts from the human world had almost disappeared since they came to the realm of the gods. They rarely appeared in front of people. The great calamity of the human world made the experts of the human world realize the urgency of time. They cultivated day by day in order to one day have the power to fight back against the darkness. The incident in the north of the realm of the gods spread to the east. However, the experts of the East did not appear because they knew that no matter how strong a genius was, if they could not surpass the constraints of heaven and earth, they would not be able to survive this great calamity. If heaven and earth were destroyed, the human world would only be left with darkness. In the north of the realm of the gods, the most peaceful 3 years passed. The young god of swords of Phoenix City finally left Phoenix City. 3 years later, the young boy had grown into a handsome young man. He preferred plain white clothes and his aura was restrained. He looked no different from an ordinary person. When the young boy left Phoenix City, the wind and clouds moved in the sky. It was a shocking scene. All the people of the realm of the gods looked at the north with serious expressions. The young god of swords of Phoenix City was stronger than he was 3 years ago. Moreover, his aura was completely different. If the god of swords of Phoenix City 3 years ago was a sharp divine sword, now the sword had returned to its scabbard and its sharpness could be retracted freely. In the capital of Yueluan Kingdom, in a quiet courtyard in the southwest of the city, a young girl felt the strong sword pressure from the east. She ignored it and continued trimming the flowers and plants in the courtyard. The world watched as the god of swords of Phoenix City walked from the east and arrived at the capital of Yueluan Kingdom. In front of the courtyard, the young boy stopped and looked at the young girl who was busy in the courtyard. He did not disturb her. After an unknown period of time, the young girl finished trimming the flowers and plants in the courtyard. She looked out of the courtyard and said softly, "Come in." "Thank you." The young boy thanked her and stepped into the courtyard. In the courtyard, the two of them looked at each other. The young boy looked at the young girl in front of him and said, "Please advise me." "You have become stronger," the young girl said calmly. The young boy pulled out his divine sword and said, "3 years ago, I am indebted to you for showing me mercy. Today, I would like to ask for your advice again." The young girl nodded and said, "Come." As soon as she finished speaking, the atmosphere in the courtyard changed. The shocking aura instantly materialized and caused the surrounding space to distort violently. The young boy moved like lightning and swept in front of the young girl. It was a simple yet sharp sword. It was simple and unadorned, but it had the power to cut through the sky. Around the young girl, a white light rose. In an instant, an extremely heavy aura spread out and dispersed the sword will that filled the sky. Sovereign. In the southern region of the realm of the gods and the western world of Buddhism, The rising sun dragon god and the demon lord felt the powerful aura from the north, and their expressions changed. Boom! In the north, the sovereign had started the battle. The heavens were shocked. Chapter 1563. In the dark abyss, the Grand Supreme waved his sword and broke the bindings. He stepped out of the dark abyss. Outside the dark abyss, the once prosperous human world had turned into a boundless void. All the stars had disappeared and collapsed. In the void, the dark abyss filled the air. In the dark abyss, thousands of threads intertwined. The Lord of Darkness stood among them, his aura rising day by day. After devouring the origin of heaven and earth, the Lord of Darkness gradually recovered. He was not inferior to his peak. In the chest of the Lord of Darkness, a strong dark abyss gathered and formed a black pearl. The origin pearl of life reappeared. Its power was majestic and shocking. The cold aura made people shudder. In the last place of light in the human world, in front of the Z-Way galaxy, a white-haired woman sat cross-legged on a green lotus. Her body was filled with Buddha's light, resisting the increasing dark abyss. Qing Ning, who had once turned into Tao, had a better understanding of Tao than anyone else in the world. Although the darkness was strong, it could not surpass the Buddha's power of light. The confrontation between light and darkness had lasted for decades. The Lord of Darkness was afraid of the madness of humans when they fought for their lives. Before he gathered all his power, he was unwilling to fight with the last guardian of the human world. However, as time passed, the Lord of Darkness, who had devoured the origin of the human world, gradually recovered to his peak. There were even signs of a breakthrough. The last light in the human world was about to be extinguished. There was not much time left for the human world. In the north of the heavenly world, in the capital of the Ueluan kingdom, after 3 years, the Feng City sword god and the girl fought again. The girl entered the monarch realm. Her cultivation was extremely strong. Her body was surrounded by a white light and was invulnerable. Compared to the girl, the young sword god of Feng City's cultivation did not change much compared to 3 years ago. However, his swordsmanship was very different. The divine sword was unsheathed. An earth-shattering sword power swept through the entire capital of the Ueluan kingdom. All the gods and demons in the heavenly world felt the strong sword pressure in the north, and were shocked. The sword of the young sword god of Feng City was so strong. In the capital of the Ueluan kingdom, the sword qi intertwined. The sword qi passed through the bodies of the commoners but did not hurt them. However, it was this gentle sword that made all the gods and devils feel an indescribable pressure. In a small courtyard in the southwest of the capital, the sword qi spread out with the courtyard as the center. The sword will of the sword was shocking. In the center of the sword qi, the Phoenix City sword god walked forward step by step. His pace was not fast, but each step was as heavy as a mountain. Within the storm of sword energy, the young girl stood still. She looked at the youth walking towards her and softly said, "Your sword has changed. Miss, you have to be careful. I still can't completely control my sword. Miss, you're too strong. I can't hold back." The young man kindly reminded her. "There's no need to worry. Just go all out." The young girl nodded. The young man did not say anything else. His sword will continued to rise as the space around him started to distort. At this moment, his body started to turn illusory. In the blink of an eye, the young man's body disappeared into thin air. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the young girl. The divine sword slashed out, its power majestic and shocking. After 3 years of recultivation, the sword will had been reborn. The young girl focused and raised her right hand, using her fingers to block the sharp edge of the divine sword. The invulnerable moon-white brilliance scattered the sharpness of the sword. However, the power of the divine sword did not decrease and continued to press down. Beneath the two of them, the ground caved in. Everything that was 10 feet wide was destroyed. In this battle of 10 feet, the two of them controlled their power within 10 feet so that it did not affect anyone else. Compared to the earth-shattering battle between gods and demons, the battle between the two of them did not seem too intense. However, only a true powerhouse could feel the danger of the battle between the two of them. The extremely condensed power became abnormally terrifying. Its destructive power was comparable to an explosion. Even a monarch's body could not withstand it. This battle lasted for half a day. When the sun set in the west, the battle came to an end. The young sword god of Phoenix City was defeated. He lost by half a move. The young girl's cultivation far surpassed the young man's. The difference in talent was not something that could be easily made up for. It was an expected result. The only difference was that 3 years ago, the young man could not even take a single move from the young girl. In just 3 years, the young sword god of Phoenix City was able to fight with the young girl for half a day. I lost. The young man admitted defeat. With a serious expression, he said, "Thank you for your guidance. I will return now. I hope that in the future, I will have the opportunity to ask you for guidance again." The young girl looked at the setting sun in the west and softly said, "I am 21 years old this year." The young man was startled. He said, "What a coincidence. I am the same age as you." The young girl retracted her gaze and gently shook her head. She said, "You are different. You still have a long way to go. Go back. I hope that I can wait until the day you come again." The young man left with doubts and returned to Phoenix City. In the small courtyard, the young girl looked at the setting sun in the west and sighed softly. The setting sun was infinitely beautiful. It was just that dusk was approaching. The young girl walked to the flower bed in the courtyard and continued to tidy the plant. After returning to Phoenix City, the young man went into seclusion again. There was always someone better than him. There was always a sword above a sword. The young man went into seclusion for 8 years. 8 years was just a blink of an eye for the gods and demons. The lifespan of a cultivator was too long. The strongest of them could even live as long as the heavens and earth. In the southwest of the Ueluan Kingdom's capital, a young girl looked to the east. Her tired eyes flashed with regret. In the end, she still could not wait for him? She was 29 years old this year. What a pity. 8 years had passed. His sword should have become stronger. However, she could not see it. 7 days later, in Phoenix City, thunder rumbled. The Phoenix City sword god came out of seclusion. An earth-shattering sword pressure surged wildly and spread from Phoenix City to the entire realm of the gods. It was a powerful sword that could destroy the heavens and destroy the Tao. The Phoenix City sword god came out of seclusion. His body surged with dazzling sword current. He was like the king of swords. Tens of thousands of swords formed a path in the sky. The young man walked toward the Ueluan Kingdom's capital, ready to challenge the young girl for the 3rd time. In the Ueluan Kingdom's capital, everyone looked at the sky in shock. What a powerful sword! In the void, the young man walked through the void. Every step he took, a sword mark appeared in the void. Within 100 feet of the young man, all the laws of heaven and earth disappeared. Only the Tao of swords remained. At the same time, in the southwest of the capital, there was no sound in the quiet courtyard. It was as if no one knew of the young man's arrival. In a few seconds, the young man walked from Phoenix City to the Ueluan Kingdom. Even the laws of time and space could not stop his strong sword will. In front of the courtyard, the young man descended from the sky and walked forward step by step. The courtyard door opened. The young man walked in and looked inside. In the courtyard, the flowers and grass were neatly trimmed. However, there was no trace of the young girl. The young man stood in front of the courtyard and looked at the quiet courtyard. At first, he was stunned. Gradually, his expression darkened. So that was what she meant. He was late. Chapter 1564. In the capital of the Ueluan Kingdom, the Phoenix City sword god arrived on 10,000 sword. The shocking formation showed the might of the sword god again. However, in the small courtyard in the southwest of the capital city, everything had changed. The young girl had disappeared, and in the end, she did not manage to wait for the young man to arrive. Rivals of a lifetime, confidants of a lifetime, in the same generation, the only two people who could match up to him. The Phoenix City sword god stared at the empty courtyard in a daze, the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. 8 years later, the divine sword that had yet to be unsheathed would never have the chance to be unsheathed again. The Phoenix City sword god stepped into the small courtyard, and the sword intent around him dissipated. The aura of darkness surged in the mortal world. Its earth-shattering power had already reached its peak. The Master of Darkness stood in the air in the dark chi. Black chi kept surging around his body. His power had already surpassed the monarch realm. Before reaching the Genesis tier, the strongest god of darkness was only half a step away from reaching the legendary god domain. In the Z-Way galaxy, surrounded by the light of Buddha, a gray-haired woman sat cross-legged, guarding the last light in the human world. It was the final battle between darkness and light. Even though the hope was slim, the last guardian of the human world refused to back down. The huge darkness surrounded the weak light. The darkness had completely recovered, and the light was in imminent danger. Above the mortal realm, the 6 heavens were also affected and began to show signs of abnormalities. Amidst the surging black air, the Master of Darkness, who had already reached the crucial point of breaking through to the Genesis tier, looked toward the 6th heaven, the black air around him becoming more and more astonishing. It was still not enough. He needed more heaven and earth source energies. The source power of heaven and earth in the mortal realm was already unable to satisfy the needs of the Master of Darkness. In order to break through to the Genesis tier, the Master of Darkness turned his gaze toward the 6th heaven. The aura of darkness around his body burst forth, and spread toward the 6th heaven. The first to bear the brunt was the God realm. Affected by the darkness aura, the entire God realm began to shake violently. The darkness spread to the entire divine world. Everyone in the divine world was stunned. Not good. In the southern region and the western region of the God world, the rising sun dragon god and the demon lord's expressions hardened at the same time. The 2 God world sovereigns undid the seals in their bodies, and their explosive power soared to the level of Tao obliteration. As one of the strongest experts in the firmament who was second only to the ancient sovereigns, his strength had reached a new level. In order to protect the firmament, he no longer sealed his cultivation. However, as the 2 of them unleashed their full cultivation, the space-time of the 2 domains began to collapse. Clearly, it was difficult for the 2 domains to withstand such enormous power. In the southwest of the Ueluan Kingdom's capital, in a quiet courtyard, the flourishing flowers and plants were affected by the power of darkness. They quickly withered and dissipated. In the courtyard, when the young sword god of Phoenix City saw this, his face immediately turned cold. In the mortal realm, the aura of the God of Darkness, who had spread his power of darkness to the 6 heavens, started to rise again. He continued to charge toward the legendary Genesis tier. In front of the Z-Way star zone, Qing Ning, the guardian of the last light in the world, was like duckweed in the rain. She had held on for many years and was about to reach her limit. Human, I've already been merciful by sparing your life until now. Now, it's time to take back what belongs to me. In the endless void, the Lord of Darkness raised his hand, and the dark aura gushed out like raging waves, pressing down on the last guardian of the human world. 100 years ago, I wasn't able to help you in time. 100 years later, I will definitely help you protect this final world. In front of the Z-Way galaxy, Qing Ning let out a long cry. The Buddha's light around her was pushed to the limit. The blood-stained light continued to spread. It merged with the hope of all living beings in a region and fought against the Lord of Darkness. Darkness and light collided. The 2 powers that were closest to the power of creation collided. The human world was instantly split in half. Darkness and light melted into each other, turning into chaos and dissipating. Is this all you can do? In front of the Z-Way galaxy, the Lord of Darkness snorted coldly. He flipped his right hand, and the power of darkness rose again. This palm will end the human era. A palm that could destroy heaven and earth shot out. Wherever the power of darkness passed, all things dissipated, and the stars were extinguished. Darkness, what a detestable power! At this moment, a cold voice was heard from the end of the void. Before Yi Futian could react, a young man in white appeared in front of the Ziwei segmentum. He waved the divine sword in his hand and blocked the spreading dark power. The divine sword was in its scabbard, but the sword intent was independent. Even though the power of darkness was extremely strong, it couldn't pass through the barrier. Behind, Qin Ning saw the familiar figure in front of her, and her eyes narrowed fiercely. It was him. Although his appearance and aura had changed, she knew that it was him. "It's you." In the void, the Lord of Darkness was also shocked when he saw the newcomer. Impossible! Hadn't he already turned into Tao, and his divine sense had been destroyed? In the seventh heaven realm, in front of a majestic open-air temple, the holy number one martial god of the heaven realm stood quietly. He looked at the human world, and a rare look of surprise flashed across his eyes. Not bad. By the looks of it, it won't be long before another Genesis tier appears in this world. At this moment, a divine sun appeared in the void. A dignified voice sounded from the divine sun, and it praised, "Using reincarnation to collect memory fragments and use a new body to give life is indeed an unexpected method. That Lord of the Eastern Celestial Realm is indeed a wise man. This is the first time in history that he has used such a method to create life. Whether this method will succeed in the end is unknown. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to enter reincarnation himself," the Lord of the Underworld said coldly. "Regardless of whether it succeeds or not, to be able to think of this method, that Lord of the Eastern Celestial Realm is already close to our level. Perhaps, when he returns, he will truly surpass you and me," the God in the divine sun said with emotion. "I look forward to that day." The Lord of the Underworld looked at the human world with an indifferent expression. In the human world, the Master of Darkness and the Phoenix City Sword God faced each other. The battle of reincarnation began again after 100 years. The Master of Darkness, who had recovered to his peak and was trying to break through to the Genesis tier, saw the person in front of him, and his expression became completely cold. He activated all the dark power in his body, wanting to avenge the humiliation from 100 years ago. Around the Phoenix City Sword God, air currents crisscrossed, blocking layer after layer of dark power. The dark power was different from the light power. It was filled with negative emotions, disturbing the mind of a swordsman. However, the heart of a swordsman was unwavering, and it didn't waver for a moment. "You only have power, but it is so empty and empty. You are inferior to her," the young man said coldly. He took a step forward, and his divine sword was unsheathed. Fast, unbelievably fast. The divine sword slashed open the boundary of time and space. The young man of Phoenix City shocked the gods with a single strike. The Master of Darkness's expression became serious. He was about to block when he realized that the opponent in front of him had already disappeared. The young man reached out and grabbed the Master of Darkness's shoulder. His figure was like lightning, and he flew toward a withered large star. The young man waved his hand, and directly threw the Master of Darkness to the large star below. Boom! A terrifying impact force spread out, and the large star that was dead silent immediately shattered into pieces, collapsing into nothingness. The Master of Darkness's figure flew out. It was only one move, and the corners of his mouth were red. "Master of Darkness, you are just SOSO. As he spoke, the Phoenix City Sword God rushed in front of the Master of Darkness. He waved his sword, and a waterfall of dazzling blood splattered. Chapter 1565. At this critical moment, the Phoenix City Sword God descended from the Ziwei galaxy. His shocking cultivation in the sword shocked all the gods and demons in the universe. After a few exchanges, the sky collapsed and the earth collapsed. The body of the Master of Darkness destroyed one life star after another, and he was actually at a disadvantage. It was an unexpected battle. The Phoenix City Sword God's body was surrounded by sword radiance, and he was not afraid of the power of darkness. His sword heart was firm and could not be shaken. In the face of darkness, any trace of fear would become a fatal weakness. The Phoenix City Sword God had practiced swordsmanship for more than 20 years and had experienced a crushing defeat. His sword heart had been honed, and he was no longer the weak young man of the past. In the starry sky, the dark aura that filled the entire world became stronger and stronger. However, the sharp sword radiance was not affected at all. It formed a path of its own and cut open a bright path in the darkness. "I didn't expect you to come back after just 100 years. After a series of exchanges, the body of the Master of Darkness turned red several times. He relied on his reconstructed immortal body to withstand the sword radiance and reached out to grab the man in front of him. The Phoenix City Sword God sneered. He turned his sword around and punched out, hitting the Master of Darkness head-on. The fist and the palm collided, and the airwaves shook. In the battle of cultivation, the Phoenix City Sword God was slightly weaker. He took a step back, and the sword radiance came out again. The divine sword slashed through the darkness directly and cut off one of the Master of Darkness's arms. Dazzling red blood splattered all over the sky. The Master of Darkness groaned and took a few steps back. However, the black airflow gathered in the sky, and the splattered blood flowed backward. The broken arm of the Master of Darkness was quickly regenerated, and in the blink of an eye, it was as good as new. Immortal body? The Phoenix City Sword God squinted his eyes. After a moment of surprise, he calmed himself down and took a step forward. He did not believe that there was an immortal body in this world. Even if there was, he would use the sword in his hand to break the indestructible darkness. His battle intent rose, and in a flash, the Phoenix City Sword God was in front of the Master of Darkness. His sword aura was shocking, and it slashed down from the sky. Seeing this, the Master of Darkness's face darkened. Dark airflow gathered from all directions, and he punched out again to shake the divine sword. An intense shock wave rocked the area. The myriad of techniques in the starry skies were all destroyed. The sword light penetrated through the darkness sovereign's body, forcing him to retreat again. The Phoenix City Sword God's sword intent was so sharp that it was shocking. There was nothing it couldn't destroy. The two of them engaged in a fierce battle. Although the Darkness Lord, who had reconstructed his immortal body, was at a disadvantage, he was still undefeated thanks to his terrifying regenerative abilities. In comparison, although the Phoenix City Sword God had a shocking sword will, his body was still weak. Every time he waved his sword, it would consume a lot of energy. Outside of the battle, Qing Ning watched the battle between the two, unable to hide the shock in her heart. He had said that he did not believe in the afterlife, nor did he believe in reincarnation. However, how was he going to explain the person in front of her now? Although his aura and appearance were different, she knew that he had returned. In the battle, thousands of sword lights flashed. The Phoenix City Sword God unleashed a shocking battle prowess, completely suppressing the Lord of Darkness. The Reincarnation Sword God had given up everything, leaving only the sword might that could destroy the world. At this moment, at the end of the void, a beautiful figure in white clothes and white hair rushed over. Suddenly, her body shook, and her consciousness went into a trance. Fragments of memories appeared, and the familiar scenes flashed past like smoke. Tears fell from Mu Qingshue's eyes silently, not knowing why. Fate was merciless. The two of them who knew each other and cherished each other were not fated to be together. The fate of a lifetime passed in the blink of an eye. Tears wet his clothes. In front of the Z-Way galaxy, Mu Qingxue stood still, looking at the strange man in front of him. He did not know why, but his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. In the battle, the Lord of Darkness knew that his opponent's cultivation had improved greatly. He displayed his destructive power, delaying the battle, hoping to get through the last obstacle. Sensing the Lord of Darkness's intention, the Phoenix City Sword God unleashed all his power, activating the endless sword intent to lock down the battle. Layers of sword lights crisscrossed, using extreme attacks to injure the Lord of Darkness again and again. Destruction and rebirth, light and darkness, victory and defeat. Boom! Darkness and light clashed, and the Phoenix City Sword God waved his sword to cut off the aftershock. His figure flashed in front of the Lord of Darkness, grabbing the latter's throat, and turned into a ray of light, crashing into the meteor in the distance. The sky shook violently, and the meteor collapsed. The two figures rushed out, and the Phoenix City Sword God rushed toward the Lord of Darkness crazily. In front of the Lord of Darkness, a black screen appeared, blocking the thousands of sword lights. Arg! After seeing the thousands of sword lights, the Phoenix City Sword God broke through the black screen, and his sword pierced through the Lord of Darkness's body. Blood spurted out, and mist filled the sky. The Lord of Darkness grabbed the divine sword, and despite the blood spurting out, he turned his left palm and attacked back. The palm was earth-shattering, and the Phoenix City Sword God could not stop in time, so he took the palm of the Lord of Darkness head-on. His heart was injured, and the sword lights in the sky shook violently. The Phoenix City Sword God spat out blood, and his figure flew 100 feet away. Not good. Outside the battle, Qing Ning saw that the situation was unfavorable, and immediately wanted to help. "Miss, please step back," the Phoenix City Sword God said, and his sword intent spread out, pushing the former back. Qing Ning's expression froze, and she was confused. "I will use the death of darkness to prove my sword." As soon as he finished speaking, in the starry sky, the Feng Qing divine swordsman unleashed all of his sword will. The majestic sword might sublimated to the extreme. A sword that surpassed the plane could not be withstood by the physical body. The body of the Feng Qing divine swordsman began to collapse. The dazzling divine soul, the sword light blazing like the divine sun, the sword that was no longer limited by the body and realm, had reached the pinnacle of the world. Life after life, the familiar scene, the fearless swordsman stopped the war with his sword. In the realm of gods, the sword light broke through the restrictions of time and space, like a beam of light that pierced through heaven and earth, and could be seen clearly even from an endless distance. It's him. The imprint of the divine soul could not be changed. In the southern and western regions of the realm of gods, the rising sun dragon god and the demon lord sensed it, and their expressions changed. The Phoenix City Sword God was his reincarnation. At the same time, in the eastern region of the realm of gods, the heavenly lords from the human world opened their eyes and looked at the human world with shock. It was knowing destiny. After 100 years, the familiar aura reappeared. The heavenly lords of the human world came out of seclusion, and their figures appeared in the void, looking at the human world. Knowing destiny is still alive, Mu Qianshang said, and his eyes were filled with excitement. That brat really didn't die, and made me sad for so long for nothing. In the distance, in a celestial mountain, Luo Xing soared into the sky, and looked at the human world, and could not help but curse. In the battle of the human world, the Phoenix City Sword God's sword intent broke through the limits of his body, and his sword power reached the heavens, surpassing the monarch realm, and infinitely close to the legendary realm of the gods. Just at this moment, thunder rumbled in the sky. Lightning and fire descended, appearing out of nowhere. The thunder and fire that swallowed tens of thousands of swords could not shake the body of the swordsman. The strongest sword was not something that the heavenly tribulation could shake. In the next moment, the sword light cut through the heavenly tribulation. The terrifying sword cut through the dark world, and directly divided the starry sky into two. Chapter 1566. In the Z-Way galaxy, a shocking sword split the darkness apart, shaking the universe. Facing the extreme sword, the Master of Darkness's expression changed slightly. He activated his power of darkness to the extreme, and a huge shadow of a ferocious beast appeared behind him, roaring loudly. The two forces clashed, and the whole world changed color. A huge crack appeared on the chest of the Master of Darkness. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and white bones could be seen. The black origin pearl appeared, and fine lines appeared. It was obviously affected by the sword intent, showing signs of instability. In the void, the divine sword was attacked by the power of darkness and shattered. In an instant, a white figure flashed past, forming a sword with her fingers, and broke toward the Master of Darkness. The sword pierced through the pearl, and the air around the Master of Darkness shook. The origin pearl shattered, and a violent aura of darkness surged out, shaking the sky. The Master of Darkness's path to the Genesis tier was ruined. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth, and he couldn't even stand steadily. Master! At this moment, outside the battlefield, a black sword light broke through the sky, carrying the Feng City Sword God, who was about to exhaust his power, and the heavily injured Master of Darkness away. In front of the Z-Way Galaxy, the Feng City Sword God looked at the black sword light in the distance and didn't chase after it. After a great battle, the sky was devastated. Almost half of the galaxy was destroyed, and the sky was lost. After a lifetime of sword cultivation, the Feng City Sword God reached the extreme. After his physical body dissipated, the vitality of the Feng City Sword God also dissipated, and he reached the end of his life. Outside the battlefield, Qing Ning looked at the familiar yet strange figure in front of her. She finally couldn't hold back her tears, and they fell. The Feng City Sword God felt it, and he looked at the woman in the distance. The memories of his previous life had disappeared, but the Feng City Sword God still felt that the woman in front of him was very familiar. Goodbye. The life of this world has come to an end. The Phoenix City Sword Deity smiled as he bid farewell. Come back quickly. Qing Ning nodded and smiled with tears in her eyes. Just as she finished speaking, the Feng City Sword God's figure in the sky disappeared, returning to heaven and earth. Come back quickly. Qing Ning's tears fell again, and she murmured softly. In the dark abyss, a black sword light flashed past, and the heavens returned with the heavily injured Master of Darkness, looking very anxious. Around the Master of Darkness, the reconstructed origin pearl shattered, and the aura of darkness became extremely violent. Heavens! The Master of Darkness said in a deep voice, I'm going into seclusion to recuperate. Stand guard for me. Yes, the heavens replied. The Lord of Darkness went deep into the depths of the abyss of darkness to recuperate. The heavens stood quietly in the abyss, protecting the Lord of Darkness. Heavens, how are the Lord's injuries? At this moment, the God of Plagues appeared and asked. Master's injuries are extremely serious. He has already gone into seclusion. The heavens solemnly replied. A strange look flashed across the God of Plague's eyes. It seemed that his Lord's injuries were more serious than the last time. Heavens, I can see that you are also injured. Leave this to me, you should go and heal your wounds first, the God of Plagues said. The heavens looked back at the end of the dark abyss and nodded. Be careful. God of Plagues nodded and said, Don't worry. After the heavens left, the God of Plagues was the only one standing in the turbulent dark airflow. His gaze was as deep as the abyss. After waiting for a long time, the God of Plagues turned around and walked towards the end of the darkness. At the end of the dark abyss, the Lord of Darkness sat cross-legged and focused on recuperating. Soon, the God of Plagues walked over. He looked at the Lord of Darkness in the heavy restrictions, a strange look flashing across his eyes. At the same time, in the mortal realm, after the Lord of Darkness was seriously injured, the dark aura that filled the world quickly dissipated. Half of the starry sky regained its peace. However, after the darkness, the mortal realm was devastated and extremely bleak. There was no longer any trace of life on the withered planet. The collapsed starry sky was filled with cracks. Huge gaps could be seen everywhere, like the mouth of a ferocious beast, as though it would swallow someone at any time. Sister Qing Ning, will the immortal elder return? In the Ziwei galaxy, on a withered planet, the little gourd sat on Qing Ning's shoulder and asked with tears in its eyes. He will. Qing Ning said softly. He definitely will. In the God realm, the celestial venerables who had left the mortal realm for 100 years looked at the mortal realm with longing in their eyes. No matter how prosperous the God realm was, the mortal realm was their home. Female Supreme, I want to go back. Ener spoke softly. The Chongling Female Supreme looked at the mortal realm. After a long time, she nodded and said, Let's go back. In the distance, Luo Xingqian, Mu Qianshang, and the others looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. They should go back. All these years, Zhi Ming alone had endured too much. Now that Zhi Ming had entered the cycle of reincarnation, the mortal realm should be guarded by them. Half a month later, in the God realm, floating islands rose and flew towards the mortal realm. In the southern border of the God realm, in front of the Rising Sun Temple, the Rising Sun Flood God looked to the east. Light flashed across his eyes as he said, They still went back in the end. The mortal realm is their home. At the side, the Moon Goddess looked to the east and said calmly. At the end of the dark abyss, the God of Plagues stood quietly outside the layers of restrictions. After observing for a long time, he stepped inside. In an instant, layers of restrictions were activated. The light was blinding. The God of Plagues waved his hand, and a strange dark power surged and quickly swallowed the power of the restrictions. In the center of the restrictions, the Lord of Darkness who was in seclusion to heal felt it and opened his eyes. You. The two of them looked at each other. One was shocked, the other cold. The God of Plagues reached out and pierced the Lord of Darkness' chest. My lord, do you know why you lost? The God of Plagues looked at the Lord of Darkness and sneered. Because you absorbed too much of the darkness of human nature. Your greed has blinded your eyes. God of Plagues. Blood flowed from the corner of the Lord of Darkness' mouth. He looked at the subordinate who used to be so respectful to him. He never thought that this day would come. Why? The Lord of Darkness raised his hand and wanted to counterattack. However, his strength was restrained and he could not move even half a step. Greed, impatience, ignorance, betrayal. The darkness of human nature had blinded his dark heart. The Lord of Darkness had forgotten that he was formed by the darkness of human nature. How could he choose to trust? At the end of the dark abyss, betrayal was so ugly. The dark aura around the God of Plagues surged and quickly swallowed the original power of the Lord of Darkness. In the sky above the dark abyss, dark clouds rolled. The heavens sensed it and thunder rumbled. God of Plagues. At this moment, a furious voice was heard from afar. The heavens who had left and returned rushed over. The dark divine sword was unsheathed and slashed at the God of Plagues. The God of Plagues raised his hand and blocked the dark divine sword. He looked at the first heavenly king of darkness in front of him and said calmly, Where is loyalty in the darkness? Heavens, your stupidity has impressed me. With a loud bang, the dark power counterattacked and the dark divine sword was broken. The God of Plagues who had swallowed the darkness origin had his cultivation level increased rapidly. He was powerful to an unprecedented level. Chapter 1567. In the dark abyss, an ugly betrayal occurred. The God of Plagues devoured his master and rebelled against the Master of Darkness. With its origin stolen, the Master of Darkness silhouette quickly dissipated. At the critical moment, the heavens rushed over to kill the traitor. The two strongest in the dark world fought, but the outcome was worlds apart. After stealing the Master of Darkness's origin, the God of Plagues' power was as violent as a raging wave. He shattered the dark divine sword with one palm. The power of darkness counterattacked. The heavens took a few steps back, their mouths red. The palm was so powerful that even the leader of the four heavenly kings of darkness, the heavens, could not withstand it and was severely injured. Surrender or die. The god of plagues looked at the severely injured heavens. The power of darkness in his palms surged as he said coldly. The heavens wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth, and formed a sword with his fingers. His whole body shone again. Even though he was in the dark world, the first swordsman of the dark world chose to be loyal. He pushed his sword will to the limit. Stubborn. The god of plagues snorted. He took a step forward and appeared in front of the heavens. He slapped the ladder again. The power to destroy the heavens instantly destroyed half of the martial bones of the dark swordsman. Blood splattered and dyed the dark world red. Go! At this moment, the dissipated master of darkness suddenly reappeared and slapped the back of the god of plagues. The sudden palm strike came without warning. The god of plagues let out a muffled groan and staggered. So you're not dead yet. The god of plagues turned around and looked at the master of darkness who had reappeared. His dark aura surged and his terrifying aura continued to rise. Dark world dawn. The god of plagues raised his hand. The power of darkness surged and spread out rapidly. My lord, go! The heavens rushed forward and stood in front of the master of darkness. He gathered the last of his sword will and slashed at the god of plagues. The two forces collided. The heavens' martial bones were shattered. Blood splattered and mist filled the sky. The first swordsman of the dark world looked at the master of darkness behind him. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something. In the end, he only said one word. Go! The master of darkness looked at the heavens who had died in battle. There was not much emotion in his eyes. God of plagues, when I return, you'll know what true darkness is. As he spoke, the master of darkness figure gradually disappeared. The god of plagues frowned as he watched the lord of darkness disappear. In the world of nothingness, on the rugged floating islands, on the road from the realm of gods to the realm of mortals, the powerhouses of the mortal world returned, unable to hide the waves in their hearts. On the floating island at the very front, Mu Qianshang, Luo Xingchen, and the others stood quietly. Their gazes were fixed in the direction of the human realm, their expressions filled with anticipation. We're home, Mu Qianshang softly said. Yes, we're home. Luo Xingchen's eyes flashed with emotion as he replied. In the human realm, in the Ziwei star zone, above the immortal realm, Qing Ning looked at the horizon and sighed. They're finally back. At the end of the starry sky, floating islands appeared one after another. On the floating islands, numerous celestial venerables stood quietly. Powerful auras surged, covering the sky and covering the sun. In the sky above the Ziwei galaxy, thousands of floating islands stopped. The celestial venerables of the mortal realm looked at the changing starry sky with complicated expressions. Welcome back, Qing Ning said as she looked at the celestial venerables in the human realm. Sister Qing Ning. Ener flew down from the first floating island and said excitedly, I'm back. Qing Ning smiled as she reached out to support the little girl's head. Where's Master? I felt his aura when I was in the God realm. Ener looked around. Wait a little longer. Your master will be back soon. Qing Ning looked into the distance and said softly, I'm going to find Master. Ener said sweetly. Qing Ning was startled. After a moment she smiled and said, All right, let's go together. After the celestial venerables of the mortal realm returned, Qing Ning greeted them one by one and left with Ener. In the distance, the white-robed, white-haired woman quietly looked at the celestial venerables of the mortal realm. Her eyes revealed a thoughtful look. 10 years, in the last remaining domain of the mortal realm, the celestial venerables did their best to repair the immortal realm, preparing to deal with the upcoming calamity. And on a large planet of life in the Ziwei galaxy, Qing Ning brought Ener to one large city after another, looking for traces of Ningchen. In the last pure land of the mortal realm, the people lived and worked in peace. Even in the apocalyptic world, humans still had to survive. Sister Qing Ning, where do you think Master could be? Einar asked. Your master doesn't believe in reincarnation. Now, I don't know how he is living in this world, but I believe that we will find him one day. Ching Ning answered softly. After hearing that, Einar nodded as if she understood. She did not ask any more questions and continued to search. There were more than thousands of planets of life in the Z-Way galaxy. Even though many of them were destroyed in the calamity, there were still countless planets of life left. For 10 years, 20 years, Ching Ning and Einar walked on the numerous planets of life in the mortal realm, hoping to see that familiar figure. However, after more than 20 years, the two of them still could not find any trace of knowing destiny. In the Hui city in the northwestern territory of the Yen country on the Z-Way galaxy, a young man in plain clothes was holding an ancient book in his hand. He was swaying his head as if he was addicted to books. The young man in plain clothes had a delicate appearance. However, he gave off a scholarly aura which made him look a little pedantic. Ning Fan, you said that you have been studying for your whole life. You didn't take the imperial examinations or become an official. What have you learned? At this moment, a woman walked towards him from not far away and sneered. There's beauty in books. There's also a house of gold in books. Ning Fan raised his head and said with a smile. What beauty? A house of gold? Look at that shabby wooden house of yours. How can it be called a house of gold? The woman sneered. Ning Fan was not angry. Ning Fan did not get angry. He just smiled and continued reading. In the northern part of the Yen country, the Wu dynasty and the Yen country had been fighting for a long time. The common people had no way to make a living. In the Hui city, the imperial court recruited soldiers. Ning Fan, who was studying, was forcibly taken away by the imperial court and sent to the military camp for training. Ning Fan, who had never used a weapon since he was young, was not used to the life in the military camp. Every day after training, he would fall asleep immediately. He did not have the time to read the ancient book on his pillow for a few days. He did not even have the time to open it. There were only 10 pages in the ancient book. Each page was engraved with dense and strange words. Ning Fan had been reading it for 20 years, but he still could not understand it completely. At the border of the two countries, in front of the military camp of the Wu dynasty, a beautiful woman dressed in light blue clothes stood quietly. She was looking at the Yen country in front of her. Her eyes flashed with seriousness. The similar scene was like the cycle of reincarnation. People whose fates were intertwined would eventually meet each other. The only difference was that the eldest princess of the Wu dynasty was 30 years old this year. After 100 lives of reincarnation, she finally reached perfection. Eldest princess, it will be winter in a month. Should we retreat temporarily? A young general behind the eldest princess of the Wu dynasty stepped forward and answered respectfully. Retreat. The woman nodded and said. Under the eldest princess of the Wu dynasty's order, the army completely withdrew from the border and temporarily stopped fighting. The retreat of the Wu dynasty also gave the Yen country a chance to breathe. In the military camp of the Yen country, all the soldiers cheered when they heard that the Wu dynasty had retreated. In front of the tent, Ning Fan also heaved a sigh of relief and a smile appeared on his face. Chapter 1568. In the northern border of Yen country, cold winds were blowing. Winter was approaching. In the barracks of the new recruits, 50,000 new recruits were still training day and night. As one of the ordinary recruits, Ning Fan had to train together with 50,000 new recruits every day. Every day, he would be exhausted. Ning Fan, who only knew how to read books since he was young, his body was even weaker than an ordinary person's. In the beginning, he was so tired that he could not even lift his fingers after training every day. However, after half a month of training, Ning Fan's body gradually became a lot stronger, and he also became a lot more tanned. At night, the cold wind blew. In the barracks, Ning Fan took out an ancient book from under his pillow and began to read it attentively. The ancient book only had 10 pages, but the words on it were densely carved. Ning Fan carefully studied the words on the ancient book. His eyes were filled with thoughts. Ning Fan, you have been reading this stupid book every day. Have you seen anything? Beside him, a young man who was about the same age as Ning Fan asked. I don't really understand it. Ning Fan shook his head and said, Ever since I can remember, this book has been by my side. However, I can't understand what is written on it. Can you let me have a look? Zhu Yi asked. Ning Fan thought for a while and nodded. All right. Zhu Yi took the ancient book and flipped through it. When he saw the dense and strange ancient words on it, his brows slightly furrowed. Can you understand it? Ning Fan asked. No. Zhu Yi shook his head and returned the ancient book. Go to bed early. You still have training tomorrow, Ning Fan said with a smile. Zhu Yi nodded and lay down beside him, falling asleep first. Ning Fan read the book for a while with the help of the weak light. Then, he blew out the oil lamp and lay down to rest. It was a quiet and ordinary day. It was just like every day for the past half a month. There was no difference at all. The ordinary people were content with being ordinary. There were not too many storms and waves. There was only tranquility day after day. On the second day of training, tens of thousands of soldiers were training with weapons in their hands on the sparring field. Among them, Ning Fan was holding a long spear. Every time he thrusted his spear, he would let out a loud shout. The days of training were boring but also very fulfilling. The soldiers would bleed and sweat but not cry in order to protect their country. In times of war, scholars were useless. Only by picking up the weapons in their hands could they protect the country and home behind them. At the same time, in the northern part of the Yan Kingdom, in the Wu dynasty, Princess Yueling mobilized all the troops and resources of the entire Wu dynasty, preparing to go south after spring. The Wu dynasty was not as powerful as the Yan Kingdom. However, the soldiers of the Wu dynasty were brave and good at fighting. They were much stronger than the Yan Kingdom. The war between the two countries had always been inextricably tied, with both sides winning and losing. However, everything changed after Princess Yueling of the Wu dynasty came to power. Even the old marshal of the Wu dynasty praised Princess Yueling's attainments in the art of war. After several wars, the Wu dynasty had won all of them, changing the situation of the war between the two dynasties. Winter was long. In the northern border of the Yan Kingdom, heavy snow blocked the view. The barracks were filled with snow. The soldiers woke up early to clear the snow. In the bright morning, the soldiers were working in full swing. They did not know that the seemingly tough winter was actually the last tranquility of the Yan Kingdom. After clearing the snow, the soldiers began their training again. Ning Fan and Zhu Yi came to the barracks together. They got to know each other the earliest and had the best relationship. Ning Fan's body was not good but Zhu Yi's was very strong. In the beginning, Ning Fan was so tired that he could not get up after training. It was always Zhu Yi who carried him back to the barracks. As time went by, the two of them became friends who could talk about anything. What was surprising was that, after the two of them got to know each other, they realized that they were born on the same day and year. Their life experiences were also very similar. Sometimes, fate was always unpredictable. Ning Fan and Zhu Yi took care of each other. They were content with the present. Neither of them had extravagant hopes for the future, but they were also full of expectations for it. Ning Fan, how glorious would it be when we defeat the Wu dynasty and make great contributions to the war and return home in glory? When they were resting, the two of them sat on the ground. Zhu Yi said while chewing on some dry rations, I hope we don't have to go to war. Ning Fan said softly, People will die in war. Too many people have died in these years. When he was in Huai City, he had seen many people's sons who were sent to the barracks but never came back. A general would die in 100 battles while a warrior would return after 10 years. War would eventually lead to death. If we don't go to war, we won't be able to make great contributions to the war. Then, we will have suffered so much for nothing. Zhu Yi said while eating the dry rations. Ning Fan smiled and said, "If we really go to war, it's already good enough that we can keep our lives. The reason why we are suffering so much now is just so that we can keep our lives in case there is a war in the future. You really have no ambition." Zhu Yi teased. "My biggest wish in this life is to read all the famous scrolls in the world. However, it seems like it's impossible now," Ning Fan said with a smile. In the open space of the barracks, the two of them chatted intermittently. Lunchtime had passed and the afternoon training began. The two of them also returned to the troop. The soldiers of Yen country had trained very hard. However, their physiques were naturally not as good as the Wu dynasties. Therefore, their combat power was slightly weaker. However, this did not mean that Yen country was really afraid of the Wu dynasty. The soldiers of Yen country were brave and good at fighting. They were never afraid of war. This was also the biggest support for the people of Yen country to live and work in peace for the past 100 years. The trivial matters of the mortal world were so insignificant that they were not even worth mentioning. However, in the sky above, the wars that determined the rise and fall of the mortal world were constantly happening. After the celestial venerables of the mortal world returned to the mortal world and rebuilt the immortal domain, the greatest wealth that Ning Chen left for the mortal world was the immortal domain, which was gradually becoming more complete with the laws of heaven and earth. In the world of the immortal domain, the four symbols floated up and down. Auspicious clouds lingered around it. Its aura was extraordinary. Even though the power of the newly born great world was still weak, the laws of the immortal domain had become more complete. The power of light was boundless and did not carry the filth of the mortal world at all. It turns out that the reason why knowing destiny reopened the immortal domain was for this day. In the immortal domain, Mu Qianshang looked at the laws of the immortal domain, which were becoming brighter and brighter, and said, "Only light can fight against darkness." The female venerable of Chongling took a step forward and said, "The mortal world after the apocalypse is already extremely filthy. The light is suppressed while the darkness is getting stronger day by day. This is why the experts of the mortal world are so weak. However, now that the immortal domain is gradually becoming complete, we have the capital to fight against the darkness with the help of the power of light in the immortal domain. The wisdom of knowing destiny is really incomparable to that of ordinary people," Mu Qianshang said with a sigh. The female venerable of Chongling sighed softly. She looked into the distance, her eyes filled with helplessness. Even someone as intelligent as knowing destiny could only sacrifice himself to leave a glimmer of hope for the mortal world. His gaze would always look further than theirs. However, to fight against the darkness and reverse the great calamity of the world, their power alone was not enough. She hoped that Qing Ning and Yin could find him one day sooner. On the North Star, under the heavy snow, two beautiful women came from afar to the Yen country. Chapter 1569. In the northern border of the Yen kingdom, winter had arrived and everything was covered in snow. In the barracks, the training of the new recruits became more and more arduous. The atmosphere also became heavier as spring approached. The spies in the north had received news from the Wu dynasty that the Wu dynasty was gathering troops and preparing to march down south on a large scale when the spring festival came. This news wasn't good news for the 50,000 new recruit. Although the 50,000 new recruits had improved a lot after 3 months of training, they were still far from the battlefield. After all, war was different from training. The beginning of war meant death. No matter how tough the training was, it could not compare. Ning Fan and Zhu Yi were also very nervous. The two of them had never experienced a war before. Their hearts were filled with fear for the upcoming war between the two dynasties. However, compared to Ning Fan, Zhu Yi, who yearned to make contributions in the war, was a little better. Apart from fear, he also had a trace of anticipation for the war. Just as everyone was either fearful or expectant, spring gradually arrived in the north. The cold winter passed, and everything welcomed the season of recovery. In this early spring, when life was recovering, the Wu dynasty in the north finally began to move. The Wu dynasty had been preparing for winter, and all of its rations and resources were continuously sent to the front lines. After the rations and resources arrived, the Wu dynasty's Grand Princess Yueling led an army of 200,000 soldiers southwards. Their shocking formation shook the world. In the imperial court of the Yan kingdom, the Yan emperor received the news that the Wu dynasty in the north was sending troops south. He was furious and immediately sent the general of the Yan kingdom to lead troops north. At the northern border of the Yan kingdom, in Pianan City, the Yan kingdom's defenders resisted the attack of the Wu dynasty's army with all their might and suffered heavy losses. Seeing that Pianan City was about to fall, Ning Fan and 50,000 new recruits were sent to the battlefield from the military camp not far away from the city. The real war had finally arrived. 200,000 against 50,000. On one side were the elites of the Wu dynasty personally commanded by Princess Yueling, and on the other side were the defeated soldiers of Pianan City, plus the 50,000 new soldiers who had only been trained for 3 months. The serious disparity in combat strength foreshadowed the defeat of this war from the beginning. In Pianan City, thousands of new recruits of Yan country like Ning Fan entered the battlefield. It was their first time witnessing the cruelty of war. Death was so close. In just half a day, more than 5,000 of the 50,000 new recruits had died in battle. Blood dyed the entire city wall red, and corpses piled up in the corners of the city. Many of the new recruits were scared silly when they saw such a cruel scene. Some of them even vomited incessantly due to fear. One of them was Ning Fan. Ning Fan was born ordinary. Other than reading more books than others, he did not have any other outstanding point. Facing the cruelty of war, the fear in his heart was no less than anyone else. After half a day of brutal battle, Ning Fan was so frightened that he could not even stand properly. It was only because Zhu Yi forcefully supported him that he did not fall to the ground. There were quite a number of ordinary recruits like Ning Fan. After a great battle, they were scared out of their wits. The general guarding the city felt powerless when he saw the 50,000 recruits in such a pathetic state. He had also been a recruit until today and understood the long and painful process of growing up. However, the Wu dynasty would not give these people time to grow up. If these 50,000 recruits could not overcome the fear of war, Pianan City would be breached in at most 5 days. As night fell, the soldiers patrolling the city walked back and forth with torches in their hands. They could not hide their nervousness. The night was always terrifying. Especially after they'd experienced a horrifying battle, the soldiers in the city didn't dare relax in the slightest, and they were tense at all times. In the middle of the night, it was Ning Fan's and Zhu Ye's turn to patrol the city. The two of them got up from their tents, put on their armor and took their weapons. Then, they went to patrol the city. The middle of the night was the most exhausted time for a person. Most of the soldiers in the city had already fallen asleep. The tense state of mind of the 50,000 new recruits made them even more exhausted. At this moment, in front of the city, several black figures leaped onto the city tower. With a slash of their curved blades, they killed the soldiers on the tower one after another. Each of the 11 black figures had extraordinary strength. In just a few breaths' time, they killed all the soldiers on the tower. Why is it so quiet? In the city, Zhu Yi, who was patrolling, looked at the city tower not far away and said, "Isn't it good to be quiet? It means that nothing has happened." Ning Fan followed Zhu Ye's gaze and said, "Something's not quite right." Zhu Yi looked at the city tower and said seriously, "It's too quiet." All of a sudden, several black figures dashed across the night sky. Each of them held a curved blade in their hand, and they quickly killed all the soldiers who stood in their way. "Something's wrong. Someone is attacking the camp. Open the city gate." Zhu Yi shouted when he saw the numerous black figures. Zhu Ye's voice resounded in the darkness. The soldiers looked at the city tower and immediately went forward to stop them. Under the night sky, Thousands of soldiers went forward with weapons in their hands, trying to stop the 11 men in black from opening the city gate. However, it was already too late. 11 men in black, who were highly skilled in martial arts, killed the soldiers who were guarding the city gate and opened it. At the next moment, a command arrow flew into the sky and exploded into a dazzling firework. Not far away from the north of Painan City, 3,000 iron cavalrymen had been waiting for a long time, ready to set off at any time. The moment the command arrow flew into the sky, Grand Princess Yu Ling's eyes flashed with light. She waved her hand and moved out. All of a sudden, the 3,000 iron cavalrymen rushed out like a flood of molten iron, heading towards Painan City. Meanwhile, the 11 men in black who were highly skilled in martial arts were guarding the city gate with all their might, buying the most precious 7 minutes for the 3,000 iron cavalrymen to arrive. As the iron cavalrymen trampled on the ground, the faces of all the new recruits of Yen country were filled with fear. In the pitch-black night, not even the moonlight could be seen. The 3,000 iron cavalrymen rushed into the city from afar. This was the beginning of the massacre. As the curved blade slashed across, a waterfall of blood bloomed. It was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. The glory of life bloomed so brilliantly at the last moment. Every soldier was trying their best to fight back, just to survive. In front of the 3,000 iron cavalrymen, Yu Ling, who was clad in silver armor, wielded her curved blade and slaughtered a path of blood. Wherever the blade passed, no one survived. Ning Fan, who was scared out of his wits, stood there blankly, unable to move. The sharp blade of the curved blade was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, mercilessly reaping lives. "Be careful!" At one side, Zhu Yi saw what happened and immediately pounced on Ning Fan, pushing him to the ground. The curved blade slashed across Zhu Ye's shoulder, drawing a waterfall of blood. On the war horse, Yu Ling frowned. She patted the horse's back and grabbed the reins with one hand. Then, she slid down from the horse and swung her blade at the two of them. "Be careful!" When Ning Fan, who was pushed to the ground, saw the incoming blade light, he forgot about his fear. He hugged Zhu Yi and rolled on the ground, dodging the blade light. In order to survive, the two most ordinary new recruits of Yen country kept struggling. Their bodies were covered in mud, and they looked extremely miserable. Yu Ling's blade missed its target. She swung her body and returned to the horse's back. Then, she pulled the reins with one hand. The war horse neighed and raised its front hooves, trampling on the two of them. Ning Fan and Zhu Yi could not react in time. As the war horse trampled on them, their mouths instantly turned red. On top of the horse, one of them was slaughtering while the other was seeking to survive. They had different destinies, but they were also fighting against their destinies. Chapter 1570. In Pinyin City, the Wu dynasty's 3,000 cavalrymen broke through the city. Blood flowed like a river, and corpses piled up like mountains. The 50,000 recruits looked so inexperienced in the face of the 3,000 most elite cavalries of the Wu dynasty. Before they could organize an effective counterattack, they were quickly defeated. Outside Pinyin City, the 200,000 soldiers of the Wu dynasty arrived soon after. Their devastating offensive washed the entire city in blood overnight. More than 90% of the 50,000 Yen Kingdom recruits who had trained hard for more than 3 months were lost overnight. By the time they withdrew from Tianan City, there were less than 5,000 left. Among the 5,000 defeated soldiers, Ning Fan and Zhu Yi, who were lucky enough to survive in the hands of Grand Princess Yu Ling, retreated with the rest of the troops. Only when the sky was bright did they stop and rest. Both of them had suffered heavy injuries. Grand Princess Yu Ling's skills were extraordinary. If it weren't for their good luck, they probably wouldn't have been able to leave the city alive. In the wilderness, Ning Fan and Zhu Yi sat back to back, panting heavily. "Thank you." The two of them spoke at the same time. Their expressions immediately froze, and they could not help but laugh involuntarily. "That was close." Zhu Yi said. "Yes." Ning Fan said with lingering fear. I almost died in that woman's hands. Speaking of which, the Grand Princess of Wu Dynasty is really beautiful, Zhu Yi said. Ning Fan chuckled and said, You're about to lose your life, but you can still pay attention to these things. Men, other than building their careers, don't they only think about women? Zhu Yi said matter-of-factly. And books. Ning Fans took out the ancient book from his bosom and said. Zhu Yi turned around and saw the ancient book in the former's hand. He said in surprise, You actually still have this book with you? Ning Fan smiled and said, This is also one of my few hobbies. No wonder people say that scholars are all bookworms. I think you've really become stupid from reading too much. Vermilion Bird snappily said. Just as Ning Fan and the 5,000 remnant soldiers were taking a break, two beautiful ladies stood quietly on the wasteland in the distance. They looked at the scene in front of them with complicated expressions. It's war again. It's already at this point in time, but there are still endless battles in the human world. Yin was a little puzzled as she asked. Where there are people, there will be fights. Qing Ning sighed softly and said, Let's go. Yin nodded and continued walking forward. The two of them left. In the wilderness, the 5,000 remaining soldiers of the Yen kingdom rested for a quarter of an hour before continuing their journey. The loss of Pinyin City was a huge loss to the Yen kingdom. It meant that the Yen kingdom's door was opened and the war would spread to the Yen kingdom. On the second day after Pylon City was broken, Princess Yueling led the army south to attack the city. The Wu dynasty came with great momentum, and all of their elites had come out. The war between the two dynasties that had lasted for 100 years was about to come to an end in this generation. The great general of the Yen kingdom, Xiao Jin, led an army of 300,000 to the north to stop the Wu dynasty's attack. However, the well-prepared army of the Wu dynasty, led by Princess Yueling, defeated the 300,000 troops of the great general of the Yen kingdom. Within a month, they had conquered 10 cities and defeated the Yen kingdom's defenders. The 5,000 new soldiers that had been routed from Pianan City had grown rapidly in the successive battles. However, after one battle after another, less than 2,000 of them had survived. The cruelty of war was undeniable. The Yen kingdom is going to perish. In front of a dilapidated city, Yin looked at the scorched earth that had been burned by the flames of war. Even though she was used to seeing the change of dynasties, she could not help but feel emotional. Beside her, Qing Ning looked at Princess Yueling in front of the Wu dynasty's army camp in the distance. Her eyes flashed. She and Yin had followed Princess Yueling for several months and felt that this woman was more and more like someone. Fan Lingyue, the talented military counselor of the Northern Meng imperial court. Sister Qing Ning, is this Princess Yueling the reincarnation of that military counselor? Yin looked away and asked. Very similar. Qing Ning nodded. She did not know if it was a coincidence, but when Ning Chun and Fan Lingyue first met, Fan Lingyue had used the name Yueling. Then why haven't we seen Master? There was a hint of anxiety in Yin's eyes. They had been searching for more than 20 years, but they still could not find any trace of their master. Maybe we've overlooked something. Qing Ning's expression turned serious. She looked at the battered earth of the Yen kingdom and said, All this time we've been paying attention to those geniuses or martial arts experts, but we've neglected the most ordinary people. Do you still remember what your master yearned for the most? Ordinary. Yin's heart stirred as she said. On the battlefield, the Wu dynasty and the Yen kingdom's armies clashed again. The 300,000 Yen kingdom's army was defeated again and again by the tens of thousands of Wu dynasty's cavalry. The news of the Yen kingdom's defeat spread to the imperial city of the Yen kingdom. The officials were terrified and the Yen emperor was shocked. Negotiate peace. After a series of defeats, the Yen kingdom decided to negotiate peace with the Wu dynasty in exchange for a chance to breathe. However, when the proposal reached Princess Yueling's ears, she immediately rejected it. It really suits Fan Lingyue's temperament. As a bystander, Qing Ning watched the battle and could not help but sigh. When the Great Xia and the Northern Meng imperial court were at war, the Northern Meng had fought all the way to the imperial city of the Great Xia, not accepting any compromise or negotiation. Unfortunately, in this era, the Wu dynasty had Fan Lingwei, but the Yan kingdom had no Jiming Marquis. Sister Qing Ning. At this moment, Ina ran to her from afar and said excitedly, "I saw someone who looks very similar to Master." Qing Ning's expression changed when she heard that. The two of them left quickly and headed to the military camp of the Yan kingdom. In the military camp, an ordinary young man was no different from thousands of soldiers, patrolling and training. In the last life of the 100 reincarnations, Qing Ning and Ina found the knowing destiny state. Looking at the young man in the military camp from afar, tears welled up in their eyes uncontrollably. "It's him," Qing Ning said with tears in her eyes. "He was actually so ordinary in this life. He was so ordinary that they almost missed it. I'll bring Master here." After getting confirmation, Ina said excitedly. "No." Qing Ning reached out her hand to stop Ina. She shook her head gently and said, "It's not easy for him to live an ordinary life. Let's not disturb him. The Wu dynasty's army is here." A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. In the military camp, Ning Fan and the others quickly took their weapons and prepared to fight the enemy. "They're here." At the summit of the heavens, in front of the majestic divine palace, black feathers fluttered in the wind. The eyes of the number 1 devil god of the heaven realm suddenly turned solemn. He stared at the front and devil chi surged out of his body. It was extremely powerful. In front of him, sword light flashed. A young man in luxurious green robes walked over. He carried a sword on his back and ancient swords were humming softly. The king was fearless. He broke the rules of time and space. His sword intent was shocking. He broke through the unsurpassable boundary between humans and gods and arrived at the summit of the heavens. A heavenly pride of the generation. In the void, the divine sun descended from the heavens. Within the divine sun, a dignified figure appeared. He looked at the swordsman below with a respectful expression. He was not the reincarnation of an immortal or devil. He did not have a heaven-defying inheritance. He was able to reach his current level with his own strength. Throughout the ages there was no one like him. Chapter 1571. At the peak of the heavens, the king's sword appeared. The supreme sword power shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The strongest sword in the mortal world surpassed the gods and demons. The sword intent broke through the restrictions of time and space and approached the domain of the gods. In front of the towering divine palace, the Nether King stood quietly. His black feathers fluttered in the wind. The strongest martial god of the heaven realm and the strongest sword god of the mortal world crossed time and space and finally met. They didn't say much as it was useless. Their demonic and sword auras rose. An indescribable pressure spread. The peak of the heavens began to shake. "Please!" The sword rack flew down. Prince Yen grabbed the green and red swords and slowly pulled them out. "Swordsmen of the mortal world, don't disappoint the gods." The Nether King raised his hand. Divine flames surged out like raging waves. The terrifying power shook the heavens and earth, burning the peak of the heavens red. The strongest demonic god of the heaven realm, the absolute existence that looked down on the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He created the world and now, his demonic might reappeared. As soon as the divine flames appeared, boundless demonic might covered the sky and earth. Even the laws of the heaven realm couldn't withstand the indescribable divine might. The earth collapsed and the sky turned upside down. In front, the 2 swords in the king's hands also displayed shocking sharpness. Endless sword intent soared into the sky. In the world-shaking demonic might, it formed a world of its own. The swords hummed and moved against the heavens. The king moved. The swords opened the demonic world. 2 shocking sword lights broke through the divine flames and slashed toward the demonic god. The Nether King was as still as a mountain. He flipped the hand of God and blocked the two sharp sword lights. At the same time, the divine flames counterattacked and attacked the king in the sword world. The rumbling shook the heavens and earth. The endless divine flames kept attacking the sword world. After a moment of stalemate, the sky shook violently. The divine flames broke through the sword world's defense and blasted toward the king. The divine flames covered the king. Sand filled the sky. In the sand, a faint yellow sword light appeared and blocked the divine flames. The sand sword glowed. The absolute sword pressure protected the king's body. Not bad. The demonic god opened his mouth. His palm energy rose again. Instantly, the demonic might shook the heavens. The mountains moved and the earth moved. In the shocking demonic aura, thunder surged. The power to destroy the world quickly destroyed the laws of the world and descended from the sky. Sword sound, flying swan. Thunder and lightning descended, and the king made his move. The two swords hummed softly, splitting the earth and splitting the sky. Sword radiance crisscrossed and howled madly, shaking the world. The sound of the sword shook the thunder. The two forces clashed in the sky, turning the top of the heavens into chaos. When the two moves collided, the king took the demon god's might head-on without falling into a disadvantageous position. The battle between the demonic god and the sword god caused the sky to change color. Outside the battle, the divine sun rose and fell as the deities watched the battle. An extraordinary swordsman was actually able to withstand the might of a demonic god. After the first two moves, the underworld king lightly exerted force under his feet. In an instant, dazzling divine light erupted. The pure and holy brilliance illuminated the 9 heavens and 10 earths, purifying everything. A deity and a demonic cultivator, the number 1 martial god of the 9 heavens, displayed the strongest demonic god might. Divine light spread out and all things disappeared. Wherever the divine light passed, even the rules of the great path were completely purified. Unparalleled divine might, surpassing the boundaries of gods and demons. At the beginning of the world's creation, there was no distinction between gods and demons. Divine might spread out, and the two swords in the king's hands trembled, showing signs of not being able to hold on. Prelude to the Immortal Sword, Human Chapter. The king roared, and a prelude played on the sword. The sound of the sword shook, and all forms of life were transformed into thousands of sword intents. Divine light and sword melody collided in the heavens and earth. Divine might shook the heavens, and the king's hands turned vermilion red. In the face of the divine might, the legendary sword of the mortal world was damaged for the first time. The two swords were dyed red and cracks appeared. Green and red breath together, absolute chi. The king brushed the two swords with both hands, and used the blood shepherd sword to repair the sword cracks. Then, the two swords flew out, intertwined, and turned into blazing meteors, rushing toward the king in front. The green and red swords fell from the sky with shocking sword might, causing the wind and clouds to change color. In the face of an unprecedented opponent, the underworld king's expression did not change at all. He raised his left palm slightly, and a fierce wind surged out. Boom! The wind blocked the two rainbows, and the two swords were restrained, unable to move an inch forward. At this moment, the king in the sword world in front waved his hand, and sand gathered, and a long sword appeared, breaking through the air. The 3 swords appeared at the same time, and the sword power multiplied. The underworld king's eyes narrowed, and he raised his right palm, blocking the sand sword that broke through the air. The violent impact spread out, and under the underworld king, the earth cracked, and the 7 ultimate temple also shook. In the moment of the stalemate, the king moved, and in an instant, he rushed to the front of the demon god. The king held the sword, and the sand sword's power increased by 30%. The sword power rose, and the demonic power around the demon god was impacted and scattered violently. Oh! The underworld king retreated, and after half a step, he stabilized his body. After half a step, the underworld king's body surged out, and the wind and waves rolled, and he counterattacked strongly. The king retreated, and the three swords returned. The sky was filled with raging waves that swept over, endless and boundless. Boom! The demonic power counterattacked, and the king's hand holding the sword was dyed red again, and the sand in the sky was dyed red. Prelude to the Immortal Sword, Earth Chapter. 100 feet away, the king stopped, and the three swords sounded, and the earth rumbled. The king's sword displayed its immortal power again, and under the two, the earth rose, and the sword sound broke through the air. The sword sound had no beginning and no end, and even the demonic power was unstoppable. The underworld king closed his eyes and felt the sword sound that filled the world. He raised his palms slightly, and the earth turned into a barrier, blocking the sword intent one after another. The demonic power was endless, and the way of the sword was boundless. The violent shock waves shook, and the thousands of swords in the sky were instantly destroyed. The demonic power was unshakable. Even though it was said that the sword in the human world had surpassed the limit of gods and demons, it was still at a disadvantage when facing the number one demon god of the 9 heavens realm. 3 swords equal to heaven, life and death contract. The demonic power impacted, and the sword realm shook. The sword intent around the king rose again, and the 3 swords spiraled into the air, turning into a huge vortex. Then, the swords fell like rain. The swords intertwined endlessly. The moment the sword and demonic power collided, the king clenched his right hand, and a black brilliance filled the air, and an ancient sealing sword appeared. The king held the sword, and in an instant, he was in front of the demon god. The abyss condensation appeared, and the 4 swords came out at the same time. The sword intent rose again, and the sealing sword devoured the demon god's demonic aura and pierced the demon god's chest. Amazing swordsman, your sword angered the god. The demon god reached out and grabbed the abyss condensation sword. Blood flowed out, dyeing the sealing sword red. The demon god was injured, but the abyss condensation sword was also blocked by the demonic power, and it was difficult for it to advance. Seeing the blood, the god's eyes flashed with admiration and coldness at the same time. An earth-shattering palm came out. The demonic power attacked, and the king was surrounded by sand. The sand sword protected its master, blocking the demonic power. However, the demonic power was too strong, and it could not be blocked by a single sword. The sound was earth-shattering, and the sand dissipated. The demonic power's palm landed on the king's chest. The palm was deadly, and vermilion blood splashed all over the sky. The king's figure flew out, smashing one divine pillar after another. The king was seriously injured, and the situation of the battle took a turn for the worse. Thousands of feet away, the king stopped his retreat, and the abyss condensation sword sank into the ground, supporting his seriously injured body. The king's green clothes were stained with blood. The invincible legend of the human world showed signs of defeat. Swordsman, your name? The Lord of the Abyss asked seriously, his body surging with divine flames. Xia Yen. Chapter 1572. At the summit of the heavens, the king showed signs of defeat. His green clothes were dyed red. The demonic god's divine flames rose again, wanting to end the legend of the sword in the mortal world. How can the king's sword be defeated? The king was unyielding. The sword propped up his body, and the sealing sword displayed astonishing power. Black light spread out, devouring everything. The divine flames followed, burning the sky and boiling the sea. Everywhere one looked, heaven and earth changed color. The red sea of fire even burned the sky. The demonic god's power shook the 9 heavens and 10 earth. The divine flames pressed down. The king shouted, and his sword opened the forbidden martial world. With one slash, 10,000 Daos were turned into nothingness. One sword forbidden martial, no Tao in the world. The black forbidden martial world and the red divine flames clashed. The sealing sword swallowed the 9 heavens' divine flames and blocked the fatal palm. The king's sword heart was unshakable. The king's battle intent rushed into the sky like a huge wave, piercing through the sky and dazzling the world. 4 swords move the world, heaven and earth fall together. Green and red flew in the sky, and the sand sword pierced the ground. The mortal world's sword might appeared, destroying heaven and earth. Demons were innate, formed by the primal chaos. Swords were acquired, tempered thousands of times. When demons and swords met, the sun and moon both moved. The king held the sword, sealing heaven and earth. Heaven, earth, and man. The sword's power was boundless, and gods and demons were shocked. In front of the divine palace, facing the extreme sword, the demonic god's eyes darkened. He raised his eyebrows and held wind and thunder with both hands. They were shocked to see violent wind and thunder descend from the sky, gathering on the demonic god's palms. Unparalleled divine power, wind and thunder surged, whistling together, illuminating the summit of the heavens. Tens of thousands of gods were frightened. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the 4 swords shook the wind and thunder, and yin and yang were out of balance. In the chaotic heaven and earth, the void collapsed one after another, destroyed by the power of the demonic god. However, what was shocking was that the heaven and earth that had just been destroyed was instantly restored. The power of creation accompanied the destruction, born from the same source. In the heaven and earth, after a violent collision, green and red flew down, and the sand sword scattered. The terrifying impact added to the king's body, but he was unwilling to take half a step back, forcibly withstanding the demonic god's power. On the abyss sword, drops of blood dripped down. The sealing sword was stained with the king's blood. Have you reached your limit? God of the mortal world swordsman, but it's time to end it. In front of the divine palace, the Nether King raised his hand and raging waves surged. Each wave of demonic might was stronger than the last, crushing the great Tao laws and destroying everything. The god of creation, the god of destruction, and the #1 martial god of the heaven realm had used their ultimate moves once again. They were about to end this heaven-defying battle for mankind. In the end, humans were unable to defy the god. Even with the passage of time and the collapse of the heavens and earth, the outcome could not be changed. Behind the king, there was no longer any king's sword in the empty sword rack. The 4 swords had already been used, but it was still difficult to blaspheme the king's face. The battle shocked the world. The power of the demon god surpassed the path of heaven's destruction. Even though Wang Jian had surpassed the limits of the human world, it was still difficult to shake the power of God. The dripping blood symbolized the beginning of Wang Jian's defeat. According to the legend of the sword in the human world, facing the strongest demon god of the heaven realm since ancient times, it was also the same as the countless heaven-defying people since ancient times. It was impossible to change the final outcome. It wasn't that the kings weren't outstanding enough. It was just that the existence of the demonic god had already surpassed everything. It had been undefeated since ancient times and stood at the peak of the heavens. In front of the divine palace, the demon god who had gathered all of his power pressed down with his right palm. All of a sudden, a monstrous wave came crashing down. The overwhelming devil might even covered the light of the divine sun in the 9 heavens. In the divine sun above the heavens, the god who was watching the battle let out a soft sigh. Then, he turned around and left, returning to the 8 heavens. He knew that the swordsman of the human world had still lost in the end. Even though it was very short, there was a moment when he seemed to have seen the hope of mankind defying the heavens. However, everything had ended. The battle against the gods had come to an end. At the same time, on the purple star of the heaven realm in the human world, the Wu dynasty was invading the south. Yan country was in danger. In the face of the Wu dynasty's iron hooves, the army of Yan country was defeated again and again. They almost had no power to resist. Ning Fan and Zhu Yi followed the army and returned to the last natural moat of Yan country, the Heaven Territory Pass. After going through one battle after another, the army of Yan country suffered heavy casualties. Ning Fan and Zhu Yi, who survived, were promoted to the rank of Decanus and Centurion respectively. In the Heaven Territory Pass, the remaining 100,000 soldiers of Yan country were guarding the first pass of the Yan country, resisting the Wu dynasty's iron cavalry. 300 li away, the army led by Grand Princess Yuling arrived. The army stopped and set up camp in front of the Heaven Territory Pass. Facing the first pass of Yan country, Grand Princess Yuling was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, she chose to rest and reorganize temporarily. Day after day, she would shoot arrows into the pass. Each arrow was tied with a white ribbon. On the white ribbon, there was a letter of persuasion to surrender. Whoever surrenders and opens the gate would be rewarded with 1,000 taels of gold and the title of Marquis of 10,000 households. There were already signs of Yan country's demise. In the city, the remaining 100,000 soldiers and defeated generals were also in a state of panic. In addition to the letters of persuasion that could be seen everywhere in the city, everyone was even more terrified. Ning Fan, Yan country is probably going to perish. In the camp, Zhu Yi, who was injured in the battle, sighed softly. Don't think too much. Rest well and recover. Ning Fan bandaged the knife wound on his arm and answered. Ning Fan, you need to make plans for your future. Zhu Yi remained silent for a long time and reminded him. Ning Fan's expression was slightly stunned. Future? What do you mean? Nothing. Zhu Kei shook her head. Ning Fan did not think too much and continued to bandage her wound. Outside the Heaven Territory Pass, Grand Princess Yuling stood quietly. She had been waiting for several days. Her expression did not show any signs of anxiety. Your Highness, someone in the pass has sent a letter to us. At this moment, a young general approached her with a secret letter in his hand and said respectfully. Grand Princess Yuling received the letter. After reading it, the corners of her lips curved into a cold smile. The day has finally arrived. Late at night, dark clouds covered the sky. The soldiers guarding the pass began to change their guard. At this moment, a group of iron cavalry of the Wu dynasty arrived outside the pass under the cover of the night. Grand Princess Yuling was leading the group with a heavy sword in her hand. She slashed at the giant gate of the Heaven Territory Pass. Boom, the sound of a violent collision was heard. The heavy iron and wood gate let out an ear-piercing sound. Behind the gate, the wooden bolts cracked one after another. They could not withstand the terrifying force. At this moment, behind the group of iron cavalry, a group of war horses pulled a huge round log and charged towards the iron and wood gate in front of them. Boom, an even more terrifying sound of vibration was heard. The iron and wood gate opened. Due to the inertia, the huge round log continued to move forward, directly knocking away the soldiers of Yan country behind them. Inside the Heaven Territory Pass, the soldiers of Yan country who were guarding the gate were shocked. Why did this happen? Behind them, the iron cavalry of the Wu dynasty rushed into the Heaven Territory Pass and began the massacre again. In the camp, Ning Fan woke up from his deep sleep and quickly went out of his tent to take a look. Inside the Heaven Territory Pass, flames were burning the sky. Panic was everywhere. Seeing this, Ning Fan hurriedly returned to the tent at the side and said anxiously, Zhu Yi, get up quickly. The army of the Wu dynasty is coming. However, the tent was already empty. There was not a single person inside. Ning Fan's face was filled with shock. He ran out of the tent again and searched everywhere. However, he could no longer find any traces of Zhu Yi. Inside the Heaven Territory Pass, the iron cavalry of the Wu dynasty massacred the remaining soldiers of Yan country. The faces of the soldiers of Yan country were filled with despair. They could no longer see a trace of hope. It was a bloody night. Blood flowed like a river in the Heaven Territory Pass, and corpses piled up into mountains. In the imperial court of Yan country, the Yan emperor received the news of the battle. His face was filled with shock, and he slumped on the dragon throne powerlessly. The End of Yen Country. Chapter 1573. In the mortal world, the Yen Kingdom and the Wu dynasty's armored cavalry trampled over every inch of the Yen Kingdom's territory. After the Tianyu Pass was broken, the Yen Kingdom could no longer defend itself. The destruction of the Yen Kingdom was a foregone conclusion. Soldiers from all over the Yen Kingdom were heading to the capital city, ready to make a last stand. However, reality was always cruel. The army heading for the capital of the Yen Kingdom was quickly defeated by the elite cavalry of the Wu dynasty. After barely holding on for 3 months, the capital of the Yen Kingdom was breached, and the Yen Kingdom was officially destroyed. After the fall of the Yen dynasty, the Wu dynasty moved its capital, and its territory multiplied. In the next 10 years, the cavalry of the Wu dynasty fought in all directions and gradually unified the eastern region of the Ziwei Star. As a result, the name Princess Yueling spread throughout the world. However, what was unexpected was that 3 years after the Yen Kingdom unified the eastern continent, Princess Yueling began to gradually relinquish her power. She was still a young emperor and was in a semi-retired state. Another year later, the eldest princess of the Wu dynasty disappeared completely. No one knew where she was. Some people said that Princess Yueling was tired of the court battles and didn't want to care about the court's affairs anymore, so she retreated into the mountains. Others said that Princess Yueling got sick of the long years of war and left the palace to seek medicine from the immortal sections. In short, the Moon Spirit Grand Princess, who once shook the entire eastern continent, had disappeared. He was the greatest figure in the history of the Wu dynasty. He had conquered a huge territory for the Wu dynasty. He was not like an emperor, but he was far more powerful than one. However, there were still many things that no one knew the truth about. For example, how did the Wu dynasty break through the gate of the Yen Kingdom's Tianyu Pass? The Tianyu Pass was known as the first pass in the world. No one had been able to break through it for thousands of years, but it was easily broken through by the Wu dynasty's iron cavalry. And in the imperial court of the Wu dynasty, there was one more Marquis Zhu, who was full of glory and splendor. In the 15th year after the fall of the Yen Kingdom, a man holding a sword came to the capital of the Wu dynasty. The man was dressed in plain clothes and held an ancient book in his hand. He looked very young and didn't look like he had passed the age of no doubt. The man's name was Ning Fan. On the day when the capital of Yen country was breached, he began to practice the sword. His life's goal was to kill one person, Zhu Yi. After practicing the sword for 15 years, his scholarly aura had completely changed. His entire body was like a sword, sharp and threatening. However, Ning Fan was still holding the ancient book in his hand. He had never given up on his lifelong obsession. At the same time, in the Zhu estate, Zhu Yi, who had also passed the age of 40, had undergone a great change in appearance and temperament. On the sparring field, Zhu Yi stood quietly, his muscles bulging with explosive power. Around him, 8 or 9 soldiers attacked mercilessly with sabers and swords. However, when the Wu dynasty soldiers attacked, Zhu Yi also moved. He rushed forward and sent 2 soldiers flying with a punch and a kick. 15 years had passed, and everything had changed. Not only Ning Fan, even Zhu Yi also began to practice martial art. Although the two of them had already passed the best age to practice martial arts, due to their astonishing perseverance, they still managed to achieve remarkable results. In the imperial city of the Wu dynasty, Ning Fan walked towards the Zhu mansion. Behind him, Yin and Qing Ning followed from a distance. They looked at the man in front of them. For more than 10 years, they had been watching silently. "Master, what are you planning to do?" Yin asked. "Murder," Qing Ning said softly. "Betrayal is always the most unforgivable." "Zhu Yi?" Yin frowned. "But he's already the Marquis of the Wu dynasty. There are many guards in the mansion. Can Master kill him? You should know your master's character very well. Even if he knows that it's impossible, he won't give up." Even though he's already a mortal in this life, his character hasn't changed. Qing Ning answered. Should we help Master? Ener asked. There's no need. Qing Ning shook her head. Let's just watch quietly. Outside the Zhu mansion, the sky gradually darkened. The lanterns were lit and the imperial city became quiet. 300 steps away from the Zhu mansion, Ning Fan stood quietly, looking at the mansion in front of him with a calm expression. Inside the Zhu mansion, the lights were extinguished one after another. The hour was approaching and the entire imperial city became silent. Outside the mansion, Ning Fan, who had been standing quietly for 4 hours, finally moved. He revealed himself and dashed into the Zhu mansion. In the backyard of the Zhu mansion, Zhu Yi, who had been resting, suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. At this moment, a cold sword light suddenly pierced through the air. Its sharpness was blinding. Zhu Ye's body rolled down from the bed. When he landed on the ground, he stomped on the ground and launched a counterattack. When the powerful fist wind approached him, Ning Fan twisted his body and dodged the attack. Then, he swung his cold sword and attacked again. At such a close distance, fists and kicks collided with weapons. Every move was filled with danger. Similarly, when cultivators in the mortal world put their lives on the line, their killing intent was fully displayed. It's you. After exchanging a few moves, Zhu Yi saw the blurry appearance of the person in front of him under the dim moonlight. His expression turned grim and he said, You didn't expect me to still be alive, did you? Ning Fan took a step forward and grabbed Zhu Ye's shoulder. Then, he swung his cold sword at him with deadly force. Zhu Yi could not dodge in time. His left shoulder was cut by the sword and blood splattered everywhere. Boom! At the same time, Zhu Yi broke free from the restraints and threw a punch at Ning Fan's chest. A muffled groan was heard. Ning Fan took 3 steps back and the corners of his mouth turned red. There's an assassin! There's an assassin! The commotion in the backyard woke up the female members of the mansion. Their cries attracted a large group of guards. You and I are friends. Why do you have to go to this extent? Zhu Yi looked at the person in front of him and said in a deep voice. You don't deserve to be called a friend, Ning Fan said coldly. He suppressed his injuries for the time being and took a step forward, dashing forward again. The comrade-in-arms who had once entrusted their lives to each other were now facing each other in life and death. There was no turning back just because of that unforgivable betrayal. In the backyard, a large group of guards arrived. They broke open the door and charged into the room with blades in their hands. Capture him. Kill him, Zhu Yi said with a cold expression. Understood. The soldiers received the order and began to capture him. In the middle of the encirclement, Ning Fan's expression turned completely grim. He looked at Zhu Yi, who was standing behind the soldiers of the mansion. Without hesitation, he dashed forward with his sword in hand. All of a sudden, blood filled the sky. The blades and swords were dyed red. Just as the swords of the mortal world rose, the battle between Wang Jian and the devil god at the summit of the heavens gradually came to an end. The king's body was dyed red. His blood splattered all over the summit of the heavens. In front of the divine palace, the devil god's body was covered in raging waves. Divine flames soared into the sky. The might of the god of destruction was undoubtedly displayed. The devil god of destruction and creation was incomparably powerful. He looked down upon the eternal reincarnation and dominated the 9 heavens and 10 earth. He was so powerful that it made people feel despair. Wang Jian's life was like a fire in the wind. Facing the unparalleled strongest devil god of the heaven world, his life was on the brink of death. In the heaven world, the gods of the 8th heaven turned around and left. They were unwilling to watch the battle whose ending was already decided. When the divine sun rose to the sky and was about to return to the 8th heaven, it suddenly paused. In the divine sun, the god's feet paused. His face was filled with shock. This is... In the battle below, boundless sword intent spread out. It was colorless, formless, and formless. It was a sword intent that had returned to nothingness. However, it contained endless destructive power. In front of the king, the fifth sword appeared out of thin air. The blade of the sword was transparent and almost invisible. The king raised his hand. The moment he held the blade of the sword, his blood flowed down and dyed the entire sword red. All of a sudden, blood-red sword light soared into the sky, illuminating the summit of the heavens. The appearance of the sword of death and defeat, which was the last king's sword to be destroyed, shocked the gods. Chapter 1574. At the peak of the heavens, the battle between humans and gods, the palm destroyed the heavens, lightning moved the earth, and the sword rose to the 9 heavens. The strongest demon god of the heaven realm, the strongest legend on the sword, the battle between humans and gods that spanned countless years, the battle was earth-shattering and shocking. At the end of the battle, when the demon god's palm technique was about to end, the fifth king's sword appeared in front of the king. The colorless, formless, and formless death-defeat sword had a translucent body that was unpredictable. The king held the sword and blood stained the blade. The blood-colored sword light soared into the 9 heavens. At the peak of the heavens, the wind and clouds rolled and lightning flashed. Sword name. In front of the temple, the Nether King spoke. The human king held the sword in his hand, and a strange light flashed in his eyes as he asked, "Defeat." The king opened his mouth and replied, "Sword of defeat, swordsman of the mortal world, have you already foreseen your defeat?" Facing the strongest king of the sword, the Nether King put down all his contempt and used his true strength for the first time. Suddenly, divine light spread around the Nether King's body, accompanied by wind and lightning, and divine flames soared into the sky. Layers of divine power destroyed the heavens and the earth. The strongest god of destruction and creation displayed his terrifying divine power. When all his power gathered, the heavens collapsed and the earth was destroyed. Around the Nether King, the earth rumbled and rose tens of thousands of feet. In the horizon, the stars collapsed, unable to bear the terrifying divine power. In the battle, under the pressure of the divine power, a shocking destructive aura spread out, destroying everything. Come, let the gods feel the determination of defeat. The Nether King raised his hand, and raging waves swept out rapidly. The divine power attacked, and the king's eyes flashed. The sword intent around him kept gathering, and he cut down the divine power with a sword. The sword of defeat was formless and formless. Wherever the sword intent passed, the divine power could not stop it. In the battle, the sword intent and divine power swept past each other. The terrifying power was actually evenly matched. Boom! A shocking shock wave spread out, and the demon god raised his hand to block the sword of defeat. The 3-foot cold sword could fight against gods. Blood dripped from the demon god's palm. In a head-on collision, it was injured again. 100 feet away, the king was hit by the divine power, and his injuries worsened. Blood stained his green clothes, but the king did not retreat half a step. The blood did not stop, and the sword did not stop. The king moved, and his body turned into a sword, and he rushed in front of the demon god. As the sword slashed down, its might became even more shocking. The king's sword once again surpassed the limits, reaching a new level. The Nether King raised his hand and blocked the formless sword. At such a close distance, the divine might and sword intent clashed violently. The king's left hand grasped the air, and the sealing sword flew over and slashed down on the demon god's chest. The sword of defeat and the sword of sealing, the 2 strongest king swords, moved at the same time. Even someone as strong as the heaven realm's #1 demon god became serious. With a loud boom, black feathers fluttered around the underworld king's body. The 12 wings of sin extended out, shaking the battle. The rising demonic might was even more terrifying than the heavenly might. The #1 demonic god of the heaven realm, who had surpassed all the gods and demons, had completely surpassed the realm of martial arts. "Are you ready?" I'm going to start now. Kings used their full strength, while deities used their true strength. Silver light flashed in the demon god's eyes. After a short moment, his body finally moved. In the blink of an eye, the demonic god arrived in front of the king and struck out with his palm. Boom! The divine might could topple mountains and overturn seas. The sealing sword faced it head-on, devouring the divine might. At the same time, the sword of defeat slashed down. The indefinite and formless king's sword ignored the divine might and slashed toward the demon god. The demon god stretched out his hand and blocked the sword of defeat. At the same time, he pushed his palm technique to 30%. The demonic might was earth-shattering. The intense confrontation between a human and a deity had already surpassed any battle in the mortal world. The sword will around the king became stronger and stronger. As the battle continued, it continued to climb. The sword of defeat ignored all laws. The sword of sealing turned existence into nothingness. With absolute attack and defense, the legendary swordsman of the mortal world finally had the power to contend with the demon god. Across the ages, the demon god looked at the swordsman of the mortal world in front of him. Finally, there was a trace of emotion in his eyes. After countless years, an opponent that could interest a deity had finally appeared. Ning Yuan closed in, and the underworld king blocked the sword with his finger. The demonic might on the sword was quickly devoured and dissipated. Sword of Sealing. The moment the underworld king blocked Ning Yuan, another sword light followed. Unlike the pitch-black Ning Yuan, the indefinite sword was almost invisible. Sword of Defeat. The underworld king took 3 steps forward and avoided the second sword. At this time, behind the underworld king, sand filled the air. There were 10,000 swords in the wind, without beginning or end. Sword of Formless. The underworld king's figure flashed and avoided the 10,000 swords. He looked at the sky and greeted them with a palm. Boom! The green sword light froze everything. Sword of Extreme Frost. The underworld king raised his left palm again, and divine flames surged around him. At the same time, not far away, a crimson sword light flashed. The flames on the sword surged and burned everything. Sword of Blazing Fire. The divine flames and blazing fire collided. The moment one sword was suppressed, the other 4 king swords arrived one after another. There's more. The Nether King stepped forward and looked at the blood-soaked king. He calmly said, "King's sword. Unfortunately, it's not enough." The underworld king raised his palm and pressed it on the king's chest. The sand sword and Ning Yuan blocked 90% of the demonic might. However, the remaining 10% was still unstoppable and heavily injured the king. The splattering blood dyed the 5 king swords red. It was extremely eye-catching. Hundreds of feet away, Prince Yen stopped. The battle had consumed his blood chi rapidly, and his divine sense was becoming blurry. However, the king's battle intent was even more shocking. In the blink of an eye, the demonic god's figure arrived again. He activated the power of his palms, and each of his palms landed on the king. The king's injuries became more and more serious, and his physical body gradually became unable to withstand it. In the battle, the divine flames on the underworld king's body surged violently, and his demonic might continued to rise. Facing the king's sword, even a god was aroused by an unprecedented battle intent. In the battle, the king's sword gradually surpassed the limits of the physical body. An indescribable sword pressure spread out, and even the destructive demonic might could not cover it. The underworld king looked at the king whose sword intent was rising in front of him, looking forward to the scene that he had always wanted to see. The swordsman in front of him was very strong, so strong that even he felt danger. However, it was still not enough. The sword was restrained, and it could not reach the true peak. However, after transcending everything, the only outcome for humans was death. Swordsman, how will you choose? In the battle, the sword intent and demonic might attacked again and again. Cracks appeared around the king's body, and it was gradually difficult to restrain the sword intent that surpassed the limit. "Have you decided?" The demonic god raised his hand, and his demonic might swept out like the waves of the sky. "How can the king's sword be defeated?" As soon as he finished speaking, the king's sword intent soared into the sky, and his collapsed physical body gradually dissipated. The physical body dissipated, and the divine soul appeared. The sword intent lost its restraints, and its brilliance was dazzling. It was endless, and it surpassed the heavenly destruction path. It was the true peak of the sword, and it suppressed all the laws at the peak of the heavens. Even the rules of the great path began to gradually collapse. In the void, in the divine sun, the god looked at the shocking changes around him, and his expression turned serious. It had appeared. In front of the temple, the underworld king's mouth curved into a smile of admiration. It had finally appeared. Chapter 1575. In the Zhu residence in the mortal world, dozens of guards quickly ran to the backyard to capture the assassins. In a room in the backyard, sounds of collisions kept ringing out. The intense battle had overturned the tables, chairs, and beds. The room was in a mess. The two of them started practicing martial arts almost at the same time. Their innate talent in martial arts was almost the same. One of them carried a sword while the other trained his physical body. Both of them had their own strength. The guards barged into the room and surrounded Ning Fan. In the middle of the encirclement, Ning Fan held his sword in one hand and stared at Zhu Yi, who was standing behind the guards. Then, he took a step forward and charged forward. In the cold night, the cold sword emitted dazzling sword light. The pupils of the two guards shrank. Blood gushed out from their throats and their bodies fell limply to the ground. Outside the room, two ladies walked into the room and observed the battle. Even though they were concerned, their expressions were as calm as still water. No one in the residence noticed their arrival. It was as if they could not see them at all. Master might be in danger. Yin looked at the intense battle in the room and said, "Just observe quietly." Qing Ning said calmly. Inside the room, weapons clashed. The curved blades were repelled by Ning Fan's sword, but they could not stop him. "A bunch of trash." Seeing so many guards die in Ning Fan's hands, Zhu Ye's face flashed with coldness. He let out a cold harumph and took a step forward. His fist collided with the sword. Ning Fan's right arm went numb and he was pushed back a few steps. Qi-la, the moment Ning Fan was pushed back, a blade light flashed across his body, bringing out a waterfall of blood. Boom! In front of him, Zhu Yi dashed forward again and threw a heavy punch at him. Ning Fan held his sword horizontally and blocked the attack. A shocking tremor resounded in the dark night. Ning Fan took another half a step back. The corner of his mouth turned red. Swoosh, swoosh, at the same time, rays of blade light flashed across his surroundings. They were ruthless. Ning Fan leaned to the side and avoided two rays of blade light. Then, he stomped his foot and leaped into the air, avoiding the third ray of blade light. In the air, Ning Fan swung his sword and cut off the arms of two guards. At the same time, he kicked the third guard away. However, when Ning Fan forced the three guards to retreat, he also revealed a flaw. Zhu Yi dashed forward and threw a punch at Ning Fan's chest. A muffled groan. Ning Fan's blood stained his plain clothes. In the backyard, Ning Fan fell to the ground and struggled to get up. At this moment, more guards arrived and surrounded the backyard. "Ning Fan, you have nowhere to run." Zhu Yi walked forward, his expression cold as he looked at his old friend. "Before I die, I will send you to hell." Ning Fan dashed forward. He swung his sword and slashed at Zhu Yi, who was in front of him again. They were once close friends who had entrusted their lives to each other. Now, they were facing each other in life and death. They would not rest until one of them was dead. The ruthlessness of fate was on full display at this moment. Under the darkness of the night, there was a cruel killing intent. The light of blades and the shadows of swords were everywhere. Under the obstruction of layers upon layers of guards, Ning Fan killed his way out again and again. However, he was blocked again and again. As a mortal sword cultivator, Ning Fan was already strong enough. Even though he was surrounded by nearly 100 guards, he did not fall into a disadvantageous position. However, there was a limit to a person's strength. Mortals were made of flesh and blood after all. They couldn't sustain it for long. Gradually, the speed at which Ning Fan swung his sword began to slow down, as if he had reached his limit. "Bring me a knife." Zhu Yi looked at Ning Fan, who was injured in the battle, and said coldly. Beside him, a guard took out a long knife and handed it to him. Zhu Yi took the knife and walked towards the battle step by step. "Since we used to know each other, at least let me end your life with my own hands." As he spoke, Zhu Yi went forward and swung his long knife, intending to end the life of the person in front of him. Swoosh! The moment the long knife fell, Ning Fan's tired eyes suddenly burst out with dazzling light. He raised his sword to meet the attack. The knife and sword collided, staining each other red. Even though Ning Fan's body was injured, his killing intent did not decrease. He changed his sword momentum and cut off Zhu Ye's arm. Ah! Zhu Ye's arm fell to the ground, dyeing the bluestone in the courtyard red. He took a few steps back and his face contorted intensely. In front of him, Ning Fan, who was injured by the long knife, staggered and coughed out a mouthful of blood. The bookworm in the past has actually become so cunning. "Ning Fan, you have changed after all." Zhu Yi roared furiously with a ferocious expression. "People change." Ning Fan propped himself up with his sword and said with a cold expression, "In order to kill you, I'm willing to dye my body black." As soon as his voice fell, he stomped his foot and dashed forward again. "Kill him!" Zhu Yi took 2 steps back and gave the order angrily. The guards charged at him like a tidal wave. Ning Fan leaped into the air. His sword glowed with cold light like the cold moon. In just 7 steps, no one could see him. That was a brilliant sword move. It was as if an immortal had descended to the mortal world. He had practiced the sword for 15 years just for this moment. In front of him, Zhu Yi subconsciously swung his knife to block the attack. When he came to his senses, he realized that his arm that was holding the knife had already been cut off. Ugh! The long sword penetrated his dantian and sea of qi, destroying his spine and dragon bones. Dazzling blood splattered everywhere. With his sea of qi broken and his dragon bones destroyed, Zhu Ye's body fell to the ground weakly. His body began to tremble violently. "Death is too light for you. I want you to live in fear forever to atone for the sins of the thousands of innocent soldiers of Yan country." As soon as his voice fell, Ning Fan drew his long sword. His bloodshot eyes stared at the guards around him and said coldly, "If you don't want to die, get out of my way. If you want to sacrifice your life for a cripple who betrayed his country, I will certainly fulfill your wishes." The guards around him exchanged glances with each other and subconsciously retreated. Ning Fan held his sword and walked forward step by step. Drops of blood dripped from the sword, dyeing the ground of the Zhu mansion red. While they were in a stalemate, Ning Fan walked out of the mansion. None of the guards dared to take the initiative to approach him again. However, not long after Ning Fan left the mansion, he fainted on the street. Not far away, Qing Ning walked towards him and helped him up from the ground. "Master's injuries are very serious," Yin said softly. "There's a dilapidated temple over there. Let's bring him there to rest first," Qing Ning said calmly. Then, she carried Ning Fan towards the west side of the imperial city. Yin picked up the blood-stained sword on the ground and followed them. In the west side of the imperial city, inside the dilapidated temple, a bonfire was lit and crackling. While his consciousness was still lingering, Ning Fan seemed to have seen a beautiful figure flash before his eyes. She was so familiar but also very unfamiliar. Master was so close to not being able to come out. Fortunately, he was smart enough to scare those guards, Yin said with lingering fear. He understands people's hearts. Qing Ning said while wiping the bloodstains on the face of the person in front of her. A traitor will never be able to win people's hearts. Zhu Yi has already been crippled. Why would those guards risk their lives for him? Beside the bonfire, Ina looked at the blood-stained sword in front of her and said, "In this life, Master is really too weak. After learning the sword for 15 years, he still hasn't reached the Xiantian realm. It's enough." Qing Ning glanced at the long sword on the ground and said, "It's just an ordinary sword, but it helped him fulfill his life's wish. In his previous life, he held the strongest immortal execution 4 swords in the world, but he still couldn't change the ending of the human world. Since that's the case, I would rather he held an ordinary sword." Chapter 1576. In the mortal world, outside the ruined temple in the west of the imperial city of the Wu dynasty, dark clouds hid the moon and heavy rain poured down. In the dilapidated temple, Ning Fan gradually woke up from his coma. His lifeless eyes stared at the bonfire in front of him. His face was filled with confusion. Why was he here? His memories slowly came back to him. He seemed to have recalled something. After crippling Zhu Yi, he fainted on the streets of the royal city. While he was dying, he seemed to have been saved by someone. The person who saved him was a woman, a strange yet familiar woman. Ning Fan struggled to get up. His eyes looked at the heavy rain outside the temple and gradually became absent-minded. Zhu Yi was already crippled, a cripple who couldn't speak or move for the rest of his life. He had received the punishment he deserved. Now that his wish had been fulfilled, he had no more worries in his life. Outside the temple, lightning streaked across the void, illuminating the dark human world. Ning Fan looked at the rainy night with a faint smile on his face. The world was so beautiful. Ning Fan walked into the rain. No matter how heavy the rain fell on his body, the smile on his face did not diminish. After taking a few steps forward, a dazzling light beam shot up to the sky from his body. It was as bright as lightning and extremely dazzling. He understood. Not far away, Qing Ning looked at Ning Fan and said softly. Demonic qi lingered in the horizon. 10,000 bolts of lightning surged. Heavenly flames burned the world. 3 tribulations shared the same sky. It was world-shaking. Under the rainy night, Ning Fan's qi rose rapidly. The 3 innate tribulations descended one after another. It's not over yet. Ina looked at the churning tribulation clouds in the sky and said in shock. After the 3 tribulations, the heavenly tribulations were endless. The 3 tribulations and 5 tribulations descended one after another. It was a terrifying scene that had never been seen before. The Xiantian realm was unstoppable. Ning Fan reached the full circle of the Xiantian realm in a single step. In an instant, he broke through the barrier of the Xiantian realm. Just as Ning Fan was about to step into the 3rd level, his rapidly increasing qi stopped abruptly and became stagnant. How shocking! Qing Ning's expression was filled with emotion as she said, "Advancing an entire realm in one go is unheard of." Genius! Yin-Er exclaimed in admiration. Master, you're finally no longer restricted by your innate talent in this lifetime. In the rainy night, Ning Fan, who was going through the heavenly tribulation, seemed to have sensed something. His gaze shifted to the 2 people who were not far away from him. Under the void, the bodies of the 2 cultivators who had already reached the 4th level could not be seen by mortals. However, at this moment, Ning Fan seemed to have sensed their qi. "Thank you." Ning Fan opened his mouth and said softly. He knew that there was someone there, and the person who saved him was there. Qing Ning smiled but did not answer. "You're welcome." At the side, Ina opened her mouth and replied sweetly. In the rainy night, when Ning Fan heard the answer, he was stunned at first. Then, he laughed silently. It wasn't her. Although he couldn't see her figure, he knew it wasn't her. "Are you immortals?" Ning Fan asked. Ina nodded vigorously. "That's right." A smile appeared on Ning Fan's face once again. Then, it really wasn't the case. After asking the questions, Ning Fan did not say anything else. He walked in the rainy night and left the imperial city of the Wu dynasty. In the territory of the Wu dynasty, Ning Fan walked among the mountains and rivers that he was familiar with in the past. His state of mind became increasingly peaceful. On the heaven-shaking mountain, in front of a large river that flowed to the west, a woman in a light blue dress stood quietly. Her temperament was transcendent, like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. It was destined that the two of them would meet again. When Ning Fan saw the lady in front of the great river, he recognized her identity at first glance. She was the long-lost princess royal of the Wu dynasty, Yu Ling. When Ning Fan saw Yu Ling also saw Ning Fan, who was walking toward her. Similarly, she recognized him at first glance. Among the two people who escaped from her blade in the south border city, one of them was Zhu Yi, who later betrayed the Yan country and became an important minister of the Wu dynasty. The other person was the man in front of her. "What's your name?" Yu Ling asked. "Ning Fan." Ning Fan answered calmly. "Do you want to fight?" Yu Ling continued asking. Ning Fan gently shook his head and said, "No." "You don't hate me?" Yu Ling narrowed her eyes and said, "I was the one who led the army to destroy the Yan country. You should hate me. The rise and fall of a dynasty is inevitable. The one I hate has never been the Wu dynasty or you." Ning Fan said with an indifferent expression, "Your Highness Princess Royal, why are you here?" "Then where should I be?" Yu Ling asked. "The imperial palace of the Wu dynasty." Ning Fan answered, "I've already conquered the entire eastern continent for the Wu dynasty. Why should I still stay there?" Yu Ling stared at the mountains and great veins in front of her and said indifferently. Ning Fan was speechless. He did not know what to say. "There's blood chi on your sword." Yu Ling retracted her gaze and looked at the sword in the man's hand. "Did you kill him?" "No." Ning Fan shook his head and said, "I just crippled him. This ending is what he deserves." Yu Ling's tone was indifferent. "Greed is always detestable. Without him, the Wu dynasty wouldn't have defeated the Yan country so quickly." Ning Fan said, "Therefore, according to my promise, I conferred him the title of Marquis." Yu Ling said calmly, "However, compared to him, those soldiers who died on the battlefield for the Yan country are more worthy of my respect." Ning Fan looked at the lady in front of him quietly, as if he wanted to see through her true thoughts. "I'm leaving now. We'll meet again someday," Yu Ling softly said. Then, she turned around and left. "We'll meet again someday," Ning Fan replied. In the mortal world, when the two people who were destined to part with each other, the battle between humans and gods at the summit of the heavens had already come to an end. The sword intent broke through the limit. The king gave up his physical body, and his terrifying sword pressure soared to the summit of the 9 heavens. The boundless sword intent spread in all directions continuously. The summit of the heavens turned into a world of sword. 10,000 laws trembled and dissipated under the sword pressure. "So, this is your sword?" The Nether King sensed the sword intent in the world around him. His figure flashed, avoiding layers of sword light one after another. In the world of sword intent, invisible sword light intertwined with each other. It was like rain, lightning, and also like raging wave. The sword intent changed. The Nether King raised his hand and blocked the 10,000 layers of sword force. His eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. There was no beginning and no end. The boundless sword was unavoidable and unstoppable. Blood spurted out from the Nether King's left arm. The devil god was injured. His expression turned gloomy. He raised both of his hands to the sky and raging lightning swept out. "Swordsman who has entered the Tao, let this god have a good battle." The devil god gathered all of his power. His divine might shook all directions. At the summit of the heavens, the power of destruction and creation rose to the extreme. A part of the world collapsed and was quickly reborn. The indescribable terror made people's hearts tremble. In the void in front, The king who had turned into a sword had 5 king swords floating around him. The majestic sword force continued to rise. It surpassed the limit and was infinitely close to the realm of God. The path of the human Tao had a path, but the path of the sword had no end. The king gave up his physical body and finally reached the peak of the path of the sword. The dazzling sword light was even brighter than the divine sun. In the next moment, the king moved and instantly arrived in front of the devil god. The king pointed his finger and the sword intent gathered. It directly broke the protective shield around the devil god. The sword force directly pierced through the god's body. A pool of blood splashed out, dyeing the heavens red. Fresh blood flowed out from the Nether King's chest. It was so dazzling. The strongest sword since the ancient times finally touched the number 1 devil god of the heaven world and severely injured the god's body. The Nether King was not angry but happy. On his left and right hands, raging waves and raging lightning became more and more terrifying. The ear-piercing thunder resounded in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The power reached the peak. Chapter 1577. There was a sun and a moon in the sky, and they had met several times. On the ground, humans and gods traveled together in the yellow springs. In the world of heavens, waves shook the world, and swords shook the heavens. From night to morning, the battle had lasted for hundreds of rounds. The intense battle shook even time. Since ancient times, the Nether King, the number 1 person at the top of the heavens, was so strong that no words could describe it. But now, the legend of the sword from the human world could actually fight the demon god to a draw. The path of a king was lonely and emotionless. With a boom, the palm energy and sword fingers collided. Raging waves swept through the 9 heavens, and true essence shook the heavens. The demon god's body was red several times. It was the first time in countless years that his true body had been injured to such an extent. However, although his physical body was injured, his fighting spirit became more and more shocking. It was as bright as a black sun, and it made the world shake. Facing the number 1 person at the top of the heavens, the king who had turned into a sword also raised his fighting spirit to the limit. Sword light rose around him, and it was so dazzling. Strong, so strong that words couldn't describe it. It was the first time such a battle had happened since the immemorial war of God. Even the great Tao was about to be shattered. Awesome! The sword of defeat slashed a shocking sword wound on the Nether King's chest. The brilliance in his eyes was about to illuminate the world. The king's sword was limitless, and the demon god was limitless. At the top of the heavens, 49 bridges appeared, symbolizing the 49 rules derived from the great Tao. When martial arts reached the peak, it formed its own Tao. In front of the temple, the Nether King's figure slowly rose and stood on the great Tao bridge. The demon god who controlled a great Tao finally showed his true strength. On the great Tao bridge, endless power gathered, and the demon god's pressure also rose rapidly. Above the 9 heavens, the gods from the 8 heavens saw this scene, and their expressions turned serious. This swordsman in the human world could already force the number 1 martial god at the top of the heavens to such an extent? There were 50 great Taos, and the Nether King was one of them. As long as the world existed, the Nether King was invincible. Although the way of the sword was strong, it wasn't one of the 49 great Taos. It couldn't shake the Nether King's existence. As expected, the moment the Nether King called out his great Tao, the entire world changed color. The demonic Tao was capable of destroying the heavens and extinguishing the earth. The Nether King raised his hand, and the 12 wings of sin extended outwards. They were like a heavenly curtain that covered the 9 heavens' divine sons. God, grant you death! The Nether King spoke. In the air, devil might blotted out the sky and covered the earth, boundless and boundless. It was like a vast ocean, capable of destroying everything. Below him, the king's body froze, and he was actually unable to move at all. Under the might of the great path, even the supreme way of the sword seemed so weak at this moment. With a life and death crisis looming over him, The azure and red dual swords in the king's hands began to tremble violently. In the blink of an eye, they were forcefully thrown out of his hands. Prince Yan's eyes trembled and he looked sad. In the void, green and red clashed, and the ear-piercing sound of swords rang through the demonic world. Two dazzling sword rainbows rushed straight to the bridge of the great path and collided with it. The two swords protected their master, forcefully clashing against the great Tao. Immediately, green and red collapsed. Heaven and earth were instantly split into two. Half was sealed in ice, and the other half was burned in flames. Beneath the Nether King, the bridge of the great Tao began to tremble under the impact of the twin swords. Prelude to the Immortal Sword, Heavenly Chapter. In that instant, the king broke free from the shackles of the demonic path. With a loud shout, the Heaven Seal appeared for the first time. All of a sudden, the Heavenly Symphony Overture and 10,000 swords appeared. On the bridge of the great Tao, the Nether King sensed something. He stared at the 10,000 swords in the void in front of him. His eyes flashed with surprise. At the summit of the heavens, the Heaven Seal appeared for the first time. 10,000 swords floated up and down, forming a bridge. There were 50 great paths and 49 great paths. As for the incomplete great path, it was gradually taking shape. A heavenly pride of a generation. In the void, the deities saw this scene. Their eyes were filled with unconcealable shock. Is this swordsman of the mortal world going to turn his body into the great path? Ever since the creation of the world, the 49 great paths were born from the chaos. They lived as long as the heavens and earth. There had never been a human, devil or immortal who could form a great path on their own. On the bridge of the great Tao, the Nether King was also watching this scene. His eyes were filled with anticipation. He had been lonely for too long. Swordsmen of the mortal world, don't disappoint him. At the summit of the heavens, beside the 49 bridges of the great Tao, the 50th bridge appeared. It was formed by 10,000 swords. Even though it was not stable, it was beginning to take shape. All of a sudden, an earth-shattering divine might appeared around the king. His sword intent penetrated the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Even the mortal world was affected by it. In the mortal world, among the mountains and rivers, Ning Fan's body suddenly trembled. He looked at the sky with a serious expression. What happened to this familiar feeling? Not far away, Qing Ning and Ener also felt the terrifying sword pressure from the end of endless time and space. Their expressions changed. It's great Xia's King Yen. In the immortal domain, the celestial venerables of the mortal world looked at the sky and said in shock, "This ominous feeling is not good." Mu Qianshang suppressed the agitation of the snow sword. His eyes darkened and he said, "If Zhi Ming doesn't come back soon, he might not be able to see that senior for the last time." Qing Ning and Ener haven't found him yet? Luo Xingchen at the side asked seriously. It's easy to find him. The key is how to awaken the memories of his previous life. In front, the Chongling female venerable said with a serious expression. Even though I don't know what happened to Zhi Ming, he is indeed reincarnating again and again. Qing Ning. In the Emperor's Star, among the mountains and rivers, the Chongling female venerable's voice sounded. Has Zhi Ming not awakened yet? No. Qing Ning shook her head and answered. En and I have been following him. If he awakens his memories, we will immediately bring him back. Quickly! The Chongling female venerable's voice echoed. I have an ominous feeling. Something may have happened to Yan Qinhuang. Understood. Qing Ning nodded. She looked at the man in front of her and her expression grew grave. She also felt the abnormality in the 9 heavens. She hoped there was still time. At least, he had to see that senior for the last time. Master. At the side, Ener clenched her hands. A hint of nervousness flashed through her beautiful eyes. Master and that senior's relationship was extraordinary. She hoped there was still time. At the peak of the heavens, the bridge of sword path appeared. The sword light around Yan Qinhuang grew brighter. The supreme sword essence surpassed the man-god boundary and approached the great Tao of chaos. The 49 great Tao bridges gave off a destructive presence. Among them, the demonic path represented by the Nether King was so powerful that even the heavens trembled. Even among the 49 great Tao, it was one of the best. The Nether King's strength could not be doubted. Just like the great Tao, its existence was the truth. Yet at this moment, the 50th great Tao of chaos that could shake the demonic path appeared in the world. The sword path. When the sword path appeared, it had the power to suppress everything. The great Tao that the world could not tolerate was strongly rejected by the other 49 great Tao. But the sword path had appeared. How could it submit? At the peak of the heavens, the king put his hands together. As he opened and closed, the sixth sword appeared. Chapter 1578. At the peak of the heavens, the sword Tao formed a bridge. This shocking scene was unique throughout the ages. A king looked down on the world, moving the world and yin and yang. His own strength filled in the incomplete grand Tao and forged the final bridge of chaos. Since the ancient times, there had never been such a shocking method before. 50 great Tao bridges appeared at the same time, covering the peak of the heavens. On the great Tao bridge that symbolized the demonic Tao, the Nether King stood in the air. The 12 sin wings behind him covered the sky, and his demonic might shook everyone's hearts. On the other side, on the 50th bridge that symbolized the Tao of the sword, kings walked side by side. Their sword intents reached the heavens, unmatched and stunning throughout the ages. Resisting the great Tao with one person's strength was something that had never been done before. Today, the king defied the heavens, displaying his most dazzling style. Ha! Pushing his sword intent to the limit, the king let out an earth-shattering roar. As he opened and closed his hands, the sixth king's sword appeared. The primal chaos imperial sword contained the essence of the great Tao to the extreme. The sword's body was shrouded in the aura of primal chaos. It had returned to its original state and was no longer something an ordinary sword could compare to. Swordsman of the mortal world, God praises you. On the demonic bridge, as the Deep King saw this, he was no longer stingy with his praise. After waiting for an eternity, he finally saw a true primal chaos expert. On the sword Tao bridge, after the king summoned the Chaos Imperial Sword, his divine soul began to burn intensely. Dazzling brilliance illuminated the peak of the heavens. The strongest sword had already surpassed everything. Even the great path could not suppress it. The 50 bridges of the great Tao coexisted at the peak of the heavens. The king stood tall, and the sword was the Tao. Lightning of chaos. After waiting for a long time, when the king's aura was at its strongest, the Nether King raised his hand on the demonic path bridge. Immediately, the winds and clouds of the 9 heavens changed. Primal chaos appeared, and 10,000 bolts of lightning appeared. Primal chaos lightning appeared, the sound of thunder deafening, the sound of 1,000 birds shocking the world, descending from the sky. At the same time, the demonic god raised his other hand. With a loud boom, the primal chaos heavenly fire descended. Thunder and fire moved together, burning the 9 heavens. The entire peak of the heavens was shattered by this terrifying power, and cracks were everywhere. Above the 9 heavens, the deities could no longer remain calm when they saw this scene. They flipped their palms and stabilized the peak of the heavens that was about to collapse. On the 50th bridge of the Great Path, the king formed a sword with both hands, and the chaotic imperial sword spun rapidly. Streaks of dazzling sword light shot into the 9 heavens, and its power was raised to the limit. The most powerful demon and the most powerful sword faced off against each other on the bridge of the Great Tao. The might of the demon and the might of the sword shook heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye they collided. It was an indescribable horror. The 2 destructive forces clashed, and the entire sky collapsed. The earth cracked, and the sky was split in half. In the battlefield, raging waves swept out, and the aftershock was vast and mighty, destroying everything as easily as dry weeds and rotten wood. Suddenly, among the 50 great bridges, a bridge of chaos with a relatively dim splendor could not withstand the impact of the sword Tao and devil Tao, and collapsed with a loud bang. An unexpected scene occurred. The bridge of primal chaos collapsed, and a great Tao law was destroyed. The balance that had existed since time immemorial was broken. Whether it was the mortal realm, the immortal realm, or the summit of the heavens, everything was affected. In the mortal world, the great river that was flowing east stopped. The next moment it suddenly flowed in the opposite direction. The great Tao laws collapsed, and the entire world turned upside down. The flowers were no longer fragrant, the birds no longer chirped, the river flowed backwards, and the sun and moon moved in reverse. What happened? In the mortal realm, above the immortal realm, Luo Xingqian and the others were shocked when they felt the drastic changes in the world. In the dark abyss, the god of plagues, who was in seclusion devouring the darkness origin, opened his eyes. A cold glint flashed across his eyes. The great Tao was out of balance. Even the heavens were helping him. The god of plagues rose to his feet. His terrifying dark chi spread out, crazily devouring the negative energy in the three worlds. On the purple star, in front of the great river that was flowing backwards, Ning Fan stopped and frowned slightly. Not far away, Qing Ning and Yin Er exchanged glances. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Even during the great tribulation of heaven and earth, such a strange thing had never happened in the mortal world. What exactly happened at the end of the faraway world? On the other side of the mountain, the lady in a light blue dress stared at the horizon with a strange expression. Are there other worlds in the sky? She really wanted to go and have a look. Her desire to seek the Tao was born. Moon Spirit walked out of the mountains and rivers, looking for her own Tao fate. Sister Qing Ning, look at Master. At the bank of the great river, Yin Er's expression suddenly changed and she exclaimed. When Qing Ning heard her, she immediately shifted her gaze. At the bank of the great river, Ning Fan's hair was rapidly turning white at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Qing Ning's expression changed. What happened? Boom! At this moment, dark clouds rolled across the horizon and lightning fell from the sky. The immortal treading tribulation had arrived. Ning Fan had entered the third realm of the martial Tao. Half of his lifespan was gone and his hair instantly turned white. His great Tao is incomplete. Qing Ning regained her senses and guessed the source of the scene in front of her. Her expression turned serious. If this continues, if Ning Fan's cultivation base continues to break through, his lifespan might be exhausted before he returns to his peak. In the immortal domain, the last world of light in the mortal world, heaven and earth suddenly shook violently. In front of them, the chi of darkness lingered. The darkness that had been silent for a long time finally invaded again. At the moment when the great Tao collapsed, the god of plagues appeared. His aura force was not inferior to the Lord of Darkness in the past. The god of plagues displayed his unparalleled ability with a shocking palm strike. He wanted to destroy the last light in the mortal world. In front of the celestial venerables of the mortal world, the female venerables of Chongling gathered all her primordial chi. The 9 underworlds heaven-devouring devil scripture absorbed all the devil primordial chi of the mortal world and borrowed the power of light in the immortal domain to resist the power of darkness. Boom! It was a shocking strike. Light and darkness clashed countless times. In the immortal domain, heaven and earth rumbled and trembled, neutralizing the corrosion of darkness. The power of the palm strike made the female venerables of Chongling's lips turn red. Even with the power of the immortal domain, she was still at a disadvantage. Chaos rose in the mortal world again. In the immortal domain, the celestial venerables of the mortal world all came out of seclusion and activated their cultivation bases to resist the darkness together. In the starry sky, half of it was darkness and the other half was light. With the help of the last world of light that Zhi Ming sacrificed his life to leave for the mortal world, the celestial venerables of the mortal world barely had the power to fight against the darkness. In front of the immortal domain, the god of plagues looked at the world of light in front of him. His eyes narrowed slightly. The power of this immortal domain was really shocking. It had almost grown into a great world of perfection. The god of plagues looked at the old world that was collapsing around him. Uneasiness rose in his heart for some reason. The old world was collapsing and a new great world was about to be formed. Could it be? The god of plagues' heart sank. He did not dare to delay any longer. He activated all his power of darkness, wanting to destroy the world of light in front of him at all costs. Fellow cultivators, help me on this journey. In the immortal domain, the female venerables of Chongling opened her mouth and said sternly. In all parts of the immortal domain, the celestial venerables of the mortal world responded. They activated their cultivation bases and fully released their cultivation bases. In an instant, the world of the immortal domain shook with devil might. The female venerables of Chongling raised her palms to the sky and absorbed thousands of streams. The 9 underworlds' heaven-devouring devil scripture displayed its strongest power, devouring the divine essence released by the celestial venerables and turning them all into a shocking attack. Boom! Darkness and light collided. The two forces collided and the aftermath spread. The light of the entire Ziwei galaxy instantly disappeared, as though an eternal night had descended. Open! In the immortal domain, the celestial venerables of the mortal world roared. They burned their cultivation and exploded with shocking power. In an instant, with the immortal domain as the center, light spread rapidly and illuminated the Ziwei galaxy once more. In front of the immortal domain, the god of plagues was attacked by the power of light. He grunted and the corners of his mouth were dyed red. At the same time, in the immortal domain, the celestial venerables of the mortal world had blood splattered from their mouths and were injured. On the Ziwei star, on an extremely declining celestial mountain, where even the inheritance was about to be severed, Moon Spirit in a light blue dress walked over. She looked at the old celestial master on the mountain and asked, "May I ask, celestial master, if there are immortals in the sky? May I ask, celestial master, if there is a sky beyond the sky?" Chapter 1579. After darkness descended upon the mortal realm, countless inheritances were destroyed. On the Emperor's star, on the last celestial mountain, Moon Spirit arrived and inherited the old celestial teacher's legacy. Meanwhile, in front of a large river that was flowing in the opposite direction, which was 1,000 li away from the immortal mountain, Ning Fan temporarily stopped moving forward and began to concentrate on comprehending the sword. On the opposite side of the river, waves crashed against the shore. On the riverbank, an ordinary sword was hovering in the air. The sword's body was trembling, and the sound was like the raging waves. Ever since he stepped into the immortal realm, his cultivation base had improved by leaps and bounds. He had crossed the void realm and the corporeal realm, directly attaining the true realm. Inside the true realm, Ning Fan saw the true essence of the laws of heaven and earth. His eyes became clearer and clearer. However, during the process of comprehending the Tao, his lifespan was also rapidly disappearing. Even though his facial features did not change much due to the improvement of his cultivation base, the qi of time on his body had become clearer. Not far away, Qing Ning and Yin Er were staring at Ning Fan in front of them. Just like before, they were guarding him silently. During the years when the great Tao collapsed, everything in the human world changed. Flowers bloomed in the cold winter, and birds cried out blood. In the beginning, people were not used to this abnormal change. Some people even took the opportunity to spread the theory of the end of the world, making people panic. However, the adaptability of humans was incomparable to any other race. In just over 10 years, the people in the human world were already used to this strange scene. In the 10 years of drastic changes in the human world, at the peak of the heavens, in a world where time and space were completely different, the battle between the demon god and the king had reached its final conclusion. The The king's sword of primal chaos was invincible, and even the bridge of the great Tao could not withstand it. After crossing the ages, the king's sword finally came into contact with the body of the demon god. The king of hell's primal chaos imperial sword was 3 inches deep into his chest. Fresh blood flowed out and dyed the king of hell's sword red. When the king's sword entered his divine body was heavily injured and showed signs of instability. How can the body of a god be disrespected? The fiend god was enraged when his divine body was injured. He threw a punch at the king's chest. With a muffled groan, the king's figure flew out for tens of thousands of feet and crashed into the Sword Tao Bridge. The Sword Tao Bridge trembled. Sword light scattered in all directions, unable to endure this terrifying power. The 8 perils sword, heaven and earth in one sword. When his divine soul reached its limit, the king no longer hesitated. He used his ultimate move, sword moving spring and autumn. At the top of the heavens, sword chi shot into the 9 heavens, and yin and yang transformed into thousands of sword. The king unleashed all of his sword intent. Chaos, death, sand sword, and abyss condensed sword dissipated and entered the king's divine soul. The sword will sword endlessly, trying to suppress the great Tao of chaos. On the demonic bridge, the Nether King stared at the glaring sword Tao radiance in front of him. His eyes of God flashed with a strange light. The long wait was worth it. In the divine sun in the sky, God saw the change in the Nether King's expression. That was not right. God, it's time for this bet to come to an end. On the demonic bridge, the Nether King calmly spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, the Nether King raised his hand. With the demonic god's body as the center, demonic might spread out rapidly. Boom! The demonic god raised his hand, and the most terrifying chaos demonic thunder descended from the sky. Black thunderbolts split the space and time, and descended from the immemorial era to the present world. Both inside and outside the battlefield, the deities and kings felt the horrifying power of the chaos demonic thunder, and their bodies trembled slightly. It was comparable to the power of the first big explosion after the creation of the world. The chaos demonic thunder came from the immemorial era and spanned countless years. Just the pressure alone was enough to cause the top of the heavens to begin to collapse. The most powerful demonic god in the heaven realm had the power to suppress the great Tao of the heavens. The other great Tao bridges, which were also the great Tao of chaos, were all overshadowed. The palm that could destroy heaven and earth had the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. On the Sword Tao Bridge, after the 4 swords returned, the king's sword will was also raised to the peak. He turned his body into a sword, and the sword light cut through the top of the heavens. The final result of the most powerful battle of the humans against the gods was about to be revealed. Boom! The rumbling shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths, shaking the eternal sky. Countless heavenly Tao laws collapsed rapidly, and the 49 great Tao bridges shook again. In the raging sandstorm, the demonic bridge collapsed together. The demonic god, who symbolized the top figure in the heavens since ancient times, had fallen. Similarly, 1,000 feet away, the Sword Tao Bridge collapsed bit by bit. The king's divine soul was also dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the divine sun in the sky, the deities saw this scene and could not hide the shock in their eyes. The Nether King had fallen? This unbelievable ending was even more unbelievable than the collapse of heaven and earth. The heavenly realm's #1 martial god, who was eternal and indestructible since the creation of heaven and earth, was almost the symbol of immortality. He was invincible in heaven and earth, and he was absolutely undefeated. In the temple behind, Luofei saw this scene, and her expression was also shocked. As the daughter of the Eternal Night Clan, she knew the power of the Nether King better than anyone else. However, the scene in front of her was so real that she had to believe it. On the collapsed demonic bridge, black feathers fluttered around the Nether King's body. His aura was bright and dim, sometimes black and sometimes white. The god of destruction and creation was about to return to heaven and earth. Less than 1,000 feet away, the legendary swordsman of the mortal world and the heavenly realm's number one demonic god, two absolute powerhouses who had stunned the ages, were about to fall. However, both of their eyes were abnormally calm. "God, this round you have won." The Nether King glanced at the deities in the sky, and then shifted his gaze to the swordsman in front of him. He said calmly, "Human, you have amazed me." In the void, the divine sun descended from the sky. Looking at the heavenly realm's number one martial god who was about to disappear, the deity said, "Nether King, your failure is only because you are too arrogant. There is always a winner and a loser in a gamble. However, I believe that this will be the last time." As he spoke, the devil chi around the Nether King quickly dissipated. Darkness fell from the sky and blended into the void, disappearing completely. On the Sword Dao Bridge, the king turned around and looked at the mortal world. His eyes flashed with a hint of regret. Unfortunately, it was too late to go back. "Swordsman of the mortal world, do you have any unfulfilled wishes?" In the divine sun, the deity revealed a smile and asked. Prince Yen retracted his gaze and looked at the deity of the eighth heaven in front of him. Then, he said calmly, "No." As soon as his voice fell, the king's divine soul completely dissipated. His soul returned to heaven and earth. In the divine sun, the deity looked at the two great Daos that disappeared between heaven and earth. Without saying a word, his figure turned illusory and returned to the eighth heaven. Such an ending could not be any better. Sure enough, humans did not disappoint the deity. In the mortal world, Ning Fan broke through to the fourth realm in the blink of an eye. Almost at the same time, in the dilapidated Immortal Mountain, Yu Ling, who had inherited the legacy of the old heavenly master, used the reincarnation of Sun and Moon to break through to the sovereign realm before Ning Fan. On the Immortal Mountain, Yu Ling, who had already touched the barrier of the fifth realm, looked at the starry sky with a yearning expression. Is there really a sky in the sky? Was the shocking change 40 years ago caused by the immortals? In the immortal domain, 20 years after the Nether King's death, Nu Chang stepped into the monarch realm and became the first person in the mortal world. The Devil Dao Bridge collapsed and the souls of the devil gods returned to heaven and earth. Devil cultivators in the mortal world sprung up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, vaguely showing signs of becoming the number one Dao in the world. The only thing that could compete with the Devil Dao was the Sword Dao. The fall of the legendary swordsman of the mortal world actually made the rise of the Sword Dao. The mortal world entered a new era. Swordsmen in white robes could be seen everywhere riding their swords. In the Z-Way galaxy, black chi flowed and covered the sky. At the same time that the world of light changed, the world of darkness also underwent a great change. The great Dao was incomplete and the power of darkness increased rapidly, becoming the last law that could possibly fill the gap in the great Dao. There's only one last step left. The god of plagues looked at the last light in the mortal world. The greed in his eyes could not be concealed. Chapter 1580. At the peak of the heavens, the demonic path collapsed and the sword path perished. In a great battle that shocked the ancient and modern times, the number one martial god of the heaven realm and the legendary swordsman of the mortal world both fell. This was an outcome that even the gods had not foreseen. No one could believe that the undefeated underworld king had died in battle. Divine Temple. After the Deep King died, the enchantment vanished. Madame Luo stepped out, looking at the vast and boundless seven-layered heavens in front of her, a strange light on her face. Now that the Nether King was dead, the entire world would descend into chaos. During her time in the Divine Hall, she could clearly feel the power of the many gods and demons in the seven heavens realm. Previously, the King of Hell was intimidating, and all the gods submitted to him. Now that the King of Hell had fallen, how could these powerful gods and demons know their place? Shi and Zi had to make plans early. Inside the shrine, Xia Zi, who was dressed in black, had been in a deep slumber for many years. In the past, when he had passed away, he had received the help of the Netherworld King to preserve his life. However, he had yet to wake up. Madame Luofei turned around and returned to the temple. As she looked at the unconscious Yazi, her eyes filled with tenderness. No matter what, she had to protect him. At the same time, in the mortal realm, by the bank of the great river that flowed in reverse, ordinary swords floated up and down. After 100 generations of reincarnation, only the sword would follow. In the blink of an eye, another 50 years passed. Ning Fan's cultivation base improved further and he officially stepped into the heavenly Tao realm. Her long white hair was so dazzling to the eyes. After the change of heaven and earth, Ning Fan's lifespan was being consumed at an unusually high rate. Even though his cultivation base was rising day by day, it was still difficult for him to replenish the loss of his lifespan. 1,000 li away, on top of an immortal mountain, Yu Ling was concentrating on her cultivation. Her cultivation base improved by leaps and bounds. Vaguely, her cultivation base was a notch higher than Ning Fan's. These two are truly perverted. Beside the river, Ener muttered softly. He had missed the best age for cultivation, yet his cultivation speed was still so shocking. It was truly abnormal. At the side, Qing Ning looked at the white-haired young man with a worried expression. His lifespan was being consumed too quickly. If there came a day when the progress of his cultivation level stopped, the consequences would be unimaginable. Boom! At this moment, 1,000 miles away, thunder rumbled and heavenly tribulation descended from the sky. Another breakthrough! Ener jumped up and exclaimed. At the riverside, Ning Fan, who sensed Yu Ling's breakthrough, opened his eyes. His sword intent soared into the sky. Boom! In an instant, thunder and lightning appeared in the sky at the same time, resonating with each other. The two of them broke through again one after another. Dark clouds covered the sky and covered the sun. The scene was exceptionally spectacular. Under the lightning, the two of them faced their tribulations at the same time. Their power was earth-shaking. At the bank of the great river, Ning Fan held his sword and slashed open the tribulation cloud. After cultivating for 100 years, his cultivation had already attained the Tao reasoning realm, and his shocking advancement couldn't be described with the word genius. The memory fragments that were engraved in the depths of his divine soul began to recall. Under the heavenly tribulation, he seemed to have vaguely seen something. Above the starry sky, celestial lords stood in the air, numbering in the thousands. In the middle, black air currents surged, and the god of plagues stood proudly. The celestial venerables of the human realm worked together to trap the god of plagues. At the front, the Chongling female supreme pushed her cultivation to the limit. The 9 hells heaven-devouring demon scripture swallowed the aura of the 1,000 venerables and suppressed the source of the darkness. After fighting for an unknown number of days, the celestial venerables of the mortal realm had consumed a lot of energy. Even with the support of the light power of the immortal realm, they were gradually losing strength. The power of darkness was no longer what it used to be. The god of plagues' cultivation base was rising day by day, and he was not far from the 6th realm. The Genesis realm was a completely new and untouchable realm. None of the ancient sovereigns could reach it. In the starry sky, the battle was getting more and more intense. The female venerables of Chongling went close to the source of the darkness. In the distance, Luo Xingchen held his divine bow and aimed at the god of plague's vital parts. Not far away, Mu Qianshang raised his hand to wipe off the blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked at the source of the darkness in front of him with a solemn expression. What a monster! I wonder how Ji Ming managed to defeat the Lord of Darkness alone in the past. Undying and indestructible, unshakably powerful. If it wasn't for the fact that they outnumbered him, there would be no need to fight this battle. In the center of the battle, the god of plague's gaze swept across the celestial venerables of the mortal realm in the starry sky and frowned slightly. They were just mere ants, but they had actually blocked him for so many days. The moment the god of plagues was distracted, a slender hand came at him. The devil chi that surrounded it was unusually strong, like a raging wave. The god of plagues came back to his senses and blocked the female venerables of Chongling with his palm. In an instant, a green arrow light pierced through the sky from afar. The sound of the arrow was unusually ear-piercing. The god of plagues moved to the side and avoided the arrow light. Before he could calm down, the scene of the battle changed. Black mountains, white water, and snow swords came at him. Using the sword as a brush and the sword essence as ink, streaks of black sword lights stabbed at the god of plagues' chest. The god of plagues waved his hand. The aura of darkness gathered and dispersed the thousands of sword lights. After fighting for so many days, the god of plagues grew impatient. He put his palms together and black energy surged out. In the battle, the female venerables, Luo Xingchen, Mu Qianshang and the others saw this and their expressions changed slightly. They immediately retreated. The vast and endless power of darkness was unparalleled. The celestial venerables in the center of the battle were affected and their mouths turned red. After this seat devours the last source of the human realm, I will deal with you all. In the starry sky, the god of plagues glanced at the venerables who were forced to retreat. He snorted and walked away. We can't let him succeed. Chase. The female venerables said sternly. She stepped out and quickly gave chase. Behind her, Luo Xingchen, Mu Qianshang, Yi Xuanmiao and the others dashed out and followed her one after another. In the Z-Wei star, Ning Fan's eyes became clearer under the heavenly tribulation. He turned around and looked at the two people on the shore. Finally, he could see their faces clearly. He could feel that they had been following him for many years. It was just that he could not see them. Everywhere in the Z-Wei star region, the aura of darkness spread and devoured the source power of heaven and earth. Visible to the naked eye, the great stars of life turned into dead stars. The last pure land of the human realm was also about to disappear. The power around the god of plagues was getting stronger and stronger. He was only one step away from the sixth realm. In the Z-Wei star, Ning Fan and Yu Ling, who were undergoing their tribulations, suddenly turned serious and looked at the sky. Above the sky, the aura of darkness covered the entire sky. It was so gloomy that it made it difficult for them to breathe. On the shore, Qing Ning and Yin Er's expressions changed when they saw the changes in the sky. The power of darkness. This is bad. Qing Ning took a step forward and dashed into the sky. She formed a spell with her fingers and the lotus light around her body shone brightly. The green lotus bloomed and blocked the spreading aura of darkness. Blood trickled down from the corner of her mouth. So this is where you guys are hiding. At this moment, a black-robed figure appeared in the sky. It was the god of plagues. He looked at the people in the sky and said with a cold expression. Sensing the killing intent from the sky, Ning Fan raised his head and frowned. The mortal sword vibrated. Ning Fan took a step forward and soared into the sky, gaining the initiative by striking first. You overestimate yourself. The god of plagues raised his hand and slapped Ning Fan, who was soaring into the sky, with his palm. With a loud bang, Ning Fan fell into the river, causing waves that were several zhang tall to rise. On the immortal mountain 1,000 li away, Yu Ling stared at the sky. Her beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. At this moment, several figures appeared in the void. Led by the female venerate, Luo Xingchen and the others, the celestial venerables of the human realm chased after them. Oh? The knowing destiny realm of this generation is really weak. Luo Xingchen glanced at Ning Fan, who was slapped into the river, and said with a fake smile. Chapter 1581. In the purple star, darkness descended. The god of plagues attacked and severely injured Ning Fan, who was at the Tao reasoning realm with just a single palm strike. Then, the celestial venerables of the human race caught up to him in the void. Their powerful chi surrounded the god of plagues. 1,000 li away, Yu Ling stared at the group of celestial venerables with a strange expression. Are they immortals? They are indeed very strong. I can't believe there are such experts in this barren land. In the void, Mu Qianshang sensed the qi from 1,000 li away. Master! Below him, at the bank of the large river that was flowing against the current, Air trotted forward. Looking at Ning Fan, who was falling into the river, her face was filled with worry. He's fine. In the void, the female venerable of Chongling spoke. Protect your master. With his current strength, don't let him act rashly. Nodded and answered softly. In the river, blood dyed the water red. Ning Fan dashed out from the river, and looked at the god of plagues in the sky with a grim expression. What a powerful fellow! Master, let's leave that monster to the female venerable and the others. We shouldn't take action. Flew forward and grabbed Ning Fan, who was about to attack again, and said softly. When Ning Fan heard that, he was stunned. He looked at the lady in front of him, and asked in confusion. What did you call me? Master. Answered. Master? Ning Fan frowned slightly and asked. Miss, do you know me? Thought for a while and said, You can say that. We used to know each other. His eyes swept across the experts of the mortal world, who were hovering in the sky, and asked, Do you know any of them? Yes. Nodded and said, They are all heavenly Tao realm experts of the human world. Master, you are about the same as them now. However, you have too little experience in the martial Tao. You can't defeat any of them. Heavenly Tao realm. Ning Fan muttered softly. It turned out that his current realm was called the Heavenly Tao realm. Master can observe the battle of the female venerable and the others. That way, you can also familiarize yourself with the battles of cultivators as soon as possible. In her previous life, her master's combat experience was unparalleled. Going against the odds to slay immortals was a common occurrence. But in this life, her master's reincarnation had almost never fought as a cultivator. Even though he had stepped into the Heavenly Tao realm, he was the weakest Heavenly Tao realm. Above the void, the god of plagues and the heavenly lords of the human world started fighting again. The shocking battle waves shook the stars in the sky. Hundreds of celestial venerables in the human world gathered the strongest combat power of the human world. They were also the last hope of the human world. When the Empyreans of the mortal world appeared on the North Star, in the distance, in the immortal realms, the power of light permeated the air. Separated by an endless distance, the power of light was transmitted to the North Star. It was like an immortal realm with life, becoming the greatest barrier against the darkness in the human world. On the Emperor's star, the celestial venerables of the human world were surrounded by light. They were powerful and full of light. You guys are really haunting me. The god of plagues looked at the surrounding celestial venerables and said coldly, If you don't die, we won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. The Chongling female supreme responded coolly. Her demonic energy surged out. The 9 hell-heaven devouring demon scripture once again showed its astounding power. The great battle broke out again. The shadows of darkness and light danced. Their palms collided and their swords moved the world. Below, Ning Fan looked at the great battle in the sky. His eyes flashed with surprise. On the immortal mountain 1,000 li away, Yu Ling was also watching the battle between the celestial venerables and the god of plagues. Her qi also rose rapidly. Is this the battle between immortals? Perhaps I can do it too. After watching for a long time, white light shone around Yu Ling's body. Her true essence soared to the 9 heavens. All of a sudden, the wind and clouds changed and lightning fell from the 9 heavens. Under the lightning, Yu Ling took a step forward and walked in the sea of lightning in the sky. Step by step, she walked towards the east. In a few breaths' time, Yu Ling walked to the sky above the great river and arrived at the battle between the celestial venerables and the god of plagues. In the battle, the celestial venerables of the human world looked at the woman in the lightning tribulation with surprise. What a stunning woman! She actually broke through to the next realm while watching the battle. At the bank of the great river, the moment Yu Ling broke through to the next realm, the sword intent around Ning Fan also soared to the sky. His powerful qi was not inferior to Yu Ling, who just broke through to the next realm. At the side, Ener saw this and immediately retreated. She did not dare to get involved in the heavenly tribulation. She broke through to the next realm again. This cultivation speed is really infuriating. In the battle, the god of plagues raised his hand and struck out a palm. The qi of darkness shook and destroyed everything. It was close at hand. The Chongling female venerables took a step forward and her figure flashed, instinctively avoiding the power of the god of plagues. However, just as she dodged, she saw the woman who was walking towards her from the corner of her eyes. Her expression changed slightly. Not good. The qi of darkness spread rapidly, and was about to affect Yu Ling, who was coming from 1,000 li away. The qi of darkness approached her. In the lightning, Yu Ling frowned. She raised her delicate hand and the moonlight shone brightly. With a rumble, a violent shock wave spread. Yu Ling took half a step back and the blood qi around her shook violently. The strength of the darkness was still unmatched. However, Yu Ling's performance shocked all the celestial venerables of the human world. In the void, the Chongling female venerable's figure landed. She looked at Yu Ling in front of her and her eyes flashed with seriousness. Even she did not dare to take the power of the god of plagues head-on. However, the woman in front of her could take the palm of the god of plagues head-on. It was really unbelievable. Just as everyone was shocked, a ray of sword light soared into the sky from below, cutting through the darkness and stunning everyone. The god of plagues' expression changed slightly. He raised his hand and blocked the sword light that was about to kill him. Master! At the bank of the river, Ener was shocked. Before she could regain her senses, the figure in front of her had already disappeared. In the void, Ning Fan arrived with an ordinary sword in his hand. The sword pressure was terrifying. In just a few hours, Ning Fan's qi had changed a lot. The feeling he gave others was as different as heaven and earth. His astonishing learning ability was better than any peerless genius. In the void, Ning Fan and Yu Ling stood quietly. Their bodies were bathed in lightning. Their qi was still rising continuously. It's you guys. In the battle, the god of plagues sensed the familiar qi from the two of them. His expression turned grim. Before this, the Lord of Darkness was severely injured by these two people. Today, he finally found them. The former lord of the human world, and the mysterious woman of unknown origin. Just in time. It saves me the trouble of looking for you guys everywhere. The god of plagues raised his hand. Dark qi surged. All of a sudden, a black bridge of the great Tao appeared in the void. It was extremely blurry and was still far from being solid. However, even so, the appearance of the dark bridge brought unparalleled pressure to the celestial venerables in the human world. Those with weaker cultivation bases could not even move. Eldest Princess, it seems like you and I have to join forces. In the void, Ning Fan said calmly. Joining forces with my former enemy is really a joke. Yu Ling stepped forward. Her body shone with dazzling white light. Very well. Let's do it together. The god of plagues said coldly. In the void, Qing Ning and the others looked surprised when they saw this scene. This day had finally come. Chapter 1582. On the purple star of the purple star, darkness descended. Ning Fan and Yu Ling broke through to the next realm at the same time and joined the battle. The sky was filled with lightning, as if it had been raging for 1,000 years. It was a world-shocking scene that shook the world. Above the void, Ning Fan swung his sword and slashed at the god of plagues. His sword was imbued with the supreme intent and it was indestructible. It was a simple sword move that was not exquisite. However, it was such an ordinary sword move that the god of plagues did not dare to be careless. At the same time, the moon spirit displayed astonishing abilities. Her entire body swirled with white radiance, transforming into tens of thousands of techniques and stabilizing the universe. The two of them worked together, alternating between offense and defense. Although it was their first time working together, their tacit understanding was flawless, as if they had known each other for thousands of years. In the beginning, both of them were at a disadvantage under the god of plague's powerful strength. However, as the battle continued, both of their combat power increased rapidly, and their coordination became better. This was an unexpected variable. The celestial venerables of the mortal realm looked at the two people in the battle, the shock in their hearts difficult to conceal. The strength of these two people was actually getting stronger and stronger. 9 underworlds devour heaven, underworld descends. The battle was in a stalemate. Outside the battle, Niu Chang shouted. The surrounding demonic energy surged, shaking the world. In front of everyone's shocked eyes, Niu Chang's demonic flames soared to the sky, and a black spear appeared in her hand. In the blink of an eye, Niu Chang's figure flashed, and her spear slashed out. Its extreme speed was even more shocking than lightning. The god of plague's expression changed slightly as he raised his hand to block the black spear. With a loud rumble, the heavens and earth were overturned. The aura of darkness and demonic energy violently clashed, shaking the stars in the 9 heavens. At the same time, outside the battlefield, an arrow pierced through the air and shot towards the chest of the god of plagues. As the arrow approached him, the dark aura around the god of plagues surged and blocked the murderous intent. After a wave of attacks, the scenery between heaven and earth changed. The ink painting of mountains and rivers spread out. The black mountains and white waters turned into swords and slashed towards the god of plagues. Your teamwork isn't bad, but you will still lose. The god of plagues raised his hand to block the layers of sword gleams. His body moved and dark aura rose as he launched a full-scale counterattack. In the middle of the battle, Ning Fan stepped forward. His mortal sword was surrounded by 10,000 layers of sword chi. Its sharpness was dazzling and merciless. You want to hurt me with a mere mortal sword? Naive. The god of plagues clasped his fingers together and clamped down on the ordinary sword. Immediately, he exerted force in his fingers and broke the sword with a loud bang. Ning Fan's mouth turned red and he was forced to take a few steps back. Behind Ning Fan, Yu Ling stepped forward. Both of their figures intertwined with each other. Ning Fan's figure dashed forward once again with the help of his palm. The sword chi rose again and pierced towards the chest of the god of plagues. The god of plagues did not face the continuous attacks head-on. Instead, he stepped out to avoid the sword aura one after another. The 5 venerables of the human realm joined forces and attacked continuously. Even someone as strong as the god of plagues could not escape in a short period of time. It was hard to tell who was winning or losing in the battle. In the battle, the 5 venerables of the human realm pushed their combat power to the limit and besieged the source of darkness. Meanwhile, in the Zhu residence in the capital city of the Wu dynasty, Zhu Yi, who had his dragon bone destroyed by Ning Fan's sword, opened his eyes at this moment. The Marquis is awake. The maid in charge of taking care of Zhu Yi called out in alarm. In the estate, the physician rushed over upon hearing the news. After examining Zhu Ye's condition, he frowned slightly. Zhu Ho's body was healing on its own. Above the void, the dark aura that seeped out from the battlefield permeated the air. Wisps and wisps of dark aura continuously flew to every corner of the human world. As the darkness energy entered Zhu Ye's body, the dragon bone injuries on his back slowly healed. Not long after, Zhu Yi got up from the bed. He looked at the horizon, and specks of light flashed in his eyes. "Help me out," Zhu Yi said. "Understood." Beside him, the maid went forward and carefully helped Zhu Ho up. Then, they walked outside together. The battle in the sky was intense. However, the aftermath of the battle did not spread to the human world as it was covered by the celestial venerables. However, the dark aura that permeated every corner of the Z-Wei star was getting denser and denser. Zhu Yi stood in the courtyard, looking at the horizon. His eyes slowly narrowed. What a familiar power! What a powerful power! In the void, the god of plague's heart skipped a beat as if he had sensed something. This feeling. It's him. He's actually still alive. While he was in a daze for a short while, Ning Fan's figure flashed in the battle. He put two of his fingers together and a sword chi broke through the darkness. Ugh! When the sword chi entered his body, the god of plagues let out a muffled groan and took half a step back. Impudent! The god of plagues regained his senses. His expression turned grim and he launched a palm attack with all his might. The power of darkness was deadly. Behind him, Nu stepped forward and met the attack head-on with a palm attack. With a loud rumble, the darkness and devil chi clashed again. The rumbling sound reverberated throughout the entire universe. Nu retreated a few steps back. The corner of her mouth turned red. Ning Fan let out a deep roar. He activated the sword intent around him again and channeled all of it into the god of plague's body. The god of plagues took another half a step back. The dark aura inside his body shook violently. With the combined efforts of the venerated beings, the source of darkness showed signs of defeat for the first time. At this moment, outside the battle, the falling star condensed his essence and drew the bow. A black arrow light materialized. The black arrow light that was filled with destructive power kept devouring the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. All of a sudden, the arrow light pierced through the sky and flew out with a loud whistle. In front of the god of plagues, the arrow light collided with the dark aura that filled the air. The collision between the two forces was unusually intense. The black arrow light was obstructed and could not move forward. At the critical moment, a moon-white light spread across the battlefield, dispelling the dark aura in front of the god of plagues. All of a sudden, the black arrow light flew past and penetrated the god of plague's chest. Ugh! The arrow pierced through his body. Blood sprayed all over the sky. The god of plagues let out a painful groan and kept retreating. It's still not enough. The god of plagues dispersed the black arrow light that entered his body. His dark aura surged and quickly healed his injuries. With the undying indestructible body, the injuries inside his body healed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, all the arrow wounds were healed. Something's not right. At this moment, the god of plague's face suddenly darkened. He looked at his chest that had healed and his expression turned solemn. There was poison on the arrow. Did you notice? Took me a lot of effort to break your undying body. Outside the battle, the falling star looked at the god of plagues in front of him and mocked. Before he finished his sentence, the wound on the god of plague's chest suddenly appeared again. It was as if there was a hole in his chest. It was a shocking sight. The bone-eroding poison was extremely toxic. It kept eating away at the god of plague's flesh and blood to strengthen itself. Insignificant tricks. The god of plagues snorted. The dark aura in his body swirled around, trying to dispel the bone-eroding poison. However, how could the lords in the human world give him the chance to do so? In the battle, a beautiful figure flashed past. The moon-white light lingered around her and her palm landed on the god of plague's chest. The moon-white light could transform into thousands of rays. The dark aura around the god of plagues paused for a moment and dissipated. Without the suppression of the dark aura, the bone-eroding poison in the god of plague's body started to spread again and grow stronger. At the same time, in the backyard of the Zhu residence, Zhu Yi closed his eyes and stood quietly. He was devouring the dark aura that permeated the world bit by bit. From the postnatal realm to the connate realm, then to the immortal treading realm, the mortal dust realm, and finally the heavenly Tao realm. Zhu Ye's aura rose rapidly at an unbelievable speed. As Zhu Ye's aura rose rapidly, in the battle in the sky, the god of plague's dark aura was rapidly weakening. The depletion was getting more and more intense. Chapter 1583. On the Crepe Myrtle Star, the venerables of the human world were fighting against the god of plagues. It was an astonishing battle that made the sky lose its color. The god of plagues was severely injured and showed signs of defeat for the first time. And in the Wu dynasty's capital, in Zhu Marquis' residence, Zhu Ye's aura was constantly rising. It went from the postnatal realm to the connate realm, a mortal stepping realm, and mortal realm to the heavenly Tao realm. It was a shocking scene. In the void, not only the god of plagues, but even the venerables in the human world could sense it. This was Zhu Yi. Ning Fan, who was in the middle of the battle, felt something and his expression changed slightly. How is this possible? He's back. The heavily injured god of plagues felt a sense of fear. Why, wasn't he dead? In the Zhu Marquis estate, Zhu Yi slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the horizon and walked up step by step. Inside the Zhu estate, the maids and soldiers were shocked by this sight. Zhu Ho had ascended to the heavens. In the void, Zhu Yi strode over. As he watched the god of plagues in battle, his dazed eyes gradually cleared up. I've said it before. When I return, I'll show you what true darkness is, Zhu Yi said as he raised his right hand. Instantly, black streams of air gushed out from the god of plagues' body like a flood. The god of plagues was terrified. He wanted to stop the vitality of darkness from leaking out of his body, but he was unable to do so. Everything you have was given to you by me. Today I will take it all back. With that, Zhu Yi walked up to the god of plagues and plunged his hand into the latter's chest. The splattering blood dyed the battlefield red. The god of plagues struggled violently, but he could not break free from the Lord of Darkness's restraints. Outside the battle, the venerables of the human world were shocked when they saw this scene. It was him, the Lord of Darkness. Ning Fan stared at Zhu Yi, whose qi was getting stronger and stronger in front of him. His expression turned slightly grim. Without daring to delay any longer, he formed a sword with his fingers and dashed forward. The surging and sharp sword light was about to strike the Master of Darkness. However, just as the sword light was about to touch the Master of Darkness, it abruptly stopped. Boundless black currents surged around Zhu Yi, blocking the sword radiance. My good friend, don't be impatient. Once I've settled the matter at hand, I'll catch up with you. Zhu Yi turned his head and said indifferently. The qi around his body fluctuated, forcing Ning Fan, who was behind him, to retreat. 10 zhang away from her, Ning Fan came to a stop. He stared at the Lord of Darkness in front of him with a solemn expression. What a terrifying power! Up ahead, Zhu Yi pulled out the origin energy pearl from the god of plagues' chest within the surging streams of darkness. Afterwards, he threw a punch and shattered the god of plagues' body. Up in the sky, blood and bones scattered all over the place like rain. Even though he had been ambitious and ruthless for his entire life, what fell was even worse than a sky full of blood and bones. After the source pearl returned, Zhu Ye's aura changed drastically. He directly broke through to the monarch tier, and he was already half a step into the Genesis tier. In an instant, dark clouds covered the sky, and a dark aura covered the stars in the sky. Good friend, let's settle our old and new grudges today. After gathering all his energy, Zhu Yi turned around and indifferently said to the familiar yet unfamiliar figure in plain clothes. Ning Fan stared at the Lord of Darkness in front of him. His expression turned even colder. The dark energy in the air was like an ocean, turning the entire sky into a world of darkness. It was heavy and cold. Both inside and outside the battlefield, Niu Chang, Mu Qianshang, Luo Xingchen and the others all froze, even their movements becoming difficult. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Ye's figure flashed past, his palm sweeping out in all directions like a tidal wave. The heavenly sovereigns of the mortal world were all sent flying by the impact of the dark energy. The corners of their mouths turned red. In the center of the battlefield, Ning Fan and Yu Ling were also affected by the impact. They took a few steps back and were severely injured. It was a one-sided battle. With the return of the Lord of Darkness, the darkness once again gained the upper hand. The heavenly sovereigns of the mortal world were now in a life-and-death situation. The heavenly sovereigns who were stained with blood and had immortal battle souls dashed out one after another, joining forces to stop the darkness from growing stronger. How can the light of a firefly fight against the darkness? Zhu Yi raised his hand and the dark energy spread out, sending the heavenly sovereigns of the mortal world flying one after another. After the return of the Lord of Darkness, the heavenly sovereigns of the mortal world were completely defeated. Night fell on the mortal world. Darkness filled the surroundings. The bodies of the heavenly sovereigns of the mortal world were dyed red. Even the strongest among them, Nu Chang, was severely injured. In the battlefield, Yuling's expression gradually turned grim as she looked at the sorrowful scene of the mortal world that was filled with darkness. She would never allow anyone to destroy the 100 generations of prosperity that she had created. Ha! Yuling let out a deep roar. Her black hair danced wildly in the air, and her aura force rapidly rose. She broke through her limit. Her blood essence soared into the sky, dazzling and blinding. Her strong willpower did not allow anyone to waver. In the sky above Yuling, spots of white moonlight spread out. It was so bright. Her state of mind was clear and bright, illuminating the darkness. In Yuling's eyes, a trace of vicissitudes of life flashed past, reflecting the reincarnation cycle after cycle. This Qi. In the battlefield, Mu Qianshang and Qing Ning's expressions changed drastically. There was no mistake. It was her. The former strongest expert of the divine great land, Fan Lingyue. In the void, the memories of the past reincarnations were replayed. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Her light blue dress fluttered in the wind. Her fine black hair danced in the wind and was dyed red. The past flashed past like smoke. Yuling's gaze swept across the mortal world and everyone present. In the end, it stopped at Ning Fan, who was not far away. After staring at him for a while, Yuling retracted her gaze and looked at Qing Ning below. Qing Ning, long time no see. How have you been? It's really you. Qing Ning's figure slowly rose. She stared at the woman in front of her and said calmly, Fan Lingyue. As soon as her voice fell, the faces of the heavenly sovereigns of the mortal world were filled with surprise, especially the experts from the inner world. All of them had heard of this legendary name. Fan Lingyue was an opponent that even knowing Destiny Realm experts were helpless against. She was also the only person who could completely suppress knowing Destiny Realm experts in the same era. In the void, all the heavenly sovereigns of the mortal world looked at the woman in front of them, as if they wanted to see what was different about this legendary woman. So you have also reincarnated. Zhu Yi looked at Yuling in front of him and said calmly. In the past 1,000 years, it was not his first time meeting this woman's reincarnation. Fan Lingyue. In the void, Yuling murmured softly. What a distant name. It seemed that she had not heard anyone call her that for a long time. The memories of the past reincarnations returned. Fan Lingyue looked at the horizon. Her eyes flashed with light. These 1,000 years were too long. Absolute beginning of purification. Fan Lingyue opened her mouth. All of a sudden, lightning flashed in the void. The ancient divine sword that was destroyed in the heavenly tribulation 1,000 years ago appeared. The sword of purification Tao severing sword reappeared in the mortal world after more than 2,000 years. Fan Lingyue held the sword with both hands and slowly pulled it out. In an instant, the power of world purification spread rapidly in the void, dispelling all the darkness. 1,000 feet away, the white brilliance of the moon spread. The Lord of Darkness's expression turned serious. She activated her dark aura to block the power of world purification. The power of darkness and the power of world purification clashed. It was only a momentary stalemate. The power of world purification broke through the darkness and touched the Lord of Darkness. It was a shocking scene. The flesh and blood of the Lord of Darkness were quickly purified by the power of world purification. White bones could be vaguely seen. It's not your turn to destroy the mortal world. In the void, Fan Lingyue stepped forward with her sword in hand. She looked at the Lord of Darkness in front of her, murderous intent in her eyes.